Namaskar, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Am I audible?
ठीक है, हाँ वो
Is my background okay? Yes, sir. Is the background correct?
Yes, sir, it looks correct.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible? Welcome one and all. It is nice to see so many of you joining us so early. We will be adhering to the time schedule strictly and we will start at 2 p.m. IST sharp. In the meantime, please use the chat box to network and connect with one another. Thank you.
Krishna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just checking whether my audio is clear. Okay.
Yes, it's good, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all from across the globe. Amrita's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, Amrita School for Sustainable Development, Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, and ISRI India warmly welcome you to the International Symposium on Internet of Things and Machine Learning for Ecosystem Restoration and Multihazard Resilience, ISIM 2021. As is custom in India, we always commence activities, large or small, with a prayer to Almighty, seeking grace so that our goals might be accomplished bereft of any obstacles. I now invite Ms. Deepthi Rajmohan, Research Associate, Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, to lead us in the prayer. Over to you, Ms. Deepthi. Ms. Deepthi?
ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्डनवती तेजोमयीं नैष्टकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवती मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखी वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणी सुमधुरं सङ्कीर्तनालापिनी श्यामाङ्गी मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकाम् ईश्वरी.
Thank you, Ms. Amrita Sindhu, for leading us in prayer. I would now like to introduce Dr. Manisha Vinodani Ramesh. Dr. Manisha holds multiple positions at Amrita University. She is the Dean of School of Sustainable Development as well as Integrated International Programs. She holds the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. She is the director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, where she also serves as the professor. Dr. Manisha heads the Live in Labs program, which provides opportunities for students and faculty to work extensively in 101 Indian villages, focusing in part on ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. Multi-hazard monitoring, detection, and early warnings are some of her prime research areas. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. She has led projects for community-based disaster resilience for flood evacuation and mobile offshore communication systems for fishing vessels, among many others. In a subject-wise analysis carried out by Stanford University in the US, Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh has been cited among the top 2% of scientists in the world, based on the publication lists available on the Scopus Index. She is also our UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. It's my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. Manisha to deliver the welcome address.
Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. My humble prostrations to one and all. On the occasion of World Environment Day, it is indeed a great pleasure to join the esteemed globally renowned experts in the area of ecosystem restoration, disaster management and climate change adaptation, and multi-hazard resilience. The UN theme for this year's World Environment Day is ecosystem restoration and focuses on reimagining, recreating, and restoring our relationship with nature. To achieve this, we are creating a platform for eminent experts and youth leaders to explore and devise solutions required for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. I am honored to welcome one and all to the International Symposium on IoT and ML for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. The symposium aims to be a great starting point to devise the guiding pathway required for the protection and revival of ecosystems around the world and collaboratively contribute for the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Over the past many decades, billions of hectares of forests, farmlands, oceans, and wetlands have undergone constant exploitation and damage. According to estimates, every 3 seconds, the world loses enough forest to cover a football pitch. This, along with the rapidly growing greenhouse gas emissions, our planet is in pace for a potentially catastrophic climate change. Even when the entire world is grappling with a pandemic of enormous human impact, cyclones, floods, forest fires, ever-changing climatic conditions, etc., continues to be an inevitable reality, with many people being forced out of their homes. The pandemic has been a wake-up call to remind us that living in harmony with nature is the only way forward. To combat this challenging scenario, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, Amrita School for Sustainable Development, Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Application, and ISRI India is jointly organizing the symposium with the intent of unveiling the application of multidisciplinary modern technologies for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. The key objectives of the symposium is to explore challenges and opportunities, as well as scientific and practical outcomes in designing, developing, and deploying interventions, tools, and techniques for community-empowered initiatives. The symposium will be held from Sunday, June 5th to Wednesday, June 9th. On June 5th, as we all know, we are starting at 2 p.m. and it will continue up to about 10 p.m. And on all other days, we start at morning 10 a.m. and it will continue up to 10 p.m. The themes surrounding the symposium are emerging technologies for ecosystem restoration, impact of climate change on ecosystem and multi-hazards, IoT and ML for managing ecosystem and multi-hazards, climate change adaptation techniques and community resilience, case studies for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. This program is set to unveil the application of multidisciplinary modern technologies for biodiversity conservation and promotion of a green economy. Along with this, it aims to propose creative and innovative approaches to revitalize degraded forest ecosystems, monitor disasters through and early warning systems, elucidate the interrelationship of multi-hazard and their impacts, and empower local communities to enhance livelihoods and protect and counteract climate change. Our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, well known as Amma, has placed utmost significance on protecting nature and has spearheaded a large number of initiatives aimed at environmental restoration, disaster risk reduction, and community resilience even before the current crisis became a reality. Amma has mobilized a large number of people from various stratas of the society to engage in restoration activities. Through Amma's Amala Bharatam campaign, multiple large-scale cleanliness drives have been organized nationally. As a recognition in this regard, in 2018, Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi and UN Secretary Antonio Guterres presented Amma with a special award for having made the largest contribution to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. To restore the dwindling ecological balance, along with planting of hundreds of thousands of saplings around the world every year, distribution of free seeds to 10,000 women to set up organic kitchen at home, distribution of saplings, various water conservation programs like Jivamridam water distribution systems, formation of water-wise communities, etc. also have been undertaken. From a hazard resilience standpoint, a self-help group of 300,000 women have been provided with an opportunity to generate additional income by imparting various skill development programs. With the use of innovative technological solutions for the design, development, and deployment of disaster resilience solutions, Amrita has pioneered initiatives like the implementation of the first IoT system for landslide detection and early warning, crowdsourcing mobile application to manage the real-time risk level of flood, offshore communication system for fishermen to combat emergency storms, tides by providing updates via internet connectivity, etc., to name a few. Revolving around Amma's vision of shaping a generation of youth with the thought process of climate change adaptation and community resilience, the Live in Labs program at Amrita empowers communities across rural India by making them self-reliant with the help of sustainable solutions. I would now like to welcome our eminent guests who have graced us with their presence. Our chief guest of honor, Sri K. Rajan, is Minister, Land Revenue, Survey and Land Records, Land Reform, Housing under the Government of Kerala. Mr. Rajan has a stellar political background, and in the last tenure of Kerala Legislative Assembly, Sri Rajan has served as Chief Whip. In the current tenure of Kerala government, we are fortunate to have Sri Rajan as the Minister of Land Revenue, Land Records, Land Reforms and Housing, since he has a great penchant for environment and land restoration. He was in forefront in unveiling the ecological impact of the Adrapalli project. Under his able leadership, the State Revenue Department is gearing up for various disaster risk reduction and rehabilitation initiatives in the state aimed at providing disaster resilience and land for all. I am extremely honored to welcome Sri Rajan to the gathering. The guest of honor, Dr. V. Thirupugal, IAS, is the Additional Secretary, Policy and Plan in the National Disaster Management Authority under the Government of India. Dr. Thirupugal has wide experience in the area of disaster management and has worked extensively in Gujarat at the center and in Nepal. He is a motivator for the youngsters and also for the professionals in bringing in policies and practices which will help to build the disaster resilience. It is an absolute honor to welcome you, sir. Mr. Eric Falt is the Director and UNESCO representative for the UNESCO New Delhi Cluster Office, covering Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Falt has been instrumental in driving various key initiatives aimed at protecting integrity of our environment. It is an absolute honor to welcome Mr. Eric Falt to this symposium. Our next guest of honor is Sri Ajendra Kumar, Managing Director, ISRI India. Mr. Kumar's vision, bringing in innovations in order to evangelize GIS anywhere and everywhere, is a huge inspiration in our journey towards achieving a sustainable future. And we are beyond delighted to have ISRI India to have partnered with us. I would like to welcome Sri Ajendra Kumar to the gathering. Next, I would like to welcome Sri Swami Atmananda Puri, one of Amma's senior monastic disciples. He is currently coordinating activities of MMUT in Australia, New Zealand, and Mauritius. He has been the coordinator for the research activities in the initial stages of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. He has been actively involved in several ecosystem restoration activities, disaster management, and community resilience programs initiated by MMUT, including building homes for the poor, for the disaster affected areas, tsunami relief activities, etc. Swamiji is the driving force behind a number of community-driven green initiatives in the regions. It's indeed my honor to welcome you, Swamiji. Dr. Balakrishna Shankar is the Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor and Associate Dean for the School of Engineering at Amritapuri campus. Dr. Balakrishna Shankar received his PhD from University of Texas at Austin, USA, and has been a pioneer in motivating students and faculty in ecosystem restoration and disaster management activities at Amrita. I welcome you, sir. This symposium spans across 5 days, will showcase around 70 speakers from across the world with expertise in multiple areas related to the application of emerging technologies in the areas of ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. In addition to keynote addresses by the leading expert, the symposium also provides a platform for young researchers and PhD scholars, students, and researchers to present their work in the areas covered under the symposium. The symposium also strives to initiate effort on capacity development by including workshops on 4 different areas and also a hackathon to motivate entrepreneurship skills in the younger generation. As of today, we have more than 1,000 participants span across for all these 5 days from over 30 countries registered for the symposium. I deeply hope that the symposium helps us garner great insights and make us delve deeper to resolve the crisis. By strengthening our collaborative efforts in this regard, let each of us strive to live in harmony with nature. Before I end, I would like to quote Amma's words here as a wake-up call for all of us to strive for a better tomorrow. Amma says, we are not isolated islands. We are connected to each other like links on a chain. Our actions influence others, whether we are aware of it or not. Due to lack of awareness, unknowingly we exploit our resources, we forget to conserve, we develop materials which are not biodegradable. All this we initiate since we are thinking of us only. We forget we are a connected network and we need to think and serve others. Let us pray that God's grace will shower on all of us to bring in the awareness in each of us to serve the world and spread love and light for world peace. Om Lokaah Samastaah Sukhino Bhavantu. Lokaah Samastaah Sukhino Bhavantu. Lokaah Samastaah Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Once again, I welcome each one of you. Thank you. Namah Shivaya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha, for a heartfelt and warm welcome address. It is indeed a good beginning to an important endeavor. We next have with us as guest of honor, Swami Atmananda Puri. Swami Atmananda Puri has been with Amma since 1989. He has a BTech degree in electrical and electronics engineering. He has worked in the software industry for a few years before joining the ashram. He has been the coordinator of research activities in the initial stages of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. He has been actively involved in humanitarian initiatives at the MA Mutt, including building homes for the poor and tsunami relief activities, among many others. His current role involves coordinating talks, workshops, and retreats on meditation in India and abroad. He currently assists in coordinating activities of the MA Mutt in Australia, New Zealand, and Mauritius. He has visited Europe, Singapore, and Malaysia in the past for engaging and empowering youth and communities in initiating ecosystem restoration activities. Swamiji, I humbly request you to deliver the keynote address to the audience present.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. There seems to be a slight technical issue. I will just come back live in a couple of minutes.
Hello, hello, hello. ശബ്ദം കേൾക്കാമോ?
Yes, Samaji, we can hear you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear
yes.
you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Hello, Namshwar Samji. Are you able to hear us, Samji?
I'm sure, Swamiji, we are not able to hear you, Swamiji.
Hello. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Can I start now? Everybody can hear me?
Yes, Swamiji, please go ahead.
So, Om Amriteshwara Namaha. Thank you, Dr. Manisha and team, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm here representing Amma's Ashram, the spiritual organization behind Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham University. Now, sometimes we get asked this question: why is a spiritual organization running a scientific research intensive university? Because the answer comes that it's a perfect combination of two basic sciences. One is known as material science, the second is known as spiritual science. When we look at science, what is science? Science is the eternal search for a relationship between the existential triad. There are three things which are very important for all of us. We, the individual; two, the material world around us; three, the intelligent creative principle governing the entire creation, or what is generally known as God or Ishvara. In science, what is this vision of Ishvara or God? The creative principle which makes manifest the entire universe and the individual in everything that we perceive. This creative principle takes on various forms in science. Now, it is called as sometimes by various names like grand unified theory, the superstring theory, the Big Bang, and nowadays we hear about the Bose-Einstein God particle. Basically, that spiritual principle, that intelligent creative principle, which is manifests as the laws of nature itself, is called as, in the spiritual tradition of India, it's called as Ishvara. All scientists sense this spiritual principle. We have the famous statement by Einstein. Most of you must have heard it. Einstein once remarked, God does not play dice with the universe, to indicate his refusal to accept quantum probabilities, to which Niels Bohr, another famous physicist, told him, Einstein, please stop telling God what to do. Decades later, in an interview, Stephen Hawking stated, not only does God play dice, but he even sometimes throws the dice where they cannot be seen. So both material science, our Bhautika Shastra, as it is known in the Indian tradition, as well as spiritual science, which is known as Adhyatmika Shastra in the Indian tradition, are connected with this principle called God. Amma, our chancellor, the world-renowned humanitarian, also known as a hugging saint, she talks about the Ishvara principle as saying as Shrishti and Shrishtavu vere alla in Malayalam, which means the creator and the creation are not different. When we look at this existential triad of the universe, the individual, and the creative principle called Ishvara, Ishvara is something which is not definable as of now. But when we start looking at the relationship between the world, when we take the world as a starting point, the material world, and start exploring the relation of the world with the individual and the world with the creative principle or Ishvara, it is known as Bhautika Shastra or material science. And when we start with Jiva or the individual soul, the individual as a starting point, and try to explore the relationship between the individual and the world and the creative principle. It is known as Adhyatmika Shastra or spiritual science. What does material science do? Material science gives us the knowledge and tools necessary for maintaining a standard of living. Spiritual science gives us knowledge and tools for leading an ethical and empowering and socially beneficial life. In science, what is the process? How does science become useful to us? In science, these principles, scientific principles, have to be understood. For example, E is equal to mc square, which says that matter and energy are interconnected. But for us to understand this, we have to be trained in physics and maths. And the application of this principle of E is equal to mc square is known as technology, where we are able to generate nuclear energy. Similarly, spiritual principles of oneness and interconnectedness have to be understood. Their application in our life is love and compassion. And all of Amma's actions and teachings are based on this vision. Very simply put, Amma says, we are all interconnected. We cannot say this is somebody's problem, this is not my problem. I use the example of somebody staying on the 10th floor of a building, and when the first floor of the building catches fire and the people are crying for help, you cannot say that is on the first floor, I'm on the 10th floor, and this doesn't affect me. No, we are all interconnected. What is the problem for one affects all of us. Amma always says that nature is an indispensable part of life on earth. Everything relies on nature to live. We are not different from nature. We are an interdependent part of it. Our lives depend on the well-being of the whole. Therefore, it is one of our foremost duties to lovingly care for Mother Nature. This is what Amma says. And as a part of this application of spiritual principles in life, Amma has initiated a lot of projects, the details of which I believe will be shown a video detailing all of this. But so I'll just mention just a few of them. One of them is the basic Vishu Kainitam. Can you just scroll the page for me? Next page. Just excuse me for a minute. Yeah, thank you. One of the projects which Amma has given a lot of emphasis is reforestation. There is this beautiful project which Amma has initiated called Vishu Tainitam, in which every year in Kerala, the beginning of the Kerala New Year, normally it's a tradition that youngsters are given some money as a token of love by the elders. So this is called Vishu Kainitam. Now Amma has taken that and modified into Vishu Tainitam, where every youngsters are given saplings to plant. Now Amma says that it is Amma's dream that university students and school children should take part in this new initiative. She always speaks about the need to foster love for nature in the heart of the younger generations. As a member organization of the United Nations Trillion Tree Campaigns, Mata Amritandamai Mutt has organized a planting of more than 1 million trees globally. Inspired by Amma, many followers have started cultivating organic rooftop gardens. Thousands of people have gathered together and they have planted hundreds of thousands of seed balls. There is the famous Amala Bharata campaign, which is a precursor to the national-wide Swachha Bharata campaign launched by the Prime Minister of India, in which Amma Darsham has donated 100 crores, that is about 1 billion rupees, for the national mission for the Clean Ganga project. Many years before the Swachha Bharat initiative was launched by the Prime Minister of India, the ashram had its own Clean India campaign called Amara Bharatam, for which thousands and hundreds of thousands of Amma's followers, Amma's university and school students have taken part. Sustainable waste management is another key area where the ashram is playing a lot of important role. In our headquarters in Amritapuri itself, 10 to 20 tons of waste is upcycled every month. At the AIMS hospital in Cochin and other various centers, hundreds of tons of waste management is done. Waste is upcycled. There is an Amrita Upcycle project at Amritapuri, which teaches simple techniques that recycle plastic packaging into durable and fashionable products like bags, purses, mobile phone cases, and more. At the Ecology Center at Amritapuri, residents teach and practice techniques in making natural products through sustainable ethical methods. There's a open defecation-free campaign in which our university ashram has enabled built more than 12,000 plus toilets as of 2018 itself. 300 plus toilets were built by women trained by our university. So there are hundreds of such projects in which Amma is expressing her love and compassion to the world, making us all feel our interconnectedness and making us, each one of us, feel responsible for the role that we play in maintaining a sustainable universe for us and the future generations to come. Thank you again for this opportunity for speaking. I apologize for the small technical glitches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swamiji, for an insightful and motivating talk. I now invite Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh to introduce our Chief Guest of Honor, Shri K. Rajan. Over to you, Manisha.
Good evening, sir. We are indeed privileged to have our Chief Guest of Honor, Sri K. Rajan, is Minister, Land and Revenue, Survey and Land Records, Land Reforms, Housing under the Government of Kerala. Mr. Rajan has a stellar political background, and in the last tenure of Kerala Legislative Assembly, Sri Rajan has served as Chief Whip. In the current tenure of Kerala government, we are fortunate to have Sri Rajan as the Minister of Land Revenue, Land Records, Land Reforms and Housing, since he has a great penchant for environment and land restoration. He was in forefront in unveiling the ecological impact of the Adirapalli project. Under his able leadership, the State Revenue Department is gearing up for various disaster risk reduction and rehabilitation initiatives in the state aimed at providing disaster resilience and land for all. Mr. Rajan obtained his Bachelor of Science degree from Kerala Varma College, Thrissur. He then went on to pursue law from Kerala Law Academy, Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. Rajan has been active in developmental activities over the past 5 years and has been in the forefront of the ragging battle against COVID-19. He has also been the Calicut University Union's Joint Secretary and has been a Youth Welfare Board member at AISF. As District Secretary, State Secretary, and National Vice President. He is a member of Communist Party of India. He is the legislature from Ullur Assembly constituency, and he is also a member of Kerala State Executive Committee of Communist Party of India and National Secretary of All India Youth Federation. This clearly shows you his impact on the youth and also in the community, and he has dedicated his time for the community and to come up with initiatives which will help for the ecosystem restorations also. I am extremely honored to welcome Sri K. Rajan to the gathering. I humbly request you to deliver the inaugural address to the august audience. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and the special dignitaries who are participating in this seminar. First of all, I thank to organizer of this event for inviting me to address such a August session in intellectuals and research scholars and students and intellectuals. The issue discussed here is very passionate and important for an eco-fungible place like Kerala. The ecosystem globally is on virulent rising many challenges to humanity and environment. Look what has happened in Kerala in the last decades: floods, cyclones, coastal erosions, landslides, and pandemic are occurring one after another. We could withstood these calamities as a resilient society, but we should find the lasting solution to it in a systematic manner. Aren't we also guilty in creating such a chaotic environment condition? We were trying taxing too much of the mother of earth through our greedy ways of living. Solution to overcome this disastrous situation has to be made out in a scientific and systematic way. All the modern system has to be lined up and carved and control the natural worth. Information technology, some believe that it is ultimate panacea of all those problems that the human race face. Yes, IT may be the roof and crown of the invitation. It can be qualified as the mother of all inventions in keeping with the times. It is true that technology and science make world a better place to live. They can find answer for many of enigmas of this world. They can alleviate human sufferings and ameliorate the quality of the life. But to find solace for all those things that the nature keeps in store for the human in technology is not too always. How technology delivers depends upon who uses it and how it is used. In the right hands, it becomes in the right tool and delivers well. In the wrong hands, it can cause immeasurable damages. Some believe that ecological hazards can be successfully fought with the help of technology. It is true to an extent, but it cannot change the nature fully and vanish it. While all base of nature desire are places of elements, no one can take it for granted. Coming back to the eco-restoration and natural disasters, we have to think about the root causes for all these things. Eco-restoration become inevitable. Something terrible has happened to the ecosystem. Pondering over this, we have to find that who is responsible for this. It is not nature or the members of the animal and plant in the world. If we think in the right direction, we will be ultimately pointing our fingers to ourselves. Man is behind all these damages that befell the system. His unmitigatedly utilization approach has done irreparable damages to the environment. Man can only destroy it, but not create. Hence, bringing back to the nature, its pace and cycle is nearly impossible. But if wisdom prevails, we can halt to the march towards utter destruction and save mankind from total annihilation. For generations, man has harped contempt of the nature. He polluted the air, the water, the earth, the sea, and the sky. He dived deep into the sandrum of the Mother Earth and defilled, disregarding all the basic tenets of the nature. To discredit it easy, to purify the purify is easier than done. At the occasion, it will be appropriate to remember that Chief Sitial, the letter he wrote to the US president way back in 1800s. It is a classical environmental document which will be relevant and posterity. It should be instilled in the hearts and minds of every parent and children in all nations of the world. It should be embellished in the altars of the humanity. Hope this seminar will open up new vistas of the knowledge and method of correction in the scientific way. You will have to develop and deploy modern science and technologies to tackle the grave situation we are facing. Wish you all the best and hope to see that you could come out this solid solution and positive corrective action to put everything in order. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Your experience and wisdom is greatly appreciated by everyone present. We are very thankful for your presence at the inaugural session at ISIM, despite your extremely busy schedule. Sir has another event at Malappuram and will be leaving us now. Thank you once again for your presence, and it is much appreciated. Before Rajan sir leaves, I would request all to switch on their video so that we can capture a group photo. Thank you once again, Rajan sir. We now have our guest of honor, Dr. V. Tirupugar, Indian Administrative Services and Additional Secretary for Policy and Plan, National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. Formerly as an IAS officer in Gujarat, Dr. Tirupugar has worked on various assignments, including in the State Disaster Management Authority. Under his guidance, the Policy and Plan Department of NDMA has initiated schemes for strengthening of state and district disaster management authorities. They have introduced a national platform for disaster risk reduction with the aim to mainstream DRR in development. And they have also started a project on sustainable reduction in disaster risk in 10 multi-hazard prone districts across 5 states in India. Dr. Tirupugar has wide experience in the field of multi-hazard resilience. Sir, I kindly request you to give the keynote address to the audience present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will be making a PowerPoint presentation. Let me share the slides with you. Are the slides visible? Are you able to see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We can see.
Okay, good. See, before I talk about ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience, some fundamentals. If you look at the impact of disasters in 2019, an year in which there was no major outlier event in the form of a killer earthquake or a major tsunami, we lost about 12,000 lives. 95 million people were affected, and the total economic loss is about $150 billion, out of which only 52 billion was insured. We must remember that people who are rich and above middle class usually insure their assets, and poor do not insure their assets, which means nearly 100 billion worth of assets of poor people were not insured. This figure also tells us something. This $150 billion loss is only the loss of assets. We have not counted the environmental loss. There is no system of counting environmental loss in post-disaster needs assessment. I will talk about this at a later stage. So if you look at the human impact of disasters in 2019, 74.1% of the affected people live in Asia and 24.3% live in Africa. So Asia and Africa put together, 98.4% of the people were affected. Only the rest, 1.6, was in other continents. If you look at the occurrence of natural disasters over a period of 20 years in terms of countries, China tops the list with 566 disasters, followed by USA. India ranks third, Philippines fourth, and so on. So United States stands second. But in the corresponding period, if you look at the total number of deaths country-wise, United Nations does not figure in the top 10. Haiti, which had only 2 major disasters, tops the list. And Indonesia, Myanmar, China, Pakistan, and India. India stands 6th. These figures tell us that the total human loss is not emerging per se from the total number of disasters occurring in that country, but it is from some other factor. What is that factor? We will discuss in this presentation. If you also look at the estimated damages from natural hazards in the same corresponding period of 20 years, it is USA which tops the list, followed by China, Japan, and India. USA, which doesn't top the list in terms of human losses, tops the list of countries where economic damage is more, which means developed nations suffer more economic damage because they have more built environment and better infrastructure, better assets, so the economic losses more in those countries. I also analyzed the global trend of natural disasters over a period of 118 years, starting from 1900 to 2018. Disasters have increased in all continents. In the entire globe, everywhere disasters have increased, and particularly in Asia. But if you do further analysis, you find that it is not increase in the number of disasters across all hazards. Only hydrometeorological disasters and climatological disasters have increased drastically, like flood, storm, cyclone, extreme weather events. Whereas geophysical events like earthquakes do not show much variation. They have not increased much. So this should be linked to changing climate. Also, as I said earlier, in this period of 118 years, we have been able to reduce mortality across the globe, number of lives lost, whereas we have not been able to reduce economic losses. They keep increasing. We all have to live with certain amount of risk. Descartes said, the famous philosopher Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Today we have to say, I risk, therefore I am. Certain amount of risk is inevitable. But what is the acceptable level of risk? If we have to decide the acceptable level of risk, we have to understand the drivers of risk. What are the main drivers of risk? Risk is driven by a large number of processes, dynamic processes, and complex socio-economic and ecological processes. Anthropologists will define disasters as events occurring at the interface of culture and nature. Culture is our socio-economic processes, and nature is the ecological environment. When they come together, and if there is a contradiction embedded in that process, then we have risk which manifests in the form of a disaster. Socio-economic processes in the form of society's cleavages, rich and poor, upper caste and lower caste. In terms of race, there is a division, men and women, so on and so forth. In terms of economic processes, some of our economic mode of production itself creates vulnerability. It damages the ecology. For example, the Zoom cultivation, which takes place in the Northeast. So these factors create risk and vulnerability. In addition to that, historical predisposition to hazards, where you live, what is your geography, what are the climatic conditions, they all determine risk. And we augment this risk by urbanization. Nearly 50% of India is in urban areas. In small space, large number of people start living, density increases, which means building stock increases, the whole thing becomes a bigger exposure. In a small area, large number of people are exposed, large number of assets are exposed. And our planning is not risk informed. We have this unplanned development. Our cities grow on their own. They have a life of their own. So this unplanned risk, not informed development is responsible. Changing climate also contributes. So this risk, which is manifesting in the form of disasters, equally affects the ecological systems and human settlements. Ecological systems are damaged if there is a huge avalanche or a gulf. The recent incident in Uttarakhand taking place, it damages human settlements as well as ecological systems. How do you restore ecosystems and also at the same time build multi-hazard resilience? We have to understand the interlinkage of ecosystem development and disasters. Our development processes damage the ecosystem, and this damage creates disasters. And when a disaster happens, it damages both our development and ecosystem. We start rebuilding. In the rebuilding process, we don't look at the ecosystem. We only bother about rebuilding our development, which further damages this ecosystem. And thus, the whole thing forms a vicious circle. But at the same time, if understood properly, if worked upon properly, this interlinkage can also help us to build resilience, how we will see in the next slide. See, if we understand that properly, our ecosystems can protect us from a large number of disasters. For example, wetlands can protect us from floods, forests, shelter beds, mangroves protect us from cyclones, tsunami, and many other disasters. So these cost-effective natural buffers have to be developed. Ecosystem management provides the unifying base for promoting disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. It is more like the stethoscope of a doctor. If you look at the ear, they are separate pieces in both ears, whereas they are joint. Unless it is united, you will not be able to make use of the stethoscope. So it is like that. Our ecosystem management, the same unifying base can promote disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. In order to arrest this environmental degradation, we signed 3 major international frameworks in 2015, Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction, Paris Agreement on Climate Change, Sustainable Development Goals. All these 3 international frameworks talk about ecological balance, restoration of our ecology, caring for our environment, but it is not sufficient. Signing international frameworks are not sufficient. From global framework, we have to reduce it to bring it to the level of national policies, strategies, plans, and programs. How are we doing it? Passing of the National Disaster Management Act in 2005 is a major step in the Indian history. We shifted from relief-oriented approach to mitigation and prevention-oriented approach. Again, this was reiterated in the National Policy on Disaster Management in 2009 and elaborated in the National Disaster Management Plan in 2016 and further in the revised plan in 2019. National Disaster Management Plan 2019 has become the pillar of improving this ecological aspects of disaster risk reduction. New concepts have been included, and this has become the basis of revision of state disaster management plans and ministerial plans. National Disaster Management Plan 2019 focuses especially on biodiversity conservation, coherence between the 3 international frameworks, and also a great deal on social inclusion. And NDMA has come out with 31 guidelines targeting specific hazards, facility management, and also cross-cutting themes. In all these guidelines, adequate attention has been paid to this ecological aspect, disaster risk reduction. Recently, 15th Finance Commission has submitted its recommendations, and the same has been accepted by the government also. It talks about segregation of this fund into 3 windows: mitigation, response, and capacity building. Earlier, the entire fund was devoted only for response and relief. Now it is for mitigation, response, and capacity building, which means there is a scope for including projects and programs which will look at resetting the ecological balance and resetting the environment. More focus on environmental protection has been mentioned. Special programs have been included in the Finance Commission's recommendation, focusing on coastal and river erosion. I have to also talk about some of the initiatives of NDMA. We have been very actively engaging with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Ministry of Earth Sciences. We are focusing a great deal on forest fire management, the Northeast and in other parts of India. Recently, NDMA came out with a compendium of international best practices for forest fire management. Currently, we are studying the traditional best practices for forest fire management. Our flagship program, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program, is focusing a great deal on mangrove regeneration in all these coastal states. And we are also reformulating the guidelines for National Disaster Relief Fund and State Disaster Relief Fund. But despite all this, there are many challenges in ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. All of us understand that natural ecosystems are a common good, but this is not enough. This understanding is not enough. There are many challenges. The first challenge is we don't have enough data, and there is lack of data-derived measurement of ecosystem condition. So what is the condition today? We do not know. But we use proxy indicators, but they need to be validated. So this is the first challenge. Unless you know our current status, you cannot plan for improvement. Second is, we need to develop models for better understanding of the potential impacts of disasters and climate change. One is, so far we have been talking about the correlation. We have not been able to understand the causation. Anybody can easily deny that increase in number of frequencies is not due to climate change. Very easily they can deny it. The causation has not been established. I will also talk about a worst case scenario, the possibility of global catastrophes. If there is a global catastrophe in the form of a volcanic eruption, which will block the sun for about a couple of years. It happened in 1815. The volcano Tambola erupted in Indonesia. It clouded the sun for more than a year. The year 1816 is known as an year without summer. 1 year without sun, food production suffered all over the world. Crores of people died. There was famine in England. There was starvation and famine in India. And we cannot rule out such possibilities. The possibility of a nuclear winter or a new type of pathogen. So how are we going to survive? And added to this is the changing climate in the form of increase in sea level. And what will happen to the marine life? All this will impact our food security a great deal. Also, even our normal development processes are conflicting with our ecosystem. For example, how are we to balance between our interests of tourism and hospitality sector, mining and quarrying sector? As I said earlier, our post-disaster need assessments often ignore the damages to the ecosystem. It is not counted. It is not calculated. When we talk about damages and losses in the aftermath of a disaster, we don't count this loss. So we don't know how much we have lost, and we can't plan how much we have to invest for regenerating the same. In the aftermath of a disaster, all the recovery programs are more focused on social requirements, building of houses, building of infrastructure, to some extent building of livelihoods, but nobody focuses on environmental impacts. We also need to look at the opportunities in ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. There are plenty of opportunities, but make use of these opportunities. We have to build awareness, focus on resilience and reduce vulnerability. How do you do that? Through greater stakeholder participation. It cannot be the job of government only. It should be the job of every stakeholder. Our approach to disaster management should change. So far, we have been talking about plenty of structural measures. Now we have to drop these structural measures and we have to look at non-structural measures. For example, flood prevention and mitigation has always been looked at from the point of view of damming the rivers or building embankments. But that is outdated concept. Now the current concept is living with flood, allowing the river to have its course. We have to live with hazards. If we have to learn to live with hazards, we have to reap the co-benefits of disaster mitigation, impacts of climate change through ecosystem-based practices. How will our programs be sustainable? These programs will not be sustainable unless they are integrated with livelihood opportunities. Our efforts will fail because people are more bothered about today's livelihood than what will happen after 20 years, 30 years, or 50 years. If you go and talk to them in the year 2100, the temperature, the global average temperature, annual temperature will increase by 4 degrees. He's not bothered. He is bothered about his next meal. So integrating livelihood improvement strategies with ecosystem-based interventions is absolutely essential. If you want to do that, then we have to build the capacity of the local people. But how capable are our local institutions to do that? Sitting at the national level, from National Disaster Management Authority or from state disaster management authorities at the state level, we can't build capacities at the local level. It is not possible. It can only remain as a normative discourse. It can be in our plans. It can be in our programs, but it will not become a reality. If it has to become a reality, we have to strengthen the local institutional capacities, our Panchayat Raj institutions and local self-governments. Yes, we can make use of the emerging science and technologies, but we have to always keep in mind technologies and tools keep changing. The principles do not change. So technologies and emerging science should not lead us away from the basic principles of disaster risk reduction. If we forget that, the new technologies themselves may create risk, and we may end up in a situation as Beck calls as risk society. And what we need is risk-informed planning. For this, the theme of this workshop, application of Internet of Things and machine learning can be used for a variety of things, for climate change, biodiversity and conservation, agriculture, improving ocean health, better water management, for improving the air quality. We can use all this, and also to improve weather forecast and disaster resiliency. But there are certain limitations. We have to work towards overcoming those limitations. First is the digital divide. There is a huge digital divide. In those days, we will talk about literacy and illiteracy. Today, it is about internet literacy and internet illiteracy. Even registration for vaccination in the rural remote areas is difficult, and a lot of NGOs are telling us it is getting more and more difficult. So digital inequality, this digital divide has to be addressed first. Another aspect is development of AI-based applications and automation may impact labor demand. You know what is the latest concept? In employment, the concept is end of average. A man with an average intelligence doing mechanical work will be eliminated in the future. They are not going to get any jobs. So how are we going to look at this challenge? Third is the ethical concerns around collection of data, loss of human control, bias in algorithms, data-driven monopolies, and the resources of developing and deploying the energy-intensive AI systems. So these concerns have to be addressed. They are challenges. And then regulating the proper conduct of intellectual property rights. And we don't know how major companies are going to exploit this, how general public is going to be treated. This aspect has to be taken care of. And also, more importantly, the life cycle assessment of AI's energy use, material use, and waste generation, this aspect has to be also calculated. Otherwise, we will end up in a solution where the medicine has created a worse disease. So this is where governance becomes more important. Though AI and machine learning are important tools, still strong governance and regulatory mechanisms become more and more important, they become indispensable. So it will not lead to less governance. It will lead to more governance. I'm not using the word government. I'm very carefully using the word governance, which includes all the stakeholders. So I thank all of you for giving me an opportunity to express my views. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a detailed address. Your extensive experience as the Additional Secretary for Policy and Plan at NDMA in the areas of ecosystem restoration is very evident from your speech. We feel inspired to learn from you and have a strong desire to contribute further in addressing some of the challenges put forth in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We now have with us our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Falt, who is the Regional Director and UNESCO representative for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Falt has more than 30 years of experience in the field of diplomacy and international affairs. His area of focus was initially on communications and later moved to political affairs and management. In his long and distinguished career at the United Nations, starting from 1992, he has held various eminent positions such as Assistant Director General of External Relations and Public Information, Paris, France, Director of Outreach, Department of Public Information, New York, USA, Director of Communications, Nairobi, Kenya, Director of UN Information Center, Islamabad, Pakistan, among many others. It is with great honor that I invite our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Falt, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry, and a good day to everyone. Special thanks, of course, to Dr. Manisha Ramesh, the UNESCO Chair on Experimental Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. I'm well aware, of course, of the Amrita University sustainability initiatives with a focus on many issues. I understand it includes waste management, climate adaptation, community resilience, disaster management, and also the optimization of water and energy use. And on the occasion of World Environment Day, I really want to wish you the best of success in achieving the good results from these projects. Realizing the Sustainable Development Goals linked to the 2021 World Environment Day theme, which is ecosystem restoration, requires the mobilization of many. And I think we've all been fascinated by the presentation of Dr. Tirupugaz, which really explained very well all the challenges that we face. I want to focus a little bit on one aspect and one of the group of stakeholders, which is all those involved in science and education, two areas that are, of course, vital for UNESCO, because it is very clear to me and everybody at UNESCO that many need to be involved, but science and education have a great responsibility. There's a lot of room, in particular, for the participation of women scientists in jobs and entrepreneurship that relate to the subject and the theme that we are discussing today, in particular, which is ecosystem restoration. We are going to be using this expression, ecosystem restoration, a lot today. We heard Dr. Tirupugaz use it, for instance, but perhaps we should have also explained to some of the viewers, some of whom may not be completely familiar, what does it mean? Perhaps we should have started a little bit by that. Well, ecosystem restoration means that clearly the exploitation of nature has caused the ecosystems as a whole to be damaged to the degree that they can no longer provide the services as they used to. This includes ecosystem services for all human living, such as air, water, and food. You know that if a human being goes 3 minutes without water, they will perish. 3 days without water, they will perish. 3 minutes without air, they will perish. 3 days without water, they will perish. And 3 weeks without food, they will perish. So air, water, and food are provided by the ecosystems that surround us, but we have seen from previous presentations that our own behavior has caused the human life support system to show some very serious cracks. Some of these cracks are very obvious, beginning perhaps with air pollution, but there are many other examples, probably too many to mention in my address today. So today, on the occasion of this World Environment Day, the world is also launching the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. This is an effort that India very much is involved in. And this decade acknowledges that ecosystems have been damaged, as I mentioned, and that there needs to be an urgent and concerted action to repair them. For over a century, UNESCO, the organization that I represent in South Asia, has been a leader in promoting on-the-ground solutions to the global challenges of terrestrial, coastal, and marine biodiversity loss, while also engaging with human culture, education, and values which underpin our decision-making. Many, of course, many UN organizations are involved in environmental issues, and the leader among UN agencies for environmental issues is the UN Environment Programme. But clearly, World Environment Day necessitates, there again, the involvement of everyone. And our organization has played a leading role in particular in the multiple evidence-based approach to biodiversity and ecosystems assessments involving scientists. That's why I want to especially insist on science today, but also indigenous peoples, very important, local communities, and policymakers. And our strategy for biodiversity has been based on 3 pillars: restoring the relationship between humans and nature and regenerating ecosystems, conserving the harmony of our ecosystems, and also amplifying the power of youth. And I really hope, I'm sure, in fact, that among the many people who are involved in the webinar today, many of you are in the youth category. Our contribution to the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is embedded in safeguarding biological diversity and a diversity of communities' worldviews, but also social practices, cultural expressions, languages, and knowledge systems respectful of the living. And the backbone of our strategy at UNESCO really stands around the so-called UNESCO designated sites. You're probably familiar already with the World Heritage Sites. There are currently 1,121 around the world and 38 in India, including a number of natural sites. But perhaps I want to mention more so the 714 UNESCO biosphere reserves, of which 12 are in India. These UNESCO designated sites together cover 6% of the Earth's landmass, and they are key areas where people learn to live in harmony with other living species, and experiences are shared with for the benefit of all. So our ambition as a collaborating agency of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and its movement is to reconcile 100% of humans with the rest of nature so that we can all become custodians of Earth, our common home and heritage, and the place that we inhabit and share with all other living species. So in saying so, I again very much want to echo what Dr. Tirupuga said earlier, and the need to focus not just on the issue of livelihoods, but the issue of the preservation of nature itself. And here, in addition to halting destruction and restoring ecosystems, I also want to emphasize that we need to restore and regenerate our very relationship with nature and life by creating new ethical behavior of care, responsibility, and solidarity. UNESCO, like all other agencies involved in this endeavor, believes that it is possible to actually transform mindsets and bring concrete change in this critically important UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Thus, today, on the occasion of World Environment Day, I really want to encourage Indian scientists, female and male, especially biologists, ecologists, botanists, zoologists, climatologists, environmental engineers, and science technology specialists. That's a lot of different disciplines to participate in the UN Decade of Ecosystems Restoration. I imagine that there's a lot of students today who may, in some cases, are not completely decided on what they will do. Please direct your efforts in these areas. These are growing areas of work. You will find jobs in this area. Again, to echo one of the previous speakers, and it is more important than ever. And since I'm addressing a university, I want to say that universities and academia in general from their side can and should study and find solutions to improve air quality, to develop clean energies, reduce all forms of pollution, redress biodiversity loss, and also identify, test, and apply best methods for climate change adaptation and mitigation. The message today is that this is possible with your level of energy and commitment. Dear friends, as you may know, the United Nations carried out recently a public survey, tried to identify the most pressing concerns of the people in the world. There were more than 1 million people around the world who participated, and they all expressed their wish for more solidarity between people and countries, and they ranked environmental degradation and climate change as the most pressing issue. So quite clearly, the messages of the UN Decade and the people of the world are in tune. Our ecosystems are damaged, and we have urgently to heal them, because human impacts have well exceeded the ecological carrying capacity of planet Earth. This is clearly the reason why we need to restore the ecosystems of our planet. Please remember, as we discuss all these issues today, is that currently 4.5 billion people around the world have a lack of fresh water for at least 1 month per year. 1.2 billion people have limited or no access to electricity. 820 million of our fellow human beings are suffering from a lack of daily access to food. These are not just figures, these are people. This is the reality, and it is unacceptable. So we must act, and we talk about it a lot, but these days, like World Environment Day, these events, these moments like this UN Decade are a call for action. Because if we don't act, the number of people that are left behind will increase even more, and probably quite dramatically. And yes, these issues have been negatively boosted by the additional impact of COVID-19. The numbers are probably already up. It hasn't been studied properly yet, but I'm sure upcoming studies will again dramatically underline this fact. The good news, again, because I want to be, sharing a positive message also, is that we know how to restore ecosystems and how to build the required knowledge and skills. But it can only be achieved by prioritizing these issues as national concerns and local concerns also, and by tackling the existing crises involving people, governments, UN agencies, academia, the private sector, and again, via the mobilization of education. That's why I'm always happy to talk to universities and science. We need to form a new coalition between people and nature. And this includes every woman, every man, every girl, every boy, and everybody else. This should be our new focus. At the UNESCO office in New Delhi, it is our plan in the next a couple of years in particular to have a focus on the UNESCO biosphere reserves that I've mentioned earlier. And we want to work with the government authorities to have more biosphere reserves and to advocate around their importance. And we're certainly open for your suggestions and ideas in support of biosphere reserve functioning. And again, with a strong involvement of women in particular. So please, if you don't know about biosphere reserves, have a look at it and try to see how you can promote this concept. With all this in mind, I wish you all a very happy World Environment Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Fall, for your emphasis on the importance of all those involved in science and education for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience, in particular with women. It has always been inspiring to have you with us and understand the international and national initiatives in interacting both with the environment and human cultural aspects. Your talk has also given us insights into the UN Decade in Ecosystem Restoration Initiatives, UN Environment Program, UNESCO designated sites, as well as their importance. We thank you once again for being here with us. Thank you very much. We now have with us Mr. Agendra Kumar, who is the Managing Director at ISRI, India, as well as the President, Association of Geospatial Studies, India. As the Managing Director of ISRI, India, he built a strong leadership team which is focused on helping both government and private organizations in solving various challenges in areas such as water management, natural resources, forestry, land management and mapping, disaster management, smart cities, sustainability, utilities, telecom, manufacturing, and in the banking, finance, and insurance sector. He's a pioneer in enhancing the usability of geospatial technologies for ecosystem restoration and disaster management. Prior to heading ISRI India, Mr. Kumar served as the Managing Director of Silicon Graphics Incorporated and was also Director Global Accounts at Symantec, in addition to serving as the Sales Director at Silicon Graphics. I kindly request the guest of honor, Mr. Agendra Kumar, to deliver your keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Krishna. Just before you invited me to speak, we had two very inspiring talks by, one was by Dr. V. Tirupugar and the other was Mr. Eric Falt. I think both of them are really authorities on the subject they spoke about, unlike me, who's more like a businessman. From my profile, if you see, I've been in the IT industry for a very long time. I would say the good part is that it gave me a lot of insights into what happens in different segments. And I've been associated with this company. I joined ISRI India in 2013, so it's about 8 years now. And I think this journey of 8 years has been very enlightening because the kind of challenges we try to solve are something very different than what I used to do in the past. So it's a great journey, and I think the topic of this symposium also is something which is extremely relevant for the times in which we live. And ISRI India is really honored to be a co-host of this event along with Amrita Vishwavidyalaya, and it's an honor. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Manisha for planning such a large event, which is running for several days. And I looked at the content, it's really enriching. It will give a lot of knowledge to youngsters and also people who are working in this area. So it's a great effort and we are happy to be a part of that. I have a bunch of slides, so I'm going to share my screen. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Are you able to see the slides in full screen now?
Not yet.
Now? Yeah.
Yes, we can see it now.
So, so I'm going to talk about a technology. I mean, I'm taking in a way, I'm taking from what Dr. Tirupugal was talking about, challenges which the world is facing. And I'm proposing like one way of solving some of these challenges, one way to understand what's going on. And as we all see, we have some major challenges to our ecological systems, our ocean systems, our people, forests. So there are a variety of challenges which the world is facing. So our world is actually in trouble. If we look at some statistics, every 3 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, the world loses enough forest to cover a football ground. So it's a huge loss that we have every 3 seconds. Over the last century, 50% of our wetlands have been damaged. As much as 50% of our coral reefs have already been lost, and up to 90% of the coral reefs could be lost by year 2050. So it's a major impact of climate change that we are facing. Around 45% of Earth's land area is projected to experience biome shifts, which means that there'll be a lot of impact on ecological systems, on agriculture, on livestock, and local people who live in those areas. So in nutshell, our world is in trouble. We have challenges like what you see here: overpopulation, locust attacks and natural disasters, water scarcity, pollution, loss of nature. As we all know, urban development, which happened in unplanned manner. So all of these are challenges which we must address. And if we are able to address, I think we'll have a better future. Addressing and overcoming these challenges requires better understanding and communication. It requires collaboration. It requires best science. It requires our best technology and also our best critical design thinking and problem-solving capabilities as humans. Here, and as people who use geography, which is our science, GIS is the technology that Esri has been promoting for last about 52 years. That's when Esri started as a company in California. And over so many decades, in a lot of areas, we've been able to work with government authorities, NGOs, and other stakeholders in solving some of these greatest problems that the world is facing. That if we look at, see, as Dr. Thirupugar also spoke, I think the critical thing here is that how do we get better understanding? How do we understand what is going on? Unless we understand what's going on, it's very hard to find any solutions. So GIS as a technology, as a system, as a science of understanding the world, provides us a way to organize all our knowledge. It helps us interconnect our different sciences, our different disciplines all together, whether we talk about oceanography or we talk about forestry or we talk about any other earth sciences. And it provides a lot of tools and technologies for understanding that what is happening and what is the pace of change and what can be done to bring things under control, what can be done to reverse the changes which are happening in the world. So, so that's the technology that I'm going to touch upon a little bit. Here are some examples. If you look at some areas where we have challenges of natural resources management, whether it's groundwater, whether it's forestry, whether it's mine restoration or geological challenges, then we have environmental monitoring, modeling and assessment applications of GIS, where this technology gets used quite a lot. And there are examples which are from India, and there are examples which are from other countries here. And in India also, we work very closely with a number of organizations who are involved in managing these challenges, including NDMA and Ministry of Earth Sciences, IMD and state disaster management authorities, and many other government departments. And then how do we prepare and respond to disasters? So I'll give you an example that very recently for the cyclone which hit West Bengal and Orissa coasts, we as Esri India prepared a small map which was available to citizens, and where people could see that how cyclone is progressing, and if it's changing path, what is the path on which it's going. So in about 24 hours, we had 25 lakh people take a look at this map, and they could understand that how to deal with that situation which was coming in front of them. So that's the power of technology. That's how it can help people at large in understanding what's going on, so that they can take a action that how to safeguard themselves. United Nations and many states that are part of United Nations and people who have signed up for Sustainable Development Goals, including India. So they are actively using this kind of technology and making this kind of effort to understand that how to mitigate the risk which is happening. And GIS technology is also being put to use for better understanding and monitoring our progress on different sustainable development goals. And many countries are using this to manage their commitments that they have made to United Nations on the sustainability aspects. So GIS, Geographical Information System, it basically provides us a framework and a process for not only creating the knowledge, but also for applying it widely. We measure, we can visualize, we can analyze and plan and design, and understanding precedes action. So once you get good understanding, then some decisions can be made and some actions can be taken. And now while doing that, it also gives us ways and means to see that what is the impact of those actions. I'll give an example of COVID management. Very recently, I mean, over the last 1 year, we faced this challenge, and we're working with many government organizations in understanding how COVID initially progressed. So we worked with state governments, we worked with some central government departments to understand how many cases were happening in which area, and what was causing increase of COVID cases in certain areas. We're also looking at what are the assets available to people, assets like how many hospital beds, how many ventilators, how many ICU beds, ambulances. So all those things were available to district authority on a map, so that they could understand that what is the availability of those resources that they have, and then analyzing that how the shift was taking place from one hotspot to another hotspot, and then actions like where to set up a quarantine center, how to decide red, amber, and green zones. And once you did that and you waited for a few days, did the cases actually started coming down? So GIS supported all these, and these things happen in many other applications as well. Now, all this happens with data. Imagine in COVID situation, if we had no data about cases, if we had no data about hospitals and other resources, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. So data brings a lot of value to such systems. And these systems use a variety of data. They can use data which is coming from videos, which is coming from IoT devices, which is coming from different technical techniques like LiDAR data collections, or sometimes even Twitter feeds, because when some incident happens in some place, a lot of people start tweeting. So you can get that data and analyze that why tweets are happening in a particular area, and then look at other sources of data to find out what's going on. So data is a very important component which helps us in deriving knowledge, understanding, and eventually making some decisions. So data empowers data science, and we need a system which can help us manage the data over the whole cycle, which means that data gets collected, it gets processed, it comes into in a form where it can be visualized. Some spatial analytics could be done, because this data, most data has a location component built with that. So spatial analysis, in some cases, spatio-temporal analysis can be done. And then when you have a large amount of data, techniques of machine learning and artificial intelligence start playing an important role in terms of drawing better inferences from the data in a much shorter span of time. And then often leads to big data analytics, and variety of modeling and scripting takes place. And eventually it becomes a system where this intelligence is shared with different people, because intelligence is not of use if it's just lying in one department. The collaboration has to be built between government, between local administration, between citizens, between other stakeholders. Often we see very important role of non-governmental organizations also when it comes to disaster management situations. So I will just take a moment to talk about ArcGIS. ArcGIS is the system that we have, and it's an end-to-end geospatial system which supports artificial intelligence algorithms which are built into it. And this system has a complete workflow starting from the data collection, preparation, data labeling to understand data, which kind of data belongs to which part of the system, and then training the models if you are using AI ML applications, and deploying those models in production to discover new trends, and consume those models to further accelerate the discovery, and then take it onto a scale. And eventually it helps in taking better actions. At a global, the collaboration is important. A lot of organizations, governments are building their own geospatial infrastructure, which is data, which is technology, which is applications, which is people. And this sort of multiple systems start working together. In case of disaster management, I could say that we have say NDMA, and then we have a state disaster management centers in various states. So if we have a geospatial infrastructure at NDMA and a geospatial infrastructure at other locations, and each of them are collecting, managing, analyzing their data, then we create a systems of systems so that all this information which is being created that can be shared across, and more powerful decisions can be taken, better collaborations can be achieved with public, with academia, with research organizations, with private sector, with other government organizations and NGOs. And we work with a large number of NGOs, both in India as well as internationally, because in many situations, NGOs provide a lot of support to even government organizations. And we've seen last year when there was migration of laborers from one place to the other, a lot of NGOs came up and supported government in managing that better. Education is another important part. Esri as a company focuses a lot on education, on rather providing increasing geospatial literacy across the world, because this is a science, this is a technology which is relevant for every area of our economy. And our motto is to ensure that every student who comes out of educational institutes, especially at the university level, should know at least something about this technology. They should understand that how geospatial technology, how mapping can be used in various parts of their work in their future life, because maps speak, they convey a lot more messages than a table or a textual document will convey, and they help in understanding better meaning out of whatever data we collect. And it's important that we have more people to understand this, because today we are dealing with challenges in health sector, we are dealing with challenges in agriculture, we are dealing with challenges in urban development, and of course there are a lot of disaster situations that we that we encounter all the time, and we are dealing with challenges of climate change and so many other things. The number of people required is really large. We need a lot of people who understand how to use mapping and geospatial technologies to help in these areas, and that's why it's important for academia to adopt some of these as a part of their curriculum. So, I mean, I'm very happy to say that we have a very good collaboration with Amrita Vishwavidyalaya, and a lot of good students are coming out, and we are hiring some of their students now. It's a course they started just a few years ago, but the institute is really contributing a lot in making this technology more popular, and also helping various people understand that how they can use this technology in day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your detailed address about the applications of geospatial information systems for ecosystem restoration. It is indeed insightful, and I'm sure that the audience has greatly benefited from it, as I have. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We will now show a brief 10 minutes video presentation on Amrita University's Sustainable Development Initiatives.
Hello.
The video is coming up.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ തിക്തഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിനൊരു താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിശുദ്ധം അതിൽ അകലജീവിയാണെന്നതും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഒരാളുടെ ഫോണിൽ ചലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന ഒരാളുടെ ഫോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മൾ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറിയില്ല നമ്മൾ മാറിയാലും മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
We now have with us Dr. Balakrishnan Shankar, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Associate Dean, School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, as well as Professor and Head, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Amritpuri Campus. Dr. Shankar is an expert in the field of material sciences, particularly in the design and development of an intelligent rover for Mars exploration and medical imaging X-ray materials. I request Dr. Shankar to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear
sir.
you.
Yeah. Very happy. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in your symposium and attend this wonderful inaugural event. Very happy to see that the School of Sustainability and the UNESCO chair here at Amrita, along with the WNA, has started this symposium on IoT and ML for ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. I wish to place on behalf of Amrita and all of us here our sincere thanks for all the dignitaries. Want to thank our guest of honor, Minister of Land Records, Sri K. Rajan, who took time off from his extremely busy schedule to come and talk to us. And he is a well-noted figure in his work on environment and in the Adirapalli project. And we were very honored to have with him here. Of course, he had to leave early. We placed my thanks, wish to place on record my thanks to Sri K. Rajan, Minister of the Land Records and Land Reforms, for having graced the occasion. Next, I wish to thank Dr. Tiruppugar, IAS officer, Additional Secretary in National NDMA, for his absolutely fantastic presentation. It was a fantastic presentation on ecosystems, on wetlands, on the various factors that come together to both create and to prevent disasters. And I think, when he was talking about the systems that, what shall I say, enhance disasters, enhance human laws, enhance economic laws, and also he was talking about AI and data, how to use that to reduce the losses, how to track disasters. I think his presentation had enough material for several PhD theses that people could work upon. It was wonderful. Dr. Tiruppugar, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your time with us. We certainly look forward to several more interactions with you and your team to address these issues. I want to thank Mr. Eric Falt, whom we worked together before, the UNESCO representative for India, Bhutan, Bangladesh. Is with a very, very distinguished member of the UNESCO organization with more than 30 years of experience. He was talking to us about the need for ethics, about the need for solidarity, for science and technologists and policymakers and education to come together. Thank you, sir, for making this very special point about the importance of universities and students, and for boys and girls, everybody to come and to understand the processes involved in this extremely important topic of eco restoration. And it was wonderful talking with you, and it has always been wonderful working with you. Look forward to further several such interactions. Thank you to Mr. Agendra Kumar, MD, ESRI India, who talked about data, who talked about data-driven models, And I couldn't help thinking that, if such a, in the wave of the second wave that is going on in India now, it's thankfully on the decline. Had we had accurate models to predict it, maybe the society could have been better prepared, as what Dr. Agendra Kumar was talking about. He was also, mentioning about, especially now when the second wave could, in this pandemic, could move into rural areas. Do we have enough infrastructure, digital infrastructure, to collect data and to track data and to make ourselves better prepared? The very, very important points that you raised, sir, in your talk. And it was fantastic to hear about how you helped, you managed through GIS and helped to 25 lakh people in the West Bengal cyclones within 24 hours. That reminded me of certain university efforts that we put here, which I will just talk about in a minute or so. But thank you so much for your presence with us. Thank you so much for your continued support and for working together with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham on these extremely important issues. I would like to thank Swami Atmananda Puri, our own Swami, who took his time off and came and talked to us about the oneness of creation and creator. He gave one of the most important examples that Amma always uses, and that of a 10-storied building. A 10-storied building where, the different, the poorest people on the ground floor, and the next ones on the next level, and the richest ones on the top floor. And one day the building caught fire. And when the ground floor person rushed to the top floor and said the building is on fire, the top floor person said, "Oh, it's only the first floor. I don't have to worry about it." Because the top floor person didn't realize that the fire would reach and catch up with him. Like that, Swami Atmananda Puri reminded us that every one of us are links in this chain. This recent corona pandemic has taught us that nobody is, above and beyond the reach of nature and nature's disasters, and the need for addressing these issues affects each and every one of us. Thank you, Swamiji, for your wonderful talk. Last but not the least, I have to thank our wonderful the Dean of International Programs, Sustainable School, Dr. Manisha, and her extremely dynamic team. As you already know from this video, and also from and also before you perhaps already know, Amrita is noted for its incredible work on environment, on sustainabilities, on the UN Sustainable Development Goals for the past so many years. Amma has been talking about environment and acting on environmental issues for 40 years now. And Amrita is mirroring her philosophy of, living in harmony with nature. And so many initiatives that Amma has initiated and Amrita has also, acted upon in organic farming, distribution of seedlings, in reforestation, in water, in IoT for water systems, in sustainable development, in sanitation, in empower women and vocational skill training, in wireless networks, in wireless networks for landslide detection, in wireless networks to help fishermen at sea, connect people at sea, using technology and, using technology to help the common man. That is Amrita's motive. And so it is extremely appropriate that on this World Environment Day, that Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, that the School of Sustainability and the Center for Wireless Networks, along with ESRI, Dr. Manisha's extremely dynamic team, Dr. Manisha and her dynamic team have set up the symposium. Congratulations to her and her team, and thank you for setting up this wonderful symposium. It is extremely important that every student and in fact, every human being on earth understands the need for eco restoration, on multi-hazard resilience, and living in harmony with nature, and all that goes behind it, and all the science and technology and the biotechnology and the sustainability, the climate studies, the geospatial, the information, the algorithms that we need to study. So the symposium is very rich. I looked at the agenda for the next few days. It promises to be a wonderful, wonderful symposium. That will be a great opportunity for learning for all of us and all the students and researchers who are participating in that. Thank you all for participating in this. I do not want to talk much more because we are running out of time. But once again, congratulations to the School of Sustainability for this wonderful symposium. Thank you for all our dignitaries who took time off and coming and talking to us. And I wish this symposium all the best. May Amma's grace continue to shower on us and take us ever forward in her, in her philosophy of compassion for all, for in embracing all and in living in harmony with nature. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shankar, for your heartfelt vote of thanks. We will now commence the next session. Over the next 5 days, we aim to explore and discuss 5 distinct themes in relation to ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. The themes that will be the focus of today's talks are emerging technologies for ecosystem restoration and impact of climate change on ecosystems and multi-hazards. As there is shortage of time, we will begin the next session immediately. The next session of keynote talks is co-chaired by Professor Setu Raman. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hari. I hope I'm audible. So let's begin the next session. Our first speaker would be Dr. Saibal Ghosh. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Ghosh. He did his MSc in 1991 and MTech in 1993, both from the IIT Kharagpur. He did his PhD in 2011 on landslide hazard and risk modeling from the faculty ITC, University of Twente in the Netherlands. During his 27-year-long professional career in GSI, Geological Survey of India, he was associated with a number of geotechnical and landslide investigations in the northeastern part of India, in Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, and Mizoram, and in the eastern areas of India, that is Sikkim and West Bengal, and also in Bhutan as a consultant, engineering geologist, and landslide expert. Dr. Ghosh in GSI was instrumental in launching the National Program on Landslide Susceptibility Mapping in 2014 and trained hundreds of GSI geoscientists for this spatial modeling task nationwide, which currently is on the verge of completion. Currently, he is leading the landslide team of Geohazards Research and Management Center at GSI, Kolkata. Dr. Ghosh has published 30 research articles in various national and international peer-reviewed journals, and has also attended many national and international workshops, symposiums as lead keynote speaker, etc. He's a regular reviewer of the leading international peer-reviewed journals such as Engineering Geology, Katina, Geomorphology, Bulletin of Engineering, Geology and Environment, Journal of Geological Society of India, Indian Journal of Geosciences and Current Sciences, etc. His topic today is creation and updation of national geoscientific information for use in geohazard research and management, a core activity by Geological Survey of India. So I invite Dr. Ghosh to begin his presentation. Dr. Ghosh, you may use about 20 minutes for your presentation so that we have some time for question and answer after that. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir, you are.
Can you see my presentation in show mode now? Is it?
It is not in the presentation mode yet. Actually, yes, it is. Sorry. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Just 1 minute. At the very outset, I must thank Amrita University for inviting Geological Survey of India for this excellent occasion to deliver a talk on our activities, mainly on geohazard research and management. So I have structured my talk into these following topics. I will discuss a brief about the organization background, its legacy, and also geohazard activities. Then Geological Survey of India, since it is the nodal agency for landslides, So I will spend a little bit more time on our landslide activity, how we are creating and updating our national landslide geodatabase. And also I will touch upon our other geohazard activities like earthquake and seismology. So let us see about the history of our organization. This is the second oldest survey organization in the country, established in 1851. Primarily, it was established for the search of coal. Our first director was Sir Thomas Oldham, and our first Indian director was Dr. M.S. Krishnan. Geological Survey of India is an attached department under Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Now, if we see the little bit of historical trace, how these geological sciences came into being in India, the first geological map of Hyderabad region was prepared during British period in 1821 by Dr. H.W. Hoyse. And then in 1840, a Museum of Geology was established in Asiatic Society of Bengal at Calcutta. Then in 1846, Sir D.H. Williams of British Geological Survey was appointed as an advisor to the East India Company. And he actually did the first search for the coal in the eastern sector, and with his work, several coal fields were discovered in Karanpura, Barakar, and those areas in the West Bengal. And in 1851, Sir Thomas Oldham, an Irish geoscientist, he came to India and took charge on 5th March 1851. And then from that day, the official establishment of Geological Survey came into being. Now we have still our headquarters at Calcutta, maintaining the legacy. We have 6 regional offices in different places. And also we have 29 different offices almost spreading over the length and breadth of the country. We have a good amount of trained geoscientists who are actually appointed through a national examination. We have nearly more than 2,000 geologists, more than 300 geophysicists, and nearly 400 chemists. We have some engineers also, because we are also doing a lot of drilling operations. Our engineers are helping us there. And we have also a wealth of analytical facilities also within GSI. We have 3 National Center for Excellence laboratory. One is at Calcutta, one is at Bangalore, and one is at Faridabad. Recently, we are going to acquire another state-of-the-art instruments, which is known as HRCMs, that will be installed in Calcutta. We have ships also for our marine surveys. We have aircrafts, and also we outsource these air and marine surveys to outside agencies too. Now, from 2010, our entire geoscientific activities have been structured into different missions. Now, as you know, the GSI is one of the organizations which are mainly engaged in developing or creating the baseline geoscience data. So still, we are always giving more stress on our mission 1 activities, which is the baseline geoscience data generations. Then another very important activities we carry out, that is the search for our natural resources, both energy and non-energy based. And as you know, GSI collect and create huge amount of spatial and non-spatial data. So we have to maintain it, we have to disseminate it. So we have a very strong geoinformatics wing. And we have another very important mission, which is known as multidisciplinary geosciences, which actually look after all the National Center for Excellence laboratories, our basic fundamental geoscience research, and also multidisciplinary research. Actually, our team of geohazards belong to this group. We actually carry out landslide hazard studies, earthquake hazard studies, geodynamics, and seismology. And as you know, we have a very large pool of scientific resources. And since GSI is a big organization, so GSI also render a lot of capacity building and training supports to sister organizations, universities. So we have a very well-defined missions called training and capacity building. And annually, we organize nearly 130 to 150 training programs. We have different training centers throughout India also. And lot of researchers, lot of geoscientists and also engineers from other organizations get training from us. Now, looking after our role or legacy on the geohazards, our first work on landslide, basically, that is our first work, it dates back to 1880, when in Nainital, Sir R.D. Oldham studied one landslide. Later, one of the famous study GSI did in 1893 by Sir T.H. Holland, when there was a big landslide called Guhana landslide, which actually dammed the Bidhai Ganga river. And with his advice, the local government actually removed a lot of people from the downstream areas and saved a lot of lives. And there was another big incident which occurred in Darjeeling town in 1899, where because Darjeeling town was used as a sanatorium for the British soldiers. A lot of British people died there. 72 British soldiers died. It was also studied by Sir T.H. Holland. But most important work I must mention is the work on this part of the seismology, that after the 1897 great Assam earthquake of 8.7 magnitude, Sir R.D. Oldham was the first person who actually correctly identified the P and S waves and also understood the structure of the earth core. This particular work of Sir R.D. Oldham from GSI actually heralded the foundation of modern seismological study in the world. And another most demanded and most coveted seminal contribution GSI did throughout these ages, that we have almost completed the field-based geological mapping of the entire country. We have nearly 3.287 million square kilometer area. Every area is almost covered. Few areas in the Himalayan regions is still left. It is more than 98%. And all this data since 2018, we are disseminating through a dedicated map service portal to the community. These are the different map services. These are all the national level geodatabase. This is the work of what I was just referring, the 50,000 scale geological map. We have also 2 million scale geological map also. You can see all this data in a GIS enabled format. The registered users can download and can use them. And a lot of people are downloading. I will show the figures. This is the detailed 50,000 scale database, which is also available, and it is freely available for any user of the country. Now you can see, I can give you I'm very happy to share this data. I have downloaded this data today morning itself. Even today morning also I have seen a lot of people I have downloaded. Till date, in these 2.5 years, we have seen that nearly 162,000 times our data has been downloaded by users, registered users who are not from GSI. And you can see the most demanded data is the geological map of 50,000, nearly 30,000, 36,000 locations it has been downloaded. So we are happy. We are creating this national geodatabase or geoscientific information for use by our countrymen, by the international researchers also. And we are seeing that it is being used. Even for the landslide, you can see that nearly for our landslide susceptibility map, which is pretty a new product, which has also been downloaded nearly 4,500 times. We have a national landslide inventory database that has been also downloaded. I will show you later. And another very important I will show, that is our seismotectonic map, which was actually prepared in a hard copy format in 2000. And now we have digitized it, updated it in 2018, and you can see nearly 18,000 times it has been downloaded. Now come to the landslide hazards, our main topic, one of the main geohazards. If you see the landslide scenario of the country, we are having very varied magnitude of events, very magnitude of landslide occurrences, and its impact is also very heavy, very varied. So it also incur, even this is a very small landslides of 10, maybe 20 meter by 10 meter, but it actually killed 3 people. And also you can see the mammoth disaster. This is a picture from 1968 disaster in Darjeeling Sikkim areas. And also we have very varied type of failure mechanisms. Now, if you see the Himalayas, we have gigantic, very deep-seated rock slides. And also we have shallow translational flows, slides in the Himalayas, shallow translational slides. Then also we have very gigantic debris flows in the Himalayas. You can see the dimension. This is the Jima debris flow of Sikkim. You can see the daily bridge, the vehicle, you can get the idea of the size. And another very important thing is that in the Himalaya also we come across a lot of debris flow, which actually killed instantaneously a lot of people. And this is very, very dangerous in this sort of scenarios. And also, if you go to the Northeast India, the terrain conditions is having both matured and immature topography, and you have different type of failure mechanism. Similarly, if you come to the Western Ghats, which is highly populated, the dense population is there, where the landslide sizes sometimes are smaller, but it inflicts a lot of hazards, a lot of risks to the people living out there. Another very, very important thing I just wanted to discuss, that in Western Ghat terrain, we have come across a lot of one-time failure, mostly the debris flow. And these are actually having some impact on areas which are very lowly susceptible. Why lowly susceptible? Because the actual hazard is not caused at the initiation zone. It caused at the zone where the debris is accumulated. The recent example is the event of Pettimodi in Kerala in August 2020, where the event actually killed 67 people who were living in a this was the labor colony of the tea estates. The event occurred actually 2 kilometers away from the impact site, and the material took around 45 minutes to travel. But the most unfortunate thing is that all these houses were tin thatched. So when in the evening time, when it happened, there was heavy downpour. So the people living inside the house, they were not getting the sound of the debris movement. So they could not. Otherwise, had it been a clear day, sometimes after the rainfall, they would have got some opportunity to leave, but they could not leave. So this is the scenario of different landslides. Now, if we see the Indian landslide scenario vis-a-vis the scenario of the world, you can easily imagine, this is a work of NASA. You can see the concentration of fatal landslides, and it is completely covered in the Indian subcontinent. If you see in a large diagram, you can see the entire Himalayan tract, our northeastern sectors, and also the Western Ghats are highly landslide prone. GSI has calculated that we have seen that around 429,000 square kilometer area is landslide prone, though in these areas we could not include the permafrost regions of the high altitude of the Himalayas, because we could not take it in this work because that is being guided by a lot of complex factors. And as you know, that in Himalaya, the conditions are different, landslide scenarios are different, and in the Western Ghats, the landslide scenarios are different. So, but when we are calculating all these things, we kept one thing in mind, that we have to do a work in a seamless manner, because by that time, in 2004, GSI has already been declared as the nodal agency for landslide studies, and GSI has been given a clear-cut mandate or the responsibilities to follow, and based on that mandate, GSI's all action plans were formulated. But in 2013, the country witnessed a very dreaded event in Uttarakhand. And after this event, we thought that we should not waste a single time. We immediately launched a national program and complete the mapping of the entire country. That time, this Geohazard Research and Management Center was established, and it was established at Calcutta under the direct control of Director General GSI. And then we were controlling, or we are monitoring all the work which is being carried out by 14 offices. All the officers, many new officers were deployed in this work, and those officers were given special training, and the work started. And our activities in the landslide sector, it's starkly divided into two parts, because you know, as Additional Secretary NDM has clearly told, that from 2005, the Disaster Management Act wanted to give more stress on preparedness and mitigation. So our pre-disaster study becoming more important to us. But if you see the pre-disaster study, this has some linkages, because here I have put the landslide inventory mapping because these landslides are the historical landslides. In landslide susceptibility or hazard studies, you have to study the landslide which is already occurred or whose imprints are there on the ground. But we also see that all this product needs to be updated continuously by the data we are collecting every year. So for us, the post-disaster study are also important. And within this sector, now GSI is stressing more on the early warning system development that I will discuss with you later. And from that 2013, we have started research work and collation of our data together. In one way, what we did, that whatever work GSI did till 2014, we started compiling all the salient details of those work into region-specific compendium. Now, all these 5 compendiums are published. This is an excellent document where you can get a lot of information about landslides, the records, the GSI's references, everything will go. Simultaneously, we started our research on site-specific landslide monitoring, INSAR, and since 2017, we have entered into a big project, European project called Landslip, through a collaboration with British Geological Survey, where we are now working intimately in this collaboration. I want to share you that Amrita University is also with us, and we have developed a prototype model for 2 areas for early warning, and we are testing it. Currently, our main aim is to develop a operational early warning system in near future. Now, coming to the 1:50,000 scale landslide susceptibility mapping, this methodology was developed through international research we carried out in 2007 to 2011, and that international research was translated into the operational program through National Landslide Susceptibility Mapping Program, where we used both the data-driven and knowledge-driven techniques together based on the different training, the scale and conditions. And the target, I am happy to announce that we have already completed nearly 85% of the target. All map is ready, uploaded on our portal. And currently, our work is going on in Arunachal Pradesh. Till March 2021, we have collected data for another 36,000 square kilometer too. Now, in this work, using the remote sensing data and also field data, we have collected landslide incidences, which are active landslides in the country. The figure is 61,287. And out of that, 28,831 landslides have been field validated by our scientists. Now you can imagine, if you asked me 7 or 8 years before, how many landslides are there, which area, which district is most landslide prone, GSI was unable to tell that. But currently I can tell you exactly in which district, how many landslides. I am giving you some estimates. If you see the state-wise distributions of susceptibility, I have just put the high susceptibility data only. And also I have put some idea about the landslide number densities. You can see the northwestern Himalaya, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh is highly landslide prone. Similarly, for eastern Himalayas, both Sikkim and West Bengal, the hilly part of the West Bengal are highly landslide prone. But the most interesting thing is that the landslide number density is very high in the storage to terrain. Now, if you come to the northeastern Himalayas and sub-Himalayan regions, you will find Mizoram, Manipur, and Nagaland are the most landslide prone. Coming to the Western Ghats, as you know, unfortunately, Kerala in the last few years have witnessed very large event in both in 2018 and 2019. Now the Kerala situation is that there are a lot of highly susceptible areas and the landslide density is also very, very high. So this data I have shown you state-wise, but we have the data for district-wise data also. Everything is there. Now, if you go to our Bhukosh map portal, these are the 2 map services there. This is landslide susceptibility map. This is landslide inventory. All the data have been uploaded here in a GIS format. If you download, you can download in shapefile. This is the data susceptibility map. These are nothing, which actually shows the degree of susceptibility to landslide initiations. And you can see the black dots. These are all landslides, those polygons, which I was telling, 61,000. And this is the data as we are plotting or we are mapping is at the point, because these data are field validated. So you will have some 42-point detailed information also from these landslides, from this number is still whatever we have uploaded is 28,831. Now the next scale of work, now we have completed almost the 50,000 scale of work. We know which area is more landslide prone, and we have already identified 200 vulnerable sectors out of those maps, and we are continuously discussing with the state government and in prioritizing those areas. Even we have framed up a perspective plan also that in 5 years we will be completing next level of susceptibility or hazard mapping, where we are introducing our new techniques. Here the susceptibility mapping is based on landslide domains, because in susceptibility mapping on 50,000 scale we could not differentiate the domain. Here we are differentiating. We are also introducing the impact probability, because I have shown the impact of the runout zones, which we are also introducing, and we are updating our landslide susceptibility map to a combined susceptibility map, including the initiation susceptibility and runout susceptibility together. Another very interesting thing we are adding, along with the susceptibility map, we will be giving a landslide management map, because in this 10,000 scale assessment, we are actually working for a smaller area. So you will get more information from GSI's data. Each and every area, depending on the susceptibility conditions and the landslide availability, you will get in our map what could be the possible scenarios for these landslides to aggravate in near futures. And if those landslides are really very, very vulnerable, then what remedial actions or mitigating measures you have to take. For example, it is a very rockfall zone, so we are actually asking or requesting the state government to construct a viaduct to avoid this permanent zone. In this way, we are adding more information. Even in this map, we are putting safe shelter locations, escape routes, everything. I think this type of product are more required by the state government. As we discuss with them, they are more interested on this aspect. Now coming to the site specific, there is another dimensions where we map a landslides and then we do sub-stability modeling. We have done nearly 200 such work till date, and we have also have a perspective plan of completing around 100 landslides in next 5 years. Here we are introducing new machines. We have acquired one terrestrial 3D laser scanner. The landslide which I mapped 10 years back, I took nearly 30 days in staying in field. This instrument could map this in 2-3 days. So we are advancing, we are applying innovative instrumentation in our work also. We have done one work on the landslide monitoring using INSAR with Natural Resources Canada. But another very important thing, whatever data I have shown to you, these are all static data. You need update. You have to update this. So what GSI does every year, all our state units is having a program, annual program, that after each monsoon, they have to visit those areas and collect these data. Why we do this? Because many landslides are highly dynamic in nature. In Himalayas, you will find landslides whose spatial evolution is very, very rapid. So we have to collect those information. Otherwise, you cannot get the clear picture of the hazard. Another most important thing, this is the work of this year itself. There was a school in Darjeeling. Our people went to, and within 2 months time, the landslide started showing a widening behavior. So that behavior actually forced our officers to suggest to the district authorities to vacate some of the house from this location. So that's why what we always stress, that whenever after post monsoon, we have to go to field and we have to collect this vital information. Now,
Dr. Ghosh, sorry to interrupt. I would like you to wrap up in a minute or two.
I will wrap up in a minute or two, sir. And this is the work we do by collecting the information on a 42-point parameter, and the way we have collected this. And the most important work we are now doing on landslide early warning, where we actually integrate both the landscape information, then also the climate informations and social inputs. And we are now working in Darjeeling and Sikkim, but we are enhancing our capacity. We have started working in Darjeeling and Nilgiris. Now we are extending our work in Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Kerala too. Now I am just touching upon my earthquake and seismological work. This earthquake, the main activities GSI does, for which GSI is the nodal agency, is the macro seismic surveys. All major earthquakes, the damage surveys, GSI, for the damage survey, GSI is the nodal agencies. We have completed nearly more than 30. In the damage survey, we prepare we collect the informations directly doing the field work. We prepare the isoseismals, and these are very, very important information because these are the input for actually correcting the seismic zonation map of India and other seismic hazard situations. Another very important work is the microzonations. We have completed nearly 41 cities. But here I can tell you that we are doing a level B type of work. That is, we are doing the work on 25,000 scale, and we are doing the work based on our seismological inputs, drilling inputs, and our thematic inputs, and we integrate all those inputs and prepare the seismic microzonation map. Another very important aspect is our active fault mapping program. In the active fault mapping, we actually monitor and mapped nearly more than 60 active faults in the country. And this is another very important product, is the seismotectonic atlas, which is in high demand by a lot of agencies and stakeholders. And all these products are already available on our portal. Now we are stressing more on developing a permanent stations, seismogeodetic stations. We have already established 10 stations with the broadband seismograph and nearly 32 permanent GPS stations. We are augmenting it, and we will be completing this network soon. Our main aim is to get the precise locations of the earthquake. Not only that, we want to do more research on the geodynamic behavior of the plates and plate movements, and also we want to prepare a strain and stress distributions map so that this can be an input to our earthquake studies, earthquake prediction studies. So this is my last slide. Our main now thrust is the R&D on the landslide early warning, and we want to work in 10 states. We will be starting this work by 2025 with an aim to operationalize regional early warning by 2030, so that at least some contribution from the landslide sector is achieved for the Sendai declarations which we have signed, our country has signed. For this, we are establishing now working, the tender has already floated, is going to be floated very soon, maybe in a week. And the landslide, we are developing a landslide forecasting center. And another work, I have already told 10,000 scale work, we have identified 200 sectors for site specific. And also we are doing some R&D where we can couple INSAR, ground-based laser scanner UAVs together for our site-specific investigations. And for the earthquake and geodynamics, our main aim is to complete the permanent stations network for 35 seismogeodynamic stations throughout the India. Thank you. But we always keep stress that community participations in geohazards are extremely vital. So in all our program on landslides, we include huge amount of community level training and awareness programs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. That was a very informative, exhaustive walkthrough of all the work in compiling and analyzing geoscientific information on geohazards by GSI. Thank you so much. For want of time, I'm going to skip the Q&A. So the people are welcome to directly interact with Dr. Ghosh over the chat box. Now we'll move on to the next speaker for want of time. So our next speaker would be Dr. Samir Kumar Adhikari. Dr. Samir Kumar Adhikari currently serves as Chief of National Health Emergency Operations Center of Nepal. He is Joint Spokesperson and Multi-Sector Coordination Chief of the Ministry of Health and Population of the Government of Nepal. He has been working as government officer and researcher since several decades. Dr. Adhikari obtained his master's degree in public health as well as a master's degree in arts, specializing in clinical psychology. He has dozens of scientific contributions in public health to his credit. His topic today would be impact of climate change on ecosystems and multi-hazards, challenges and approaches. Dr. Adhikari, please take the stage, and I would request you to keep the presentation under 20 minutes and so that we have some time for Q&A as well. Thank you. Please proceed. Dr. Adhikari. Oh, I guess he's not online. Sir, if Dr. Ghosh is still there, there is one question that has come up, sir. Are you there, Dr. Ghosh?
Yes.
Okay, the question is, what are the skill development opportunities for students from GSI? Shall one search the website and follow social media handles for the same?
Yes, I have told that we have a very strong capacity building group. Whatever skills, especially for the sake of landslide hazard donation techniques, how to learn those things, and also different technical things you can learn from us. And also for different students community, we take specialized lectures under different programs. We have a Bhuvi Sambad program where we actually, our people go to the schools and colleges and give specialized training and learnings, because we are geoscientists. We can teach them how to learn some of the things, especially the researchers and the students, because what I understand that the aspect of disaster management should be taught from the school level itself. So that part we can really help if somebody approaches to us, and we are doing that also.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Dr. Malamud, are you there? There seems to be some technical difficulty with our next speaker. So in case Dr. Malamud is there. Okay, so we'll move on to Dr. Malamud. So let me give a brief introduction to him. Dr. Bruce Malamud is well known to us. He's been working with us for quite some time. So let me give a brief intro. Dr. Professor Bruce Malamud is a professor of natural and environmental hazards at the King's College, London. He was president for 4 years, from 2007 to 11, of the Natural Hazards Division of the European Geosciences Union, EGU. He is currently executive editor of Natural Hazards and Earth System Sciences. His research interests include landslides, earthquakes, floods, wildfires, and multi-hazard interactions. He currently is doing research with colleagues in India, Kenya, the Philippines, and Europe. Like I said, we've had a long history of interaction with him and his team. He has 101 research publications in leading journals and conferences to his credit. His topic today would be multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios. So with that, I would hand over the stage to Dr. Bruce Malamud.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to stop your screen and I will start my own screen sharing. And first of all, I'd like to thank very much Manisha for inviting me today to present at this symposia. Multihazards is something I've worked in now for the last 8 years, so it is a theme that I'm quite passionate about. Now, a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is going to be based on some of the ideas that are being developed in another research grant that I am part of called Tomorrow's Cities, Urban Risk in Transition. And this is a £20 million grant funded by the GCRF in the UK, which is looking at 4 focus cities, Istanbul, Quito, Nairobi, and Kathmandu. And so a lot of the ideas today I'm going to give in the context of that as one potential way of thinking about multi-hazards and multi-hazard scenarios. And I'm just going to click there. Good. So I'm going to have 4 sections. The first section, relatively brief on multi-hazards and multi-hazard interrelationships. Then I'll talk about a much more substantial section on how do we develop multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios in tomorrow's cities. And I'm going to use an example of Nairobi. And then one slide on multi-hazard interrelationships in a risk decision support environment. And finally, a summary. So first of all, what is a multi-hazard? Now, there's many definitions, but we'll take here the UNDRR terminology, which is the selection of multiple major hazards that the country faces, which what many people think of when they think of multi-hazards, but add to this the specific context where hazardous events may occur simultaneously, cascadingly, or cumulatively over time. And then the important words here are the potential interrelated effects. And so the typical multi-layered single hazard approach is to say we have hazard A, B, C, and D, and we layer these in a GIS. And we saw some good, excellent examples of that this morning. And then a more holistic approach is to consider the interrelationships between the hazards. How are they interconnected? How are they interconnecting? Now, there's many types of multi-hazard interrelationships. One categorization are triggering relationships. Another is with increased or decreased probability relationships, such as amplification, and compound hazards. So let's take this categorization, and we're going to look at each of these in the context of Nairobi, which is 60% slum dwellers right now. So it's very much thinking about what are we looking at in terms of the global poor. So if we look at triggering relationships, this is where one hazard directly causes another hazard to occur. And this can result in a hazard chain, a network, or cascade. So let's take an example from 4th of April, 2012. And this was a storm, heavy rainfall that triggered landslides in Nairobi. The second example is increased or decreased probability relationships. And this is where one hazard can change the likelihood or magnitude of additional hazards in the future. So it's essentially changing the environmental background. It's not a direct trigger, a direct energy transfer. And so an example would be drought, theoretically increasing the probability of wildfire many months later. And this is from the Karuru Forest Strategic Management Plan here. And then the third example would be compound hazards. And these are the ones we really want to be thinking about what might occur and what might have a lower probability of occurring, but still might occur in the future with higher impact. And so these are 2 or more hazards impact the same region or time period with impacts that are different, greater or lesser events with an tremor, or it might I'm just going to have to get back in here. Stop video, and I'll share the screen again. Sorry, my internet is doing funny things today. And I'll just get back in here. Lovely. So compound hazards. So a storm triggers flooding and hail a little bit later. And this occurred in the Kibera area of Nairobi, which is a very large slum area in Nairobi. But then June, a couple months later, there was an unusual cold spell. And so you can start thinking of the cumulated impacts on the population of the storm, the flooding, the hail, and then later the cold spill, and how we might start preparing as a policymaker for this. So if we go, I'm just going to move into the second section here, which is developing multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios in tomorrow's cities. And what I want you to think of is this as a methodology that you can apply in urban regions or rural regions in India. And it's one that I would actually like to be applying and thinking about. And so this is a three-step methodology. The first is do an inventory of all the single hazards that might impact the region. The second is do an inventory of all the multi-hazard interrelationships that might impact the region. And the third is what are the stakeholder let's engage with stakeholders across a broad range of stakeholders to think about what are the multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios that might occur. And so you're involving co-production with a relative range of stakeholders. You're thinking about dynamic risk, which I'll talk about shortly, and then how useful are these multi-hazard scenarios? How do you bring them into planning? So let's start off with the single hazards. So we start off, we determine all the single hazards that might impact Nairobi. The evidence for this, it took maybe a month and a half of desk work initially, was peer-reviewed literature, gray literature, social media, and expert input. And you can see many examples here of different single hazards that might impact Nairobi. And this is a database that we put together, a very detailed evidence database with sources of information that range from YouTube videos to peer review to expert interviews that we have going into the hazard type, the information, the source content, the hazard interrelationships, any anthropogenic influence, video evidence, source reflections, hazard frequency magnitude, and then towards the end, we brought in the Kenya Red Cross to provide evidence of what do you think of this? And so this was our first step, was to construct single hazards. And then from this, we broke these down and we said, which single hazards might occur in Nairobi? And we said, yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, yes. Now, these are the existence of the potential for hazard based on past case studies or the potential from theoretical studies that it might occur. And then we started mapping the multi-hazard interrelationships. And so we started with a matrix of all these single hazards, and we said these are the primary hazard. We put the same hazards and we called them secondary hazards. And then we looked in every single box and we said, is there the potential, for instance, of an earthquake triggering a volcano, an earthquake triggering a landslide, et cetera? So we identified all the possible triggering and increased probability hazard interrelationships. Again, we use the evidence that I talked about previously. So here's an example. A flood can possibly trigger a landslide. And there's evidence for this in Nairobi. There's evidence for this in many places. And we then mapped all of these here with triggering relationships would be the upper part of this square. Increased probability would be the lower part of this square. And then we used a little e here for evidence. And so it's a systematic approach to thinking about a given region and what are the different hazard interrelationships that might occur. So let me give you an example of now moving towards a hazard interrelationship scenario. And so here we have a storm can trigger a landslide, but the landslide can then trigger a flood. And this can result in other cascading hazards. And so what we have is we have a cascade of hazard interrelationships occurring in the region that are actually quite probable to occur. And we can add anthropogenic and social processes into this scenario, and we're going to discuss that in the next section. Now, what we did next is we started having, and we just did these in Nairobi last month, we had 2-hour workshops with a range of stakeholders. And we focused on co-producing multi-hazard interrelation scenarios that they felt were relevant for tomorrow's Nairobis. And we initiated discussions on risk, anthropogenic processes, dynamic exposure, dynamic vulnerability. And these are many ideas that we heard about in the opening of the seminar today, in the keynote that we heard much earlier. And then we talked about, well, how useful would these be? What are the challenges and opportunities to bringing this into thinking? So here are some examples of multi-hazard scenarios that they came up with. The storm can trigger flooding and can also trigger, interestingly, urban fire. Why urban fire? Is because when you have a storm, you have heavy rain, it causes flooding. The rain actually gets into the illegal electrical connections that are often in the slums, which will then spark fire, which then results in the urban fire, which is not something that we necessarily would think about when we're doing looking at peer review literature. Or might at later time be followed by storm, flooding. So these are all different scenarios that they came up with as they felt were relevant exemplars during breakout groups. We then introduced the following into the multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios. And we brought this into the workshops on risk, on anthropogenic process, on dynamic exposure, vulnerability, and dynamic risk. So let me explain some of these terms here. And good. I'm well on time, by the way. And so one common representation of risk is hazard, which is the potential magnitude of the hazard. This is the probability of a given size event occurring in a defined period for a time reason. The exposure, and this would be like the buildings, the roads, the vulnerability, which could be the physical vulnerability, the characteristics of the buildings, the road, or the social vulnerability, the characteristics of the people, the age, the gender, the ethnicity, and all of these contribute to disaster risk or impact. And this is a common representation of risk. But now human activities can influence the likelihood and intensity of natural hazards. For example, vegetation removal, road construction, poor drainage. All of these influence the likelihood and intensity of landslides. And hazard then is one key component of impact. And so an example here is we can have changes to the hazard landscape. So we have a storm, but then the triggered landslides and the floods can be catalyzed. They can be increased by the anthropogenic processes here. So we have the vegetation removal, the road construction, the poor drainage. And so what we're doing now is we are introducing into our multi-hazard scenarios the idea of anthropogenic processes. Now, these can become complex, so we can systematically go through anthropogenic processes. And if you are interested, I've put a reference here where I've done this with a colleague in 2017 in research that he led on. And we systematically went through different anthropogenic processes and how they influence natural hazards. And then you can go from there. This is vegetation removal, can influence landsliding, and you can then go to the natural hazards that are triggered. And so you end up with this cascade here of vegetation removal can trigger landslides, which can trigger floods, which can trigger ground collapses. And so it's this awareness of this multi-hazard scenario. And then the human activities can also influence the exposure, where buildings are located, the vulnerability, the characteristics of the buildings. So an example would be an earthquake's impact in a region is strongly influenced by exposure, where, and the vulnerability, what is made up of for the buildings in that region. Now, dynamic exposure and dynamic vulnerability, both of these exposure and vulnerability can change over time in days, months, years, decades. And so it can be different time spans that these change. The different development trajectories in different parts of a country and for different countries can change the environment. So anthropogenic climate change can change, and these can result in changes to exposure and vulnerability. These changes result in new and amplified anthropogenic processes. Now, part of one of the themes today is on climate change, and you can start bringing in climate change into all of these scenarios and thinking about how will it influence the hazard, how will the exposure be influenced, and how will the vulnerability be influenced. And at its most powerful, I believe that just thinking through the multi-hazard scenarios with a group of stakeholders around the table is already quite powerful in and of its own right, getting different people from different disciplines thinking about these. So this is an example where we have a time A, an earthquake. We're in region 1, 2, 3, it impacts, and then we have a time B. And so an example of exposure changing from time A to time B would be people are moved from regions 1, 2, 3 from before the earthquake to after the earthquake, and now they're moved into region 4. But what happens if region 4 is a floodplain? And so we have to think about where are we going to relocate people? What happens at different time steps of our multi-hazard interrelationship scenario? So dynamic risk involves multiple hazards. The hazard term, multiple hazards with relationships. The hazard landscape is dynamic. The change in exposure or vulnerability can influence multi-hazard scenarios, and this progresses through multi-hazard scenarios, and this results in dynamic changes to exposure and vulnerability. And so now we have a slightly more nuanced view than we did when we started of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. They're all influencing one another, and this results in a dynamic risk. And we talk about this in much more detail in a report that we have done for Tomorrow's Cities. So I have just 2 slides left that I would like to address, and I'll finish probably at about 21 minutes exactly. So the first is Tomorrow's Cities, and how do we bring the idea of multi-hazards into a risk framework? So part of Tomorrow's Cities is we're putting together, and you can read about this here, a risk decision support environment. And so part of my task and the task of my 3 other colleagues in the multi-hazard integration theme is thinking about how do we bring multi-hazards into this? And so for urban planning, how do we bring the following into planning? All the relevant single natural hazards, the hazard interrelationships, the multi-hazard scenarios. How do we quantitatively or qualitatively model the multi-hazards? What is the design capacity? So how do physical and social vulnerability change over time, influence these? What are the scenario consequences? What are the impacts? And finally, how do we integrate all of these into policy and planning? So in summary, what I've tried to present here is a methodology to systematically review single natural hazards, anthropogenic processes, and hazard interrelationships in a region. We need these to understand risk in all of its dimensions. So Sendai Framework Priority for Action 1. Understanding the multi-hazard interrelationship scenarios, it can help improve risk mitigation, preparation, response, and recovery. And so let's think about these in terms of not today's cities, but in terms of tomorrow's cities. There's many factors involved in urban areas for changing. It can occur over short, medium, and long term, and it's dynamic changes to hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So with that, I will end. The slides will be made available to the conference organizers, and there's a number of references here if you are interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bruce Malamud. That was a very informative presentation covering the interrelationship between the hazards, how multi-hazards get triggered, what are the various types of interrelationships, and also a good coverage of the case study at Nairobi, and how the anthropogenic factors play a role in triggering hazards. So very informative. Thank you again. And now I would look for some questions. I see one question here. What it says is, did you build models based on your evidence-based interrelationship discoveries?
Yes. So when you say based models, we first of all developed a framework where we looked globally at what hazard interrelationships might exist between all different hazards. Now, in terms of modeling, modeling can mean many things. So we have some other work we've done on what exists for quantitative modeling between individual hazards, between, say, landslides and earthquakes and landslides, and rainfall and landslides, etc. And so we have a much more detailed paper, which I didn't talk about today, which is what are the quantitative relationships that exist. So yes, we have done some, but I don't think in the sense that you mean modeling in a quantitative probabilistic sense for all hazard interrelationships. And this is one question that we're currently being asked by the European Research Center, which is how can they bring in this multi-hazard approach when in a data rich environment. And so we met with them a couple of weeks ago to talk about how we might bring in some of these ideas.
Thank you. I have a question myself. You talked about the anthropogenic factors that trigger, hazards. How do you see them being different between the developing countries and the developed countries, the factors that trigger?
Yeah, so there's definitely a very strong difference of some of the anthropogenic processes in that, well, I'm trying not to be political here. So there are certain anthropogenic processes that are more in evidence in some of the global south areas, such as where buildings are placed, the planning for buildings, the planning for roads, and how those then influence the environment around us. So it's not necessarily in terms of the physical environment, but it is the anthropogenic processes. Yes, some of them are more prevalent in some regions versus another.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience?
So I see one question in the chat, which is just to me, which is, are you planning hazard proof or resilient cities? And this has just been written to me, and I thought I would answer that here, that we can end. I get nervous when people talk about a hazard proof city. I don't think that exists. We have hazard resilient cities. We have more resilience. We have less resilience. We don't have hazard proof. Can we introduce the ideas of hazard planning, of hazard interrelationships into planning? Absolutely. And part of tomorrow's cities is we're putting together a GIS framework with a model city, sort of like Sim City, where you can move things around and say, well, what would happen in this scenario? What would change in this scenario? And so the idea is to be producing policy support decision frameworks. Okay. All right, so I think that's the last.
All right, so then once again, we thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time and addressing the symposium. Very informative talk, and thank you. And now we can move on to the next speaker. So our next speaker, I assume he is online, Professor A.C. Narayana. Professor A.C. Narayana is Honorary Professor of Earth Sciences at Center for Earth, Ocean and Atmospheric Sciences, University of Hyderabad. His research interests include coastal processes and ecosystems, climate change, environmental geoscience, marine geology, water resources, and management and air pollution. He was instrumental in starting several academic programs at the University of Hyderabad. He has worked on 11 sponsored research projects with a budget of rupees 4 crores and has guided 15 PhD students. He has participated in the special scientific expedition to Antarctica and Southern Oceans in 2006. He won the INSA Royal Society of London Fellowship in 2003. He's a member of several professional bodies. He's published more than 90 papers in referred SCI journals and presented about 65 papers at national and international conferences, and has edited 3 books. His topic today is imminent climate change and response of ecosystems and natural hazards, challenges ahead. Professor Narayana, are you online? So maybe we can take a 5-minute break since Professor Narayana doesn't seem to be online. Let's be back by around 5:15 for the next speaker.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത്, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ടും നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ച് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ തലമുറയ്ക്ക് കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണം സമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
Professor Narayana, are you there? Professor Narayana?
Yes.
Please. I have given the introduction already, so please go ahead and you may start your presentation.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Yeah. Okay.
So please try to keep it to 20 minutes so that we can have some questions and answers in the end.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is this one. Okay, you can see the slide, please. Can you see the slide?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh. Yeah, but okay. There is Zoom is unable to detect the camera. Oh.
but you can still share the screen, sir.
Yeah, no, the camera is on and is connected to your computer. Yeah.
To share the screen, you may not need the camera. Can you try sharing the screen?
Share, okay. Share the screen. Yes. Oh, okay. Whiteboard, white panel, share. Yeah, now?
Yes, sir. Now you may go to presentation mode and you can start presenting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Sorry for the delay, few minutes. Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. So we have been talking about the climate change and the ecosystem alterations and also the increasing natural hazards all over the world and in particular in India too. But if you look at it, the climate change is not new to this. It, in the geological history, it has changed quite a few times at the extremes it has. So that's why, what were the past climates? So how the climates have in the past have varied, and what is there is a what they can teach us or make us to understand how the present climate and the future climate could be predicted. So that's why to understand the past climate is very important, which has been taking place. So now then only you can understand how the human activities have to be modulated to the present day climate. Because in the earlier the geological history, when the climate change has taken extreme steps, there was no human perturbations. But now the human perturbations are quite high. So that's why we had to look into the past and how the with and without the human beings, these alterations could be modulated and could be understood. So that's why, as the people said, past is the prologue. So that's why the farther backward you can look, the farther forward you are likely to see. That is one of the famous statements by the Winston Churchill. So that means we should not forget the past. To understand the future, we have to keep this in mind, the past changes. So particularly whenever you talk about the climate change, the carbon dioxide changes are the one of the important in the atmosphere, even the earlier days. If you look at this one, for the last 400,000 years on the left panel, how the carbon dioxide has changed in its concentrations, you can see here. And also, which is related to the ice volume, because now the Antarctica icebergs melting, continental ice shelves melting, this is going to be. So always there is a relation between the carbon dioxide pumping and also the change in the ice volume changes. So that's why if you look at this one, all the major carbon dioxide cycles have matched with the ice volume changes. You look at this one, as the carbon dioxide increases in the atmosphere, the ice volume also has been changing as per the carbon dioxide, this one. So that's why you can see here the cycles, how it has been changed. So that is what I have been telling you, that there were many times there were the climate changes, the extremes, the glaciation, and also the warming up of the earth. Now, since the deglaciation period, that means the last 20,000 years ago, there was the extreme, the glaciation was there. So this deglaciation started around 20,000 years ago. And from then on, whatever the changes that have been taken place in the sea level rise, okay, and also the coastal configurations, coastal ecosystems, all this have been after the 18,000 years onwards. Particularly at the 11,000 years onwards, that is called the Holocene period, all the changes that have been taken place in terms of the sea level rise, in terms of the coastal configuration and the coastal ecosystems. So that has decided the present day configurations and present day systems here. So if you look at this one, the solar radiation is one which controls this one. So how the carbon dioxide for the last 20,000 years, that is the last glacial maximum onwards, how it has varied, and how the summer insolations have been varied, and what is the how the ice sheets have been reducing. That is, it shows here. So 21,000 years ago, there were the large ice sheets and the low carbon dioxide. 21 to 6,000 years ago, it was about the increasing summer insolation. That means temperatures have started increasing, and the increasing carbon dioxide also has started. And now presently, this more carbon dioxide has come into picture. So decreasing summer insolation and high carbon dioxide, that is the scenario. So if you look at this one, the moisture, how the worldwide, the moisture content in the atmosphere has varied. So there were, if you look at this one, the high moisture levels were observed over these areas, okay, and also the very lesser in the China and other things, so the North America and all those things, so sorry, the Europe and all that one, and the remaining at some areas it is almost the same. So these moisture variations depends upon the atmospheric temperature variations and also the sea surface temperature variations. Okay. So if you look at this one, particularly the 9,000 years ago, how you have seen here all the North African lakes enormously filled with the water. In the same way, the moisture surplus from 9,000 years ago, it was very high. 6,000 years ago, still lesser, almost it maintained, but 3,000 years ago onward, it has been started reducing these things. So that's why this whole picture, how in relation to the monsoons, either the stronger monsoon or the weaker monsoons, and whatever the lake fills, how it have been, and how the moisture content in the atmosphere has varied, particularly from 9,000 years to the present. That is, this picture explains. Okay, so if you look at this one, these are the changes for the last 2,000 years. You see this one, the temperature anomalies, it has increased here, and so the 2000 onwards, furthermore, it is increasing. Okay. Now, the last, since 1850, how the global temperatures have varied, because why this is the industrialization period. If you look at this one, annual averages, how it has varied the temperature anomalies, Look at this one, by the time 2000 here, it has been enormously, it has increased. So the red line shows the 5-year averages, but look at the annual averages of the temperature anomalies since 1850. Okay. In the same way, if you look at this geological time scale, if you look at it from the last 250 million years, you see the sea levels, how it has been much higher about 100 million years ago. That's why, and it has slowly reducing. And if you take the last 11,000 years as the sea level, it was 120 meters below the present day sea level. So that's why. And accordingly, how the species, particularly dinocyst diversity, has varied over the period of the time, geological time scales. So this is the another important picture that presents in relation to the sea level variations and the air temperatures, and also the species variations of dinocyst, particularly dinocyst diversity. So this is the sea level, how it has been shown, the different curves. So the blue is the very important one, that is which has the more the validity of this one, and the scale of change during this last period years. So now we are presently in this period. So this black line is the last glacial episode. After that, you see 11,000 years ago, sea level has suddenly raised here. Okay, now there is what is the impact of the sea level rise particularly? Yes, there is if you look at the sea level rises, you have the lot of the effect on the coastal ecosystems, particularly where Sundarbans, the Bangladesh and the West Bengal have the greater this one, including the central Kerala coast, such as which are the low-lying areas. So all the coastal ecosystems will get affected once the sea level rises. The other important problem is with regard to the saltwater intrusions. So most of the freshwater aquifers in the coastal alluvium, they get the say, salinized, and the freshwater layer would comes down, and it has the greater effect on the hydrological system and also the availability of the fresh water. Okay, now where does this whole the climate change would start reflecting? The climate change reflects first in the Arctic and also the Antarctica, because where the glacial or icebergs melts evidence. So which has been connected to the carbon dioxide. So enormous studies were carried out to understand this, the link with the carbon dioxide concentrations and the ice melt in the both this, the Arctic and the Antarctic glaciers. So this Antarctic glaciers, as the temperatures is increased by 2.5 degrees Celsius from 1950 to 2001 in the Antarctica. Okay, regional rapid warming, which started about 1930. So the ice cores in the recent that has been recovered in the Ross Islands, warming in this region began around 600 years ago and then accelerated in the last century. So that's why the rate of warming is very alarming, and many of the glacial melts are taking place, that we will show you. And a lot of the ice shelves, you see the continental shelf along the coast, you see here the water, but in Antarctica, you see the ice only. All the continental shelf, it is iced. So it is each summer, a significant amount of melt water is produced as the climate in Antarctica has warmed up by about 3 degrees, which causes the retreat of the stable ice shelves. Okay. So about there is about 25,000 square kilometers loss of the ice shelf since 1950. That means the last 70 years. So how the ice melting takes place, that is the calving rate, it is called as. So if you look at all around the Antarctica, you see where the enormous calving is going on. It is 104 units, 84, 87, and followed by the other things, this one. That means how much gigatons per year, how much ice is calving out or eroding or melting. This is so many gigatons. This is the highly alarming, this one here, ice melting, and followed by about these areas all around the Antarctica, you find this one. And if you also look at this one normalized parameter, here you see the maximum daily melt, how much it is taking place daily melt. It is shown here about the 10 to the power of 4 square kilometers it is melting. And the whole of this one, if you take the year wise, how much calving area per square meter is calving out means, and what are the frequencies that is taking place, this table gives the entire picture of it, how much ice has been melted in the Antarctica. So this figure shows completely spatial distribution of the annual calving events for different scales and types of the Antarctica ice shelves. This is about the 20 years average data. And here also the ice shelf thickness change rate, how much it is changing from the last 10 years, 2003 to 2008 they have studied. So here, if you see here, nearly the thickness -7 meters, it has been come down. It has come down about -7 meters all along this region of the Antarctica. And this is of course a large ice shelf, and there is a direct effect on the wildlife, such as the penguins. So they have been started adopting, or some of them are moving away from their natural habitats into this one. So in the continent have also experienced a decline, and also decline in the number by up to 50%, particularly emperor penguins. These are all okay. And the global change into drivers for Antarctica benthic faunal change. So the benthic also getting changes, and with the atmospheric carbon dioxide increases, what would happen means there is the cascading effects that will ultimately have the effect on the benthic biology. So all this one change once the temperature increases, carbon dioxide dissolution changes, ice density changes, calcium carbonate availability, depth changes, food quantity, food quality changes, and the sedimentation patterns will change. Okay. And the climate change impact on the marine ecosystem, it gives this one anthropogenic activities and the climate variability, if it is both are interchangeable, and each one has the effect on the other, that is. So there is all these plus symbols to show how much interactions there in the worsening conditions. Okay. particularly the algal blooms, hypoxia, and negative interactions designate fewer algal blooms and all that one. So the whole the marine ecosystem gets disturbed once the temperature increases and the carbon dioxide content changes in the oceanic systems. Okay, and there is a larger effect on the coral reef systems also. Along, you have seen that recently last year, the barrier coral reef system has completely started bleaching because of the increase in the temperatures of the sea surface waters. Okay, and the other important thing is the ocean acidification, where the coastal ocean gets this one. The pH is decreased, and it is about the 0.1 now. It is going to be 0.2 to 0.04. So it changes all the biogeochemical cycles of the oceans. So this is how the temperature dipping, and since the longer period, how the carbon dioxide has changed, and also the atmospheric carbon dioxide influence on the pH change of the oceanic waters. This is how where the carbon dioxide went. It goes as the pH towards the carbon dioxide went, and how this percentage cover it takes place from the distance about the 100-200 meters there. Okay, distance. And non-climate, the ecological systems on the multiple scales. So natural resources management is one of the important things in the climate change scenario. So ecosystems, where they get affected, primary productivity, species interactions, and all those things. Individuals, populations in the species, it has their behavioral, morphological characteristics change take place, and also ecosystem services, service provisioning, cultural regulating, all very important thing, and ultimately it has to be related to the human well-being. Okay, so this is the hydrological cycle, how it gets affected once the climate change takes place, with the effect of the increased greenhouse gases and radiative forcing once the global warming takes place. So the surface heating increases, and all the evaporation also takes place at some places, and it has the imbalance between the ocean atmospheric exchanges. So that's why it is one of the very importantly, as a climate change, you have to continuously monitor the hydrological changes that take place in the atmosphere. Okay, so there would be the frequency and the severity of the droughts could increase in some of the areas as a decrease of the total rainfall that is going to happen. Okay, if the precipitation rates increases, the runoff reduces because the percolation of the water into the soil, it comes down. So there are the many interrelations with the hydrological change. Okay, now if you come to the higher altitude environments such as the Himalayas and all that one, if you look at this one, which is very important, which controls the whole the water system, both the Indus basin and the Ganges Brahmaputra basin. So there are the glacial lake outburst fluvial systems that are developed. So all along this one, it is how much it is taking place, the glacial lakes outburst. So all the red ones, it is the very severely, the newly detected in the landscape. These are all the glacial lakes, and they have the outbursting started recently. So these are the earlier 1890 to 2017, this triangle one see here, you have this one. But because of the new Landsat image techniques, the satellite imagery techniques, so they could identify how often the glacial lake outbursts are taking place in this one. So glacial lake outburst floods as drivers of the fluvial erosion. So once they burst, what is this one? The floods would come, and the erosion rates of the Himalayas also increase because they are the very dynamic and are the youngest mountains when compared to the other things. So this is how the glacial mass change is taking place from the 1980 year of the glaciers that is runoff. You can see the whole all along the Himalayas, how this glacial mass change is taking place in the high altitude regions. Okay, this is the Indus region, Brahmaputra, and Ganges and the Tari regions. All this one, it has the glacial river changes. That means the glacial rivers, they are called. And if you look at this one, the river flood risk, this is extremely high here, all the red one here, okay, high and extremely high this one. In the same way, drought risk also is very high here. And the baseline water stress, particularly the Ganges and the Indus regions, the lower Ganges and the Indus regions would start the baseline water, this one. So water stress by 2014, look at this one, how much it would be. Extremely high in these regions, okay. That is very, very the alarming scenario it is. So that's why the imminent threat of the climate warming in the Howe Mountain regions. So the recent example I'll give you what happened when the Chamoli landslide has taken place. The glaciers have burst along with that one. This one it has come. So it has developed as a flash flood. So this glacial burst or glacial lake outburst of the flood disaster it has been. But this is not the glacial burst actually. This is because of the sliding of the rock mass. So that's why all along with that one enormous ice also has been brought out and it has turned into the flood. Okay. And this is the region where the Ronti Glacier, that is along with this one, the sliding avalanche has taken place, and along with it one enormous ice also has come. It has been developed into the flood. So this is the region, Chamoli ice rock avalanche that has taken place. Look at this one here, it is completely covered with the ice, okay? That one, when the avalanche or landslide has taken place, it has completely stripped off and it has developed into the flood system, okay? So this is the another region where we have calculated the slope and all this one, the digital elevation models, how much slope it has taken place and all that one using the Sentinel data, okay, along with this one, and the deformation direction, how it has been, some of the work that has been calculated or assessed based on the digital elevation models. So how much has been? So total about the area that has been about 0.30 square kilometers area has been stripped off, and it has been the depth of the ice that has been removed. It varies from this one. So here from this point, enormous ice has been stripped off, and that has put into the glacial system. So the summit, it is about nearly 125 meters from the summit of Ronti Glacier at an elevation of 5,500 meters. It has fallen. So that's why the block of the rock that has been removed because of the sliding is about the 602 meters width and 700 meters length. So very huge block. Okay. So this is we have seen what are the causes. The first, it has triggered in 2016. That was not noticed. So it has been unnoticed. So that's why it has led to the 2021 major avalanche. Okay. And during that time, the river widening also has taken place. Some of the sediment has left, and during the freeze and thaw mechanisms that has been entered into the water system, and through the sediment it has moved. Once the flash flood has taken place, whole the amount of the water has been added, and the hydrological characteristics have intensified this flood system. Okay, so this is the sources of the flood.
Narayana, sorry to interrupt. Try to wrap up in the next couple of minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. This is the Chamoli landslide that is taking place. Okay. And the climatic causes. So this is during the 91, except for the fact that both years recorded the higher than average land surface temperature. So temperatures was very high. Okay. So that's why this fracture is informed because of the debuttressing and the removal of the rock mass that has been taken place. So the future challenges, you have to assess the glacial retreat, how much has been taken place, and linking between with the landslides and also channel erosions and the glacial lake outbursts and the fluvial dynamics to avoid the future or to make the mitigation measures, management and mitigation take. And also you should see how much sediment is there. Okay. So the other thing is the global warming and the sea surface temperatures warming that is taking place. That's why the cyclones have been increased continuously, particularly Arabian Sea is warming up, and because of this Arabian Sea warming, the recent cyclones is taking place, the 2019, and also the recent one, that is the Taukte, which has affected the Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Gujarat coast enormously. This is how. So this is because of the ocean water temperatures also increasing. That's why the cyclones have been more frequent in the Arabian Sea. Okay. Thanks to all of you, particularly Professor Manisha and other organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narayana. That was a very informative talk on the challenges posed by the effect of climate change on our ecosystem, both terrestrial as well as the oceanic ecosystem, and the effect on the wildlife. You covered so many things, so it was so informative. Thank you very much. So if there are any questions from the audience, right now I don't see any questions typed in the windows. Yeah, right now there are no questions. So as far as India is concerned, the number one challenge is the flooding that could be caused by all these glacial melts and stuff like that, Professor?
Sorry?
What is the number one challenge as far as India is concerned with respect to the effect of climate change on the ecosystem?
Oh, number one, if you take that's why you cannot put the regionally, you have to put the different geographical setups. Okay. So the climate change, Himalayas, this is the problem, which I have just now mentioned, glacial outbursts and the avalanches and all that one. And if the cyclones and the sea level rise, all the mangrove ecosystem, particularly Sundarbans and some Mahanadi, Kaveri, the Godavari mangrove ecosystems that has, and also some of the low-lying areas which the imminent sea level rise, such as our central Kerala coast, particularly Kuttanad region and all that one. So they have that means the coastal infrastructure and the coastal human population, it would be one of the major concerns, that is, and how best we have to prepare for these things. So for example, yeah, cyclones, if it comes, well, Andhra Pradesh and Orissa have done very well in managing the cyclone time, the shifting of the population and all those things. So that's why we have to look into the future projections, what would happen. We should have the long-term plan, next 10 years, 20 years, and 50 years, because the end of the century is going to be very critical in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of the water resources.
So there's one question I see from one of the audience.
Yeah, please.
We do have some inventory in place as regards GLOF in India, but still there are gaps in their management. How do you see it, sir?
You see, this is India. In many of the things we have to, that morning also, actually we too, I have been organizing this today's Environment Day, so I was also held up with this one. See, where we have to stand now, that is exactly, we haven't have the data, particularly the data scarcity or the limited availability is one of the things. So we have to look at, you see, your models can come later, but you have to should have the first hand the data. It is the in-situ data and other things. So that is where we have to start look at it. So some of the, now of course it is going to be the major team at the national level, it is going to happen, this one. So they are forming the teams and to work out on all these things. And hopefully in the next 1 or 2 years, we will be starting those things to look into these areas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again for taking the time and addressing this gathering.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you
very much, sir. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. So now with that, I would like to hand it off to the next chair, Dr. Alka Singh. She'll be chairing the next few talks on today's program. So over to you, Dr. Alka Singh.
Thank you so much, Sikha sir. A warm welcome to all of our speakers. So now next presentation is from Dr. Tariq. It's a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Tariq. He is the Vice President and Chief Technical Officer of Civilology Private Research and Development Company, which is based in Wyoming, USA. He is also an adjunct professor at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, and as an international consultant for disaster preparedness with Crisis Bureau of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, in Barbados. Dr. Rashid held former position of Senior Research Professor and Director of Geoinformatics at Indiana University, and several faculty positions in various capacities at different universities like University of Oklahoma, University of Southern California, North Mexico State University, etc. He has been a geospatial technology specialist for over 26 years, pursuing an academic and professional multidisciplinary path, combining architectural engineering, computer science, geospatial information system, and remote sensing fields. A warm welcome to Professor Rashid. I hand over the chair to you. The platform to you.
Thank you so much, Alka. I really appreciate the introduction, and I thank Dr. Manisha for inviting me to participate in this event. I'm really honored to be part of this distinguished scholars and speakers to talk about in this conference. Also, I extend my prayers and thoughts to all the situation going on in India right now. I hope it is, continue to be in this recovery, pace, and it gets better, and all the sorts of course for the victims of the COVID situation. So with that, I think I'm going to start actually my talk. And today is a second here, just to make sure that you guys can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you just?
Yes, sir.
You guys see my? Yes. Okay, so basically, like I need to start with a disclaimer here. I'm by no means, expert in ecological restorations. I would say I've been reading here and there about the work. A lot of the work in the ecosystem and ecology and system ecology science has been informing a lot of work I've been doing in the use of technology in support of disaster risk reduction and management, and this is exactly my area. And so even though today we're talking about adaptive capacity and resilience of ecosystem, ecological system, I'd like to talk about a particular case study for what we call a disaster risk reduction maturity model that basically I've been working on with my consultancy assignment with the UNDP since last November, and it's going until the end of this year. And basically, it is a sort of informed with a lot of work that come with from ecological sciences, and mainly, a lot of the work basically that have been using actually, especially in disaster risk reduction and resilience, and the idea of system thinking and being able to connect all pieces of the system together. The typical story of the 5 blind people who had been touching the elephant, everybody touching part of the elephant, trying to guess what is that, and then somebody had to go back and see the entire elephant as a whole and the connection between different parts. And this basically was the first lesson I ever learned about it whenever I started actually study disaster risk reduction and vulnerability back in the mid-90s, the importance of system thinking. And coming back to the basically basic system science theory developed in the 1940s, and how system ecology work, and the life cycle of the basic life cycle and so on, and the importance of connecting all these pieces together. It's kind of like intrigues me right now whenever I start seeing ecological modeling, ecological models that actually start to actually focus purely on a physical process and neglect the other aspects, or the other way. So basically, when we talk about basically like the use of technology or intervention without really looking at basically the other factor, and this makes me wonder sometimes what's happening in the field of ecology, how they became the mother of system thinking, and now it is kind of like missing this part. So I just wanted to do this because I'd like to come back after I present the case study to have some sort of food of thought and reflections on what needs to be done. So the project I've been working on in the UNDP is a project, a regional project hub, started with basically the Asian specific regional hub based in Bangkok. And it's about how we accelerate disaster risk reduction and basically enhancing crisis response through digital solution. And it's kind of like the motto goes, disaster DX for resilience. And the project basically, was funded by the Japanese government with some, drivers in mind. The first one, basically, especially in the case of COVID, there's increase of systemic risk. And the big thing here, systemic risk, is there's a kind of risk that impact the entire system. And COVID was a perfect example of a systemic risk where the entire system of the world, in every aspect, has been impacted by one event, when basically continue to basically impacting each part of the systems, but in the same time it just materialized and manifested for the entire system. On the other hand, basically there is a realization that we are living in an era with a rapid technological change. We talk about basically cloud-based solutions, Internet of Things, cloud technology, artificial intelligence, and there is increased talk about big data. And this could be very useful in support disaster risk reduction and management, but nobody knows really how can be done this. What are the steps? Everybody's talking about it, and there's a lot of nice work there. But when it comes to manifested to really assessing the relationship, how much of this technology have really made an impact? How much of this big data technology and all this innovation being done have really led to increased adaptation of progression towards sustainable development goals, for example, or Sendai framework? Nobody can tell you, basically, can give you an answer for this one. There is a sort of logical connection made in people's head, but actually on the ground, there is no evidence base show how this is happening. But when it comes to investment in technology, you need some sort of evidence base. You need sort of data to provide you a concrete example how, for example, all this innovation happening around cloud-based solution, big data analysis really lead to improve this damage assessment, lead to improve risk reduction measures, and ultimately lead to less people being affected, more resilience in the system. And this is a gap. We don't know yet how this will happen. And then basically there is a lot of investment happening here. So basically there is a need to benchmark development in digital resources and technology in support of disaster risk reduction and management. So that was the driver that mainly provoked this kind of like big project that been happening, and just the money that basically the Japanese government started to provide for the United Nations Development Program in order to see, we need to learn about this, how this happened. Another thing, basically coupled with this driver, is a lot of barriers. Anybody familiar with UNDP? There is a lot of tools, and not UN in general, like there is, and all the countries actually. There is a lot of tools development, like only, for example, disaster risk response. There's so many tools. There's a tool for post disaster recovery, another tool for household and building damage assessment. There is a third tool for early recovery system, fourth tool for mitigation. But all these tools are fragmented. They are siloed. They are not connected to each other. And each part just took apart, like piece of the elephant, if I would say the same analogy here. But there is no, there is no mean to understanding how these tools work together, how they can basically, how to talk to each other, how much redundancy we have there, how much basically, gaps are between these tools. And then the second big barrier is what they call it the pilot trap. And the big saying for those people who are working in international setting, that pilot never fail because you never scale. So you have a lot of pilot traps where pilots are done, and then after we do the pilot, there is a lack of capacity to scale it up, and that brings together basically the misunderstanding we have in the tool. And then thirdly, this lack of holistic thinking, how we can see the entire thing. We focus on the solution in certain part, but we don't see each solution has side effects. What is the side effect? If I increase, for example, I fix something, how this intervention I make impact other parts of the system? And this is another thing. So this is kind of like the driven, and there's been a nice deal of change that put together with the assumption that if we can actually build disaster digitalized solutions that integrated cloud-based technology, and we have target solution support from the most vulnerable groups that most need this kind of support, and in strengthening partnership, automatically this will lead to an improvement in disaster risk reduction and management, and somehow magically that will actually lead to minimization of risk reductions and provide sort of support of risk-informed development and progression towards sustainable development goals and so on. The big question when I was tasked with this, basically, I was trying to ask how this happened. What is the path? What we call it like maturation path toward this? So I started basically it was a task. It took me a while just to say basically what we are really trying to do here, what we're really trying to come here. And I think maybe this is my own hypothesis, but my own assumption here that what we are trying to do really in terms of decision making when it comes to disaster risk reduction and management is a shift from the current model of making decision, which is based on intuition, based on basically expertise, the so-called experts who are using their experience, their experts, their own intuition based on so many things they have faced, and this is a model that was accepted maybe 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, maybe all the 19th or 20th centuries, because we didn't have data at that time. We didn't have like a lot of data. We just, all we can use is people with their experience. They can reflect on what happened and they can use their hunch to make the best decision available. But we are moving now to more kind of like data-driven decision making. Like, yes, you can have a lot of, hunch and basically like with respect to all expertise, but the big thing here is basically we have different means to make decisions right now. We have lots of data. We have this process that we call it basically, datafication process. So I've been talking basically like, trying to understand what is the maturation path in using disaster risk reduction technology support disaster risk reduction management. And the main thing was basically, this is a big change that happened over the past 15 years. The concept, we are moving from digitalization and digitization of data, digitalization of operation and technology toward datafication. And by datafication, we talk about a lot of data right now already collected in digital formats. We don't have to worry about digitizing, but we need how to handle this datafication, the big data that comes from the datafication process. We're moving to a paradigm where we're using computers as basically like from using our own computers to do things, to using basically the cloud to do things. And the cloud, basically, I think one of the Google executives, had a very nice quote saying that basically cloud-based computing is the biggest computer machine that has been ever invented. So the technology with all the datafication that evolved within the past 15 years, basically like should reflect on the decision-making process, especially in disaster risk reduction and management in terms of making data-informed decision, provide, moving toward from this intuitive, hunch sort of decision by experts to data-driven decision was provided this. And with that, it means basically different way of using, computation, like moving from the basically the typical workstation model toward basically complete cloud-based model where we are talking about parallel processing, high performance computing, about APIs that integrate together all these basically sensors and data together in one ecosystem, even moving from the very other way that how we store the data from relational database and basically table and column toward the NoSQL database, where basically we are, data unstructured, growing over time, evolving, bringing together all kind of data from structured to unstructured data, from video graphs to pictures to everything in one single ecosystem. We're moving from basically, learning about simulation model, learning through our brain and head toward basically using actually machine learning as a brain and combining this together. So these are all this kind of like technology trends. So the big question is how we bring this in support of disaster risk reduction and management. And when I start looking at basically this kind of like, the framework that basically guiding the work in the UN, there's tons of them. There's so many frameworks everywhere. Basically, there is a Sendai framework that has some sort of goals similar to Sustainable Development Goal, but in terms of disaster risk reduction and management. There's a goal of whole community, how we should whole community. All these are very nice theoretical frameworks. There is some about no one left behind, data ecosystem, resilient community, risk-informed development, platform thinking. But every one of this look on one piece and emphasize this important piece, and a lot of these are very, very theoretical and does not provide a sort of like tangible, it tells you basically more kind of what needs to be done, but never tells you how it can be done. So with work with my colleagues in UNDP, Bangkok Regional Hub, we were working together in order to come with, okay, can we bring that together, what we call it a framework of all frameworks, or kind of like a system with the systems? Can we bring this together in one single form, or we call it digital disaster risk reduction maturity model, that brings together all this idea, but focus more on the how rather than on the what. So we have been working together this for the past around 6 months, and since last December, so almost 6 months, and going into details about what are the components that we need to look about in what we call the digital ecosystem, borrowing from the ecosystem thinking, that basically the success of application for disaster digital resources and technology does not only depend on the data. Data is a big thing, and if we talk to anybody in the UN, they will look at data. So data is important. We need to share data, but data as asset has no value unless you have solutions that operate on this asset, and being able to drive intelligence on this data and provide services. And this cannot be done without the underlying infrastructure that actually support this kind of operation. And these three have no value if you don't have competent users that are able to use this kind of technology, understand the limitation, the strengths of this technology. And in order to do something like that, basically you have to institutionalize and build an institutionalization of the technology within, institutions within basically the entire country. And you have to have a governance framework, support the policy guidelines for doing this. And more important, after all these components have no value unless there is evidence that basically all this investment lead to better coordination for disaster risk reduction and management, better collaboration. We can see tangible result in terms of improvement in the in the overall resilience of the system, reduction of the casualty and fatality and so on. So how we can do this one? So basically we start actually coming together with a model hierarchy. We call this a maturity model, like the fact that basically not all countries, the big thing is usually there's no one solution that fits all. If we learn anything from systems thinking and ecology, is we need to contextualize our solution. Each country has its own environment, its own constraint, its own carrying capacity, and you have to contextualize the solution here. So in order to contextualize the solution, you have to think about a different kind of maturity model and basically different kind of hierarchy that allow to basically to us to evaluate the different maturation paths of different countries within the country context and see how to what extent they stand now for using technology and then how they can improve to the next level. So we came with a kind of like model hierarchy where we have this 7 component, provided 23 different components with different elements, indicators, and measures. The bottom line here, putting this together, it allows us to come with this ability to evaluate where each country stand now in terms of the using technology. We have 5 levels: ad hoc, recognize, define, manage, optimize. Optimize means basically each one has a meaning explanation here in terms of the situation. These are assessed at the different levels from element to subcomponent to component, and each one comes with a prescription value. If you are here in terms of the data, how you go from here to there, you cannot jump to optimize without going through the other paths. So it's a sequential process. And we came with a very nice white paper that actually have been basically of course, coordinating the cooperation is with a sort of paper that was just published, last week, where it is basically provide a detailed description of the maturity model, the rationale of the maturation path, and then basically coming with what we call it a maturity model calculator with different elements, different maturation, and each one has a sort of diagnostic solution for, okay, if you are here, how you get from here to there. But the main thing here is how to make progress around all these components, because just making progression in the data and machine learning without having the people capacity to use this will be useless. Without having basically the underlying infrastructure will be useless. The idea becomes you have to make progress in all the passes together. So right now we are having 2 levels of implementation. We're implementing right now because what happened as we are developing this one, the UNDRR jumped in and they would like to use the model itself to improve what they call it. They have a tool called the Inventory that use actually to collect national data losses and report this for the Sendai framework. So originally we were implementing this in detail in 4 countries: Nepal, Philippines, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. But the UNDRR jumped in and would like now to extend this to 16 countries, including European countries like Serbia, Armenia, and Tajikistan. We're talking about basically different African countries like Malawi, Niger, and Mauritius. Even the Pacific small islands, we have several ones who are implementing this one. And the whole idea that basically we hope by the end of the year with this kind of like pilot implementation and all these 16 countries in place, that we can prove that basically we have a model here that allow us to see where countries stand, benchmarking the current progress that's happening in terms of the use of disaster technology for disaster risk reduction, management, and resilience. And basically, once you can benchmark, you can see where you can improve and how you can improve. This is the most important, the how part. This has been the sole focus of the disaster maturity model, not only describe what can be happening, but how it can be happening. And they provide a way to really, track performance, because this is the data evidence here, like how would you like to performance and provides a standard way. So I'm hoping this will be done after the 16-1. I think what the UN is evolving this into a program that can be used for different countries to report their progress in terms of the maturity, almost like somebody who has a master's degree versus a PhD. Just being in a maturity level 1 or 2, 3 just can tell you a lot about where the countries stand and what needs to be done. So the big question for thought here, which has been being back to the topic of the conference here, there's a lot about ecological restoration here, a lot of effort and a lot of paradigm, which basically based on just my limited, understanding of the field. Can we have a maturity model of ecological restoration? How this can be implemented? What are the components of this maturity model? What can be used? What kind of like different levels of ecological restoration? Can we have stages, for this one? So this is kind of like food of thought. I wanted to put it to the audience, and I'll be more than happy to give more information about it, about the maturity model. But I think just provoking some sort of solution that we need really to move a little bit. Sometime, like I'm wearing two hats here, so sometimes I have the academic hats, and sometimes I have the professional practical hats, and today I'm just going to focus more on the practical hat here. Is it's easy to talk about something, but most of the time it's easy to do it, and we are trying to translate our knowledge to action in somehow, and maybe a maturation model for ecological restoration, understanding basically different kind of like resilience in a pragmatic way. That would be the path. Thank you so much for your listening, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tariq. It was very nice listening to your talk. You nicely talked the importance of bringing different pieces of geospatial technology together into a systematic thinking, and the way we can use technology trend data framework in terms of disaster risk reduction was very nicely detailed. Thank you so much again. Now, let's move to the next speaker, Dr. Srivalsa Olathayar. I'm sorry, sir, if I couldn't pronounce your surname properly. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Srivala. He's presently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Karnataka, Surathakal in Karnataka. Dr. Srivalsa pursued MTech and from IIT Kanpur, PhD from IISc Bangalore, and served as international research staff at UPC Barcelona Tech, Spain. Dr. Srivalsa has authored 5 books that are now subscribed by worldwide university libraries, including MIT and Stanford. He published over 80 research papers. He is currently the Secretary, Indian Chapter of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, and Executive Committee member of Indian Society of Earthquake Technology. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Srivalsa to take over the platform. So the topic for the discussion by Dr. Srivalsa is on disaster geotechnical engineering in disaster risk reduction. Dr. Srivalsa.
Namaste. Very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I thank the organizers and especially Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh for giving me the opportunity to speak at this wonderful program. So let me share my screen. Please let me know if it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. So now it is 6:11. I will take about 20 minutes. So I am speaking on disaster geotechnics, geotechnical schemes for disaster risk reduction. And I have streamlined this presentation in line with the main theme of this symposium, that is ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard risk assessment. Fine. So these are the contents of my talk. And these are taken from the extracts of my books, mainly on earthquakes and water. So thanks to Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, actually, I was a faculty at Amrita University in the Department of Civil Engineering. All these 3 books were written from Amrita campus. to Amma's blessings. So these books also have become very popular, such that MIT, Stanford universities also have subscribed to these books. I will speak about some information from these books and other 2 recent books published last year on water and soil reinforcement. So we are aware about different hazards categorized as natural hazards and man-made hazards. Natural hazards like floods, earthquakes, etc., and man-made hazards like war and transportation hazards, etc. Well, basically, I am a geotechnical engineer, so that is why the disaster risk reduction concept also I will be talking in terms of a geotechnical engineer's perspective. And you know that DRR is complementary to ecosystem restoration as well. So this is one of the wonders of the world. All of you know Leaning Tower of Pisa, and why it is leaning? It is because of the differential settlement. At one side, the foundation soil was very weak. Actually, it was a geotechnical blunder. It was a civil engineering blunder, but it became a monument. A blunder became a monument. And it was actually erected, repair was done, but they have not completely erected so that its unique tilt can be maintained. And that is how it is a major tourist attraction and one of the major source of economy of that region as well. But if the same phenomenon of differential settlement happens to our house, it does not become a tourist attraction, but it becomes a disaster. Now coming to the definition of hazard and disaster from Chengdu Declaration of Action in 2011, it states that there is no such thing as natural disaster. The terminology natural disaster itself is wrong. We should not use that. Natural hazards such as earthquake, landslides, etc. become disasters as a result of human and societal vulnerability and exposure. And we can mitigate such disaster by reducing vulnerability and exposure, as simple as that. So risk consists of 4 elements: hazards, exposure, vulnerability, and location. So even if we take the example of current COVID-19 scenario, so even the different applications like Arogya Setu, APU in India, that also will tell you how much level of, at which level of risk you are. So it is also based on this. So if you are in a location where there are COVID hazard, so 2 criteria satisfied. You are in a location where there are so many number of cases, location and hazard criteria are satisfied. Then there is some risk, but you are at high risk if you are exposed. If you are wearing a PPE kit, you are not exposed, so you are safe. If you are wearing a mask, you are less exposed. So then also you are safe up to a level. And if you are old-aged children or your immune system is weak, then you become more vulnerable. So that is about vulnerability. Then we say you are at complete risk. If you are completely exposed and also vulnerable, complete risk. So any risk can be defined in these terms. So similarly, if we speak about earthquakes, is the structure's location hazard, and if the structure is exposed and if it is weak, it is vulnerable. Fine. Now, if an earthquake happens in, say, Greenland, where there are no people, the risk is 0. Because even though earthquake hazard is there, risk is 0 because there are no structures exposed to the hazard. Now, if so many buildings come up on a barren land, if these buildings or structures are not designed to withstand the earthquake forces, there can be risk like this. Because there is a popular saying, earthquakes don't kill people, but buildings do. So if we can take care of buildings' vulnerability and exposure, we can completely eliminate the risk. So this is an example actually from Kobe Line in 1992. You can see a retaining wall on the left and so many houses on the right. In 95, there was a major earthquake. After the earthquake, you can see all the houses collapse, but the retaining wall is intact because it was reinforced with the geogrid. No other material, no concrete, no steel was used, only reinforced with the geogrid. That is why it is intact. That is how even engineering interventions can mitigate the disasters. So I will quickly run through one case study of assessing the earthquake hazard with a case study of India, an Indian scenario. So these are some of the earthquake building collapse that happened during earthquakes in the past in India, and this is from different parts of the globe. So the solution lies in buildings, not in earthquakes as such, because we don't have any control on earthquakes, but we have the control on buildings or structures as engineers. So how we react after a major earthquake, 0 to 1 minute, there is a lot of panic. And 1 minute to 1 week, fear. 1 week to 1 month, there are short-term repairs and people start blaming, media starts blaming, policymakers, etc. Blame game, mutual blames. Then 1 month to 1 year, long-term repairs and action for higher standard. That is why after 2001 Bhuj earthquake, in 2002, immediate next year, our Indian Standard Code was revised. Then 1 year to 10 years, people tend to forget that, and 10 years to next earthquake, complete reluctance, and these stages repeats after a major earthquakes. So that is why there is a lot of importance in keeping the people alert, and these kinds of workshop obviously help in that. So in India, actually, major earthquake happens in the plate boundary region and even in the stable continental region like southern part. You can see some of the major earthquakes here, and some of them are from the southern peninsula. So the seismic zonation map of India was first developed in 1962 and then revised, and the latest version is in 2016, BIS 2016. So actually we have done a scientific analysis to understand the earthquake hazard in different parts of India by collecting over 2 lakh earthquake data, historical starting from 250 BC till 2020 AD from different agencies. So this is the spatial variation of the epicenters of earthquakes, and they were converted into a unified moment magnitude scale because it does not saturate, and we have developed our own correlations for that. So then the aftershocks and foreshocks, that is the dependent events, were removed because we assume earthquakes to distribution to be to follow a Poisson distribution. So dependent events have to be removed, and this is the final map showing the declustered catalog of earthquakes and its spatial distribution. And different linear seismic sources like fault, lineament, etc. were delineated and digitized. Actually, we have scanned and digitized. Today morning, Dr. Saival Ghosh was talking about Bhukosh. Now digitized version is available for download from Bhukosh directly. And India is like in other arenas like language, culture, etc. In tectonics also, India is very varied with active tectonic shallow crustal earthquakes in the northern Himalaya, subduction zone in Hindu Kush, and subduction intra-slab in Indo-Myanmar subduction zone and stable continental region in the southern peninsula, and a mixture of shallow crustal earthquakes and interface earthquakes in the Andaman region. So we have to use different ground motion prediction equation for these regions, and there are several relations available. So we have developed our own, collecting the strong motion actual data from PESMOS. That was a project by IIT Roorkee with the Ministry of Earth Sciences. So we have collected and developed our own relations for the Himalayan region. It was used and the seismic hazard was evaluated. So I am just giving you a, because like earthquake hazard assessment, how it can be assessed, I am just giving an example. So we have followed the deterministic seismic hazard assessment, and you can see the spatial variation of the peak ground acceleration. So it is using the linear sources, fault and lineaments, and the maximum magnitude earthquake assumed to occur at the closest possible distance. That is what we do in a deterministic straightforward approach. So similarly, there can be a more complicated approach because there are a lot of uncertainties involved. So we have done also a seismicity analysis, because if we collect the earthquake data of a region for 100 years, no, even though it's a random event, there is a trend actually. So we can capture it, and we have done a probabilistic analysis. So I will not go into the mathematics. So with the different 18 models we have calculated, and we can see the result. Actually, this will give you the result, the earthquake expected hazard for next 50 years with a 90% confidence level. So you can say that with the 90% confidence level, you can say that, say, for the Bangalore region, the hazard will not exceed 0.13 G in next 50 years. So that is what as engineers we are interested in. So now site response studies also, because the local soil will amplify the vibration like it happened in Ahmedabad. So with the GIS technique, because to do a site-specific geotechnical study for a harsh region is difficult. So we have arrived at the slope map, and you can see the slope map here. And in the green color, no, that is the hilly regions like Western Ghats also you can see. So assuming that has correlation with the topographic gradient as a proxy for site amplification, we have brought the hazard at the ground level. And this is a case study that we have done for a thermal power plant in Chittagong, Bangladesh. Well, now coming to the exposure, so we have to integrate the building typology and population also into the hazard to understand the risk and also the preparedness level of the people. We have also developed an earthquake readiness index tool at a community and individual household level, and we have assessed the preparedness for Coimbatore as well as for Delhi. So we have seen an interesting findings, like educated people are more prepared and employed people are more prepared at individual level, but students are more prepared at community level. So, but even though there is a slight preparedness level, higher preparedness level among the literate people, but we have observed that even in most vulnerable regions, the preparedness level is actually low to moderate. So that is why these types of workshops help a lot in preparing the community to face an earthquake. So I will just share a screenshot of our book. There is a chapter called Do's and Don'ts before, during, and after an earthquake. It is available for free download actually. So if you search in Google for this title, you can click on the download sample pages and you can get the chapter itself. Fine. Now in next couple of minutes, I will cover geotechnical schemes for ensuring water security. So let me take a case study of India is a land of rivers. No, we know Gange, Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmade, Sindhu, Kaveri. So there are so many major rivers actually. And if we look at the rainfall data of last 100 years, the average is 1176 mm, and it has not changed much. It has not varied, but the distribution has become very erratic due to climate change effects also. The distribution has become erratic. So 1 month's rainfall is sometimes received in just 2 days. Then there is no time for water to percolate into the ground. And also we have a lot of structures that has come which blocks the water from percolation. So during rainy season, we have floods, and during summer we have drought because the groundwater is not getting recharged. So if we take the case of Bangalore, in 1960, there were 150 lakes. And now it has reduced less than 60. The current Majestic bus stand was once a lake called Dharmabudi. We cannot believe that. So that is what is happening. But even though actually, if we look at the total amount of water we receive as rainfall, no, we receive 4,000 kilometer cube of water, 4,000 BCM, billion cubic meter of water in every year, and another 400 kilometer cube from neighboring countries' rivers actually. And we have more than 6,000 large dams, and total storage capacity is less than 400 BCM. Not even 10% we are able to store. So that is why we usually say India is not running out of water, but water is running out of India. So now if you look at some of the traditional water harvesting structures in India, so this is actually at my own home in Kerala. This is a pond, one in the rainy season and summer season we can see. Actually, because of these kinds of structures, no, even in last 50 years, the water table has not gone even by 1 inch actually. The water table is retained because of these kinds of structures. Even in summer, we are able to irrigate the farmlands from this water. And the tankas in Rajasthan, they are used for drinking water because the rainfall is less there. And Ghadinas in Western Rajasthan with an earthen bund, and Jalaras in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, and Bavadis in Gujarat. These structures are also a place for gathering. And this is Kankaria Lake in Gujarat. So SBI, State Bank of India logo has been taken from here. And Ahar and pines in Bihar, actually. Ahar is a big lake, and when there is a flood, no, the water is diverted through the pines, which are long canals. So it will recharge the groundwater, and finally it is stored in the Ahar during flood season. And during summer, we get amount of water from that. And Bengal's inundation channels, Bhandaras in Maharashtra's Cheruvus, in Andhra Pradesh, tanks, karres in Karnataka or Kalyanis, and zincs in Ladakh, and surangas are horizontal wells seen in the northern part of Kerala and southern parts of Karnataka. They are drilled through laterite, stable laterite stones.
Dr. Srivalsa, it would be great if you can quickly summarize so that we can take some question answer session.
Yeah, sure. I will summarize in 3 minutes. I started at 6:11, so 20 minutes, 3 more minutes. Fine. These are some of the hydraulic structures from ancient India, and this is the Grand Anaket, the 4th oldest dam in the world, and some of the modern techniques like rainwater harvesting structures, check dams, recharge wells, water pools, and afforestation. So today is World Environmental Day, so afforestation is one of the key. It plays a major important role in sustaining water. And this is a case study from Jharkhand where we have adopted of the techniques actually. I was personally involved as a consultant. So this was the part of Amrita Sir program, Living Labs program. We have visited some of the villages in India, and this is another subsurface dike. So I will not go into the details. So I will try to summarize in 2 minutes. I have a video to show. Anyway, I will share it in the chat box, the link to the video, and I will just summarize by explaining some of the natural measures to prevent disasters. So like landslides, the tree roots, that is natural solution itself, like vetiver. So we have used natural fibers for reinforcing the soil, and we have done different analysis, SEM analysis, and different experimental studies also. So it has a lot of applications, the geogrids or geosynthetics. So it has wide variety of applications, and we have also patented this. So this was a work done by MTech student from Amrita school only. So we have patented this also, Areca leaf, using Areca leaf sheets. So we have published a book also to form geocells out of Areca leaf sheets and different natural materials. So this is how it works actually. This is how it works without any reinforcement, and with reinforcement, it adds a lateral confinement effect. So we have done experiments on different types of materials, natural materials like Kyer, jute, sisal, etc. This is another experiment that we have done, and we have recently published this also. So I'll close my presentation here. And if you have any, these are some of the results. So this is a consultancy project actually we have done. This is for Mumbai-Pune Expressway. And this is from NH66 in Mangalore. So the Mangalore Corporation has approached us. So I was a consultant for that. So we have provided the geocell option here. So if we go for RCC, concrete and steel, when the carbon footprint is also very high and cost is also very high. So this is the design that we have given with the soil nails and geocell arrangement, and this is with the pure geocell arrangement as a facing. So this has reduced the cost also by around 50%, and it is environment friendly as well. So it is high time that we go for nature-based solutions for mitigating the disaster. So these are some of my books. So this I have already shown, and some of additional books on ground improvement and seismic design and performance. If you are interested, I can send the links. And I also take this opportunity to invite you for an international conference on recent advances in geotechnical earthquake engineering and soil dynamics. So this is a 4-yearly conference that used to happen in the United States, and now it is coming to India. So it is in July next month. So I act as an organizing secretary for that. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I invite all the participants. So you can log into 7ikiraji.org and get the details for registration and participating in the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Srivalsa. You have a wide range of work. It was like very astonishing to see, like you have geotechnical to hydrology to this the civil engineering solutions. So I was very like I have so many questions about it, but yeah, I would like to see if we have some. So personally, I was thinking you talked about earthquake prediction. So was it some like, do we have some validation that we can say that this is how confident we are in terms of?
Yeah. Thank you.
range of days?
Yes, it is an excellent question. Actually, we don't use the term earthquake prediction because it has different people, doubts also. So we never use the term earthquake. Though there are some groups working on earthquake prediction, but what we call is that hazard assessment. And that is using with the available data, with the past earthquake data and available geological information on the seismic sources. From the past data, we try to project the future, and we cannot say when an earthquake happened and which location it will happen. Exact date and time we cannot say. We can only say that using the return period. Yeah, in next 50 years, if we see the case of in India itself, so in 1897, Shillong earthquake, 1905, Kangra earthquake, 1937, when Bihar Nepal earthquake, 1950, Assam earthquake, and like that. So a major earthquake is in the Himalayan region. So we can see based on the return periods, we can say a probability of earthquakes, like a seismic gap is there. There is a lot of strain energy accumulated. So in next 50 years, any time a major earthquake can happen. So we usually design a building for 50 years. If it is an important structure like a dam, etc., more than 100 years. So we usually say for 50 years with a 90% confidence level, in this location, the acceleration level will not exceed, say, 0.3 g in terms of acceleration due to gravity, we say. So that is what, as engineers, we try to quantify with some confidence level for design of structures. But earthquake prediction, I also don't believe in that. As of now, we don't have the scientific methodology to predict an earthquake. Thank you.
There was a question from question session as well. So it's there. There's someone called Gopal who asked, what are the barriers in this prediction or so-called estimation?
Yeah, now that include our data, both in terms of, I think he has asked the question very similar to what you have asked. So I already explained prediction is not possible. As of now, with the scientific information or update advance available, earthquake prediction is not possible, but we can say there is a probability of earthquake in next 50 years or something like that. A major earthquake is awaiting, but when it happens, we cannot say. But the acceleration level, we can say. That is why we use the ground motion prediction equation. That is all from data only. We actually use the actually recorded data from different magnitudes. So we have used, say, more than 100 data, actual records, and we have done a multilinear regression analysis to arrive at a ground motion prediction equation. And there are a lot of uncertainties involved. So I will not go into detail. I can share some of the papers, uncertainty in magnitude, uncertainty in source to site distance, and uncertainty in the relationship itself, and the earthquake occurrence itself, time and location itself. So there are a lot of geology and mathematics also involved in that. So there are different models, but earthquake prediction model, there is no reliable model available as of now. But we can assess the hazard, and with a certain level of probability, we can say what is the expected acceleration at a location for next 50 years or so. Thank you.
Sorry. So there's a question which says, does India has any large aquifers? Can you quickly give some idea?
Yeah, but I am not from a hydrology or water resource background, but there are so many aquifers in India, even in our place itself. Actually, in my village where I am there, there is also a confined aquifer. So there are it is because India is a vast land, so there are many.
I believe northern India is the part where we have large aquifers. Anyways, it's very great to talk to you, Dr. Srivalsa. We have to move to the next speaker.
Fine, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we move to Dr. Sudesh Vadhavan. A very warm welcome to Vadhavan, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
So, Dr. Sudesh Vadhavan is currently working in Amrita University as an adjunct professor. Dr. Vadhavan has served the Geological Survey of India in various capacities with exceptional merit and devotion. He has vast experience in geological science and published over more than 50 research articles in reputed national and international journals, besides writing more than 40 scientific reports for GSI. Dr. Vadhavan has been visiting faculty and nominated geoscience advisor for UPSC and UPSC Delhi, an expert member for member of multiple high-rank officer selection committees like Atomic Mineral Directorate and for Exploration and Research Park, etc. He is actively engaged in promotion and protection of geoheritage sites and development of geopark in India. The topic he is going to discuss today is on integrated strategies for conservation of geodiversity and biodiversity implications for restoring ecosystem in Western Thar Desert, India. Over to you, Dr. Vadhavan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alka. Am I audible? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it okay? So I'll be taking our delegates to the Thar Desert now, and be just showing you how the conditions are changing very fast in the Thar Desert, particularly after the import of Himalayan water through Indira Gandhi main canal. How the land use is changed and how it is also affecting our ecosystem there, and what really needs to be done urgently. So I'll just show you, this is the satellite imagery, Thar Desert in western India here, covering parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat and parts of Haryana. And it is bound on the eastern side by the Aravalli hill ranges here, and the Indus River, which is flowing through Pakistan, that is the other end, wherein the Thar Desert is extending as Thar Parker Desert there. So it's a very important dryland environment, very low rainfall, and rainfall gradient is also varying from east to west. And we have just about 100 millimeters rainfall in the core of the Thar Desert, that is the Jaisalmer area. And this is one of the largest, 7th largest desert on the subtropics, and very important ecosystem of the dryland environment, particularly very important biosphere. It's one of the listed biospheres in the United Nations heritage category.
So your presentation is not coming, sir.
Sir, yeah. So the presentation is not there. We can see you, but not your presentation.
So how do I do it then?
Share the presentation, share screen.
So there's a green upward arrow.
Just a minute, just please give me a minute. Yeah, this is share screen, and then I'll do this. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Then click the
Can you make it in presentation mode, sir?
Then click the
Just,
show button.
I'll go to the first one, and I'll click the presentation mode. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Perfect,
Okay.
perfect, sir.
Yeah. So should I repeat whatever I just introduced briefly? So I'll be just talking about the desert and the ecosystem there, which is really very badly degraded nowadays. In fact, I studied Thar Desert quite some time back. And fortunately, because of the International Geological Congress, which was scheduled to be held in Delhi in 2020, I was one of the coordinators for some field trips and some of the special seminars. So I had the opportunity of visiting these areas again, and we could notice a lot of changes, a lot of ecological changes which have taken place because of the human intervention. So Thar Desert, as we all know, is on the western, northwestern part of India, covering parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat, and extends from Aravalli Hills on the eastern side, which is trending northeast southwest, and the Indus River, which flows through Pakistan, is the other western margin. And the Thar Desert extends into Pakistan as Thar Parker, that is the name they call it. and it's a very dry area, and a lot of people used to have pastoral activity, moving from place to place with their herd of animals, goat and sheep. And because of this latest engineering marvel of bringing Himalayan water from the Satluj River through Indira Gandhi main canal, we have had a lot of good prosperity coming in, but there were a lot of other unpredicted hazards, that is destruction of the ecosystem there, and a lot of waterlogging conditions were involved. And see, the best part in the Thar Desert, for any landscape for that matter, the geodiversity, the geological component of the nature, it was not considered properly while conserving the nature. Biodiversity is very well known, fauna and flora, they are very well known, but the underlying geological aspects, the rocks and the landscape and the processes, the geomorphic processes and the geological processes which operate and which develop that particular landscape, they were not properly appreciated while making proper plans, comprehensive plans for ecosystem restoration. And this is the need of the hour. We have a huge variety of dunes in the Thar Desert, varying from parabolic dunes to linear dunes to transverse and barkans and various shapes of the dunes, which is in itself a huge attraction for the tourists. They come here and they visit the various desert landscapes. And if this is getting destroyed because of the recent human activities, then our restoration aspects, they are at a very dangerous level. And I'll be just highlighting how the modern emerging technologies can really help us in finding good, comprehensive, sustainable solutions for this, right? So geodiversity is now very important, particularly the active geomorphic and geologic processes, which are erosion and deposition in this particular environment, dryland environment, wherein the rainfall is very low, very high evaporation is there. And if we have excess water spread all over the surface through that irrigated irrigation, the irrigated cultivation, then of course, because of the high evaporation, we have the problems of soil salinity and formation of the hard pans, the calcrete pans, because of the percolation of the dissolved solids and their precipitation just 1 or 2 meters below the surface because of the high evaporation and heat. So here the biodiversity which had adapted itself to this kind of extreme harsh conditions, the fauna and flora, they are now facing a lot of challenges and threats, because the water availability is very easily there. Surface water distribution is now encouraged, and earlier there used to be traditional water harvesting systems, which my previous speaker had shown. They were also there in Rajasthan, in this part of the desert, but because of the easy availability of the surface water, there has been overuse. And of course, the overgrazing of the Thar Desert and leveling of the landscape has also brought in a lot of difficult changes here, which need to be managed. And the geodiversity includes some of the very rare geological features, like we have dinosaurs footprints and fossils. This is a real Jurassic Park actually. These dinosaurs, these remains, they belong to the Jurassic age. So this is a natural Jurassic Park here. And if these are destroyed, and because of the expansion of the human settlements and construction activities, which is going uncontrolled, because of the tourist influx, and a lot of civic amenities are constructed. So this is also endangered, and we are losing our natural traditional village living there, which is another source of attraction for the tourists. They want to see how traditionally our people were actually adapting to the desert-like conditions. That is seen on the right side on these hutments and such village settlements. Similarly, we have landscapes, and they are these camel safaris over soft sands, the golden sands of Thar Desert. They are quite famous, and a lot of tourists they visit. But then we have these fossil wood parks, again 180 million years old, of Jurassic age, lower Jurassic age. And this biodiversity, this typical Great Indian bustard, the Godawan they call it, and this was facing extinction of late, but then it is now protected as part of the Desert National Park. So there are other features which are just not simply related to the area there. And this water which is now brought through canal, Indra Canal, it has brought in a lot of prosperity. It's more than 649 kilometers long, main canal, and a lot of distributaries are also constructed on this, which is cultivating a lot of area. And it is not only supplying the drinking water to the local settlements, but this is also creating a lot of problems on the surface. Of course, one good advantage of this is all along the canal on either side, a lot of green belt was developed, nearly 1 kilometer wide on either side. The plantations were done, the dunes were stabilized. These are the plus points. And because of this, the change in biodiversity is also seen. And at the same time, the people had resorted to these are the waterlogged areas in some of the parts of the canal because of the excessive use of surface water, and there is hardly any surface drainage to take it away. So water remains there, it remains stagnant, and there is hardly any percolation because of the hot pans underground. Now, the most dangerous part, which I noticed just last year, which is now very frequently practiced, is leveling of the dunes. You see, this human interference with the natural landscape is actually creating soft sediments which are becoming amenable to wind erosion. So it has increased the intensity of sand and dust storms in the area and has increased the erosion of these sediments further downwind. Humans, the people there have adopted this kind of water banking system. This is called a diggy construction, wherein the water is temporarily stored whenever there is a supply from the canal, and then it is used whenever it is needed for cultivation. Now, this type of change is actually bringing in a lot of issues and a lot of challenges. Destruction of the desert landscape is very important. Intensification of geomorphic processes of erosion and deposition, it's happening. And degradation of the ecosystem and loss of native fauna and flora. So this is another dangerous signature for ecosystem destruction. And then we have water drainage courses are absent, and therefore the poor internal drainage is creating a number of hard pans, which are just subsurface impervious layers, which actually aid in bringing in the waterlogging and the rise in perched water table and all that. And because of the application of water in such inherently dry environment, there is a consolidation and subsidence of this particular strata. Then, of course, salinity aspects, lack of water use efficiency is there because the readily available surface water is now available, and conservation, recycling, and reuse of water is not given adequate attention. So these were the issues, and now there are solutions. And now, because emerging technologies can really guide us in ensuring food, fodder, and fiber security. So water is critical in all these, and energy levels are also getting good attention because we have now started developing the renewable energy resources. The windmills and the solar panels are coming up number of places, and there is a lot of social, political, and environmental concerns. Yeah, Dr. Alka, are you saying something?
Sir, we have to expedite, please.
Okay, sure. I'll quickly come over. So now I'm just coming to conclude in the next 3 to 5 minutes. So there is urgent need to enhance water use efficiency. Emerging technology-driven, innovative, and integrated participatory approaches are needed to be adopted, and coordinated efforts are needed actually, wherein the IoT and machine learning, these modern techniques can really help us in working out the total water budgeting system and how best we can restore the soil moisture up to optimum level and adopt the modern methods of irrigation, not the flood level irrigation, but the integrated drip irrigation technology needs to be adopted. So we conserve on the water and also conserve the natural environment, wherein the geodiversity is very important, which is also getting eroded and getting degraded because of such human interventions. And of late, because of the climate change, we have been having exceptionally high rainfalls in this area, which had never received such high rainfalls, and that is causing a lot of flash flooding. Now, these are the aspects on which a lot of systematic data needs to be collected through our own advanced systems of these technologies. And this is how I'm just flagging off these issues. And fortunately, with Amma's grace, some of these villages would also be adopted in future for our detailed studies and finding long-term sustainable solutions for them. So I'll just say thank you very much for your attention. Although this is a classical work, but then modern technology is needed to have sustainable solutions for these emerging problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for this interesting talk on the intensity, on the geological and biodiversity in Thar Desert. So there are a couple of questions for you. So Dr. Aditi Tyagi has asked that it seems that the adoption of structural measures as regards flood management have rather proved to be counterproductive. How do we optimize their use along with the non-structural measures in the current scenario?
Yeah, actually, there used to be many inland depressions and basins which used to store the excessive rainfall. And that used to be the actual traditional method of rainwater harvesting. So if I can just show you a few more slides just down there. I don't know whether.
So we are in short of time, sir.
Yeah, sure. So just these are the traditional ways. No, can you see this slide?
No, sir.
No, okay. Then anyway, there were the traditional methods wherein the local depressions used to get filled up, right? And then there is also a possibility, the geoscientific possibility of delineating the paleo channels and reactivating them for recharge. So there are artificial recharge methods which can just put water underground and they are just conserved. They are not subject to evaporation. And I agree that building these flood control measures is not going to help us because it is not a regular phenomena. It is just once in 50 years or once in 100 years kind of phenomena. In fact, that kind of data we need to process and work out the solutions for long term. So what has been the trend of the changes of the rainfall pattern here, that has to be worked out in details.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move to Dr. Geeta Srikanth. Dr. Geeta is currently working in Amrita University as an assistant professor. She obtained her PhD from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. She has been PI and co-PI of multiple projects with Ministry of Agriculture, etc. And she has almost 50 corpus index papers in national and international journals. And she has been she has a lot of medals in her lab. So without extending it further, I hand over the platform to Dr. Geeta. She's going to talk on geospatial technology in disaster management. Dr. Geeta, are you there? Sir, meanwhile, maybe you can answer the question by Gopal. So he asked that as it is obvious, as we cannot obviously relocate agriculture from the area, are there soil treatment techniques to enable soil to hold more moisture and eliminate formation of salt flats?
Yeah, in fact, this drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation, they are the time-tested best methods wherein very limited amount of water is actually spread. So there's hardly any percolation, only the root zone gets the moisture. So these are the modern scientific methods of farming. And the difficulty here is that they are technology driven and they are costly also initially. So some hand holding has to be done. Some pilot projects, they need to be shown to the people that it is really economical in the long run to have this type of drip irrigation technology adopted in these areas. Because most of the irrigation there is done through flood methods. Most of the migrant laborers, they have come from the neighboring Punjab and Haryana, and wherein they have been using only flood kind of irrigation method. So this modern technology with the good control on monitoring through our emerging technologies like IoT and machine learning, which will actually guide us how much water moisture is to be done and what is the nutrient level which is needed for each plant. That is the ultimate solution, I think, in this particular dryland environment.
All right, sir. So as Dr. Geeta is not there, we may...
Dr. Geeta has joined. Dr. Alka, Geeta has joined.
Okay, great. So Dr. Geeta, I've shortly introduced you. Can you start the presentation, please?
Am I joining?
If there is some internet issue probably. Maybe then we move to Dr. Sushila Devi. So Dr. Sushila Devi is the principal research scientist at Dr. Geeta, are you there? Okay, we are moving ahead, right? So yeah, Dr. Sushila Devi is a principal research scientist at the Department of Computer Science and at Automation at IISc Bangalore. She works in the area of data mining, machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc. She teaches courses related to it, and she has guided multiple PhD students and wrote multiple papers and books. I hand it over to Dr. Sushila Devi now. She is going to talk on benefits and application of predictive ecology modeling. Dr. Sushila.
I'll just share my screen. Is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can make it in presentation mode, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so good evening to all the panelists from India and greetings to the others, whatever time it may be out there. I'm honored to be invited to give this talk, and I think that it's a very, very important topic right at the present, because with all the problems that we have with the ecosystem, etc., and all the outbreaks that we are having of infectious diseases, etc., I think it is a apt time to have such a conference as this. So mainly I work in the area of AI and ML. So I'm more comfortable with the predictive modeling part. And of course, we know all the problems about the ecology, etc. Yeah, so let me start. Okay. Right. So what is predictive modeling, first of all, because that's what we are trying to do with the environmental data, basically. So we actually take the data which is available to us from the past and from the present, and we try to use some statistical technique on these data to predict what is going to happen. We're trying to predict in the future. We are going to take past and the present. Okay? So once we predict something, and as the data comes in, then you can see whether your model is right or wrong. So if the model is wrong, you can revise it according to what is the actual value you got against your predicted value. Or if it is correct, then you're actually validating your model. So this is the basic idea of predictive modeling. And the important thing here is that when we are able to predict some important data in the future, we can make use of that to make some decisions at the present. So that's the important thing. So it's mainly used in business, finance, etc. But of course, even in ecology nowadays. So I think at first it started being used in finance and banking and things of that sort. So, for example, if a customer is going to take a loan, then you can check what is the risk of giving the loan to that customer, or things like what are the premiums which you have to set up for a person, what are the profit targets that you can meet, etc. So these are the type of things which you can do with predictive modeling, basically. And there are many different techniques which can be used for predictive modeling. And the first one is the forecasting models that you have. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the past data, and with all the data that you have up to the present, you are going to use some forecasting model on this data. So it is something like if you have a variable, you have the past data of that variable at different points in time. So that you have it up to the present point in time. So you try to predict into the future, mostly by using some type of time series analysis, etc. Okay, so you try to see what is the trend in the data, and what is the distribution of the data, and things of that sort. Then we have the classification models, which are based on classification algorithms. So you classify the data into different class labels. Then we have the outlier models, the time models. So we'll just say a little bit about each of them. The forecasting models, that is, you can predict if you know the temperature for the past week, right? Then you can use that, or say for the past 24 hours. Then you use that data to predict the temperature at the next point in time. Okay, so that is some type of forecasting model which is used over there. Okay, so usually statistics is used to find to do these type of things. So you try to do some type of regression if you have 2 variables, 3 variables, or if you have a single variable, then you see what is the trend of your data, etc. So so this can be used in ecology, say, to predict things like climate things. Well, is it going to rain? So forecasting of rain, forecasting of electricity. Okay, what is the consumption which is going to be there say in the next 24 hours? Looking at the data which is there up to this point in time, and things of that sort. So all the forecasting models. So there are actually 4 different types of forecasting models. So the straight line model actually assumes that there is a constant growth. So if we say that the growth this year is something, then the growth the next year is just a constant value add multiplied by the growth of this year. Okay, so that will be like the straight line forecasting method. Then we have the moving average. So in the moving average, you're taking the present point in time and taking the points which occur before that, okay, up to a certain point, and you're going to weight these points. So you may give a more weightage for the more recent points and less weightage for the points which come before, etc. And you're going to use that to forecast the next value. And once that next value comes in, you're going to maybe update your model, and you're going to use again so many values, and you're going to predict the next one. So you keep on repeatedly forecasting and also improving your forecasting algorithm. And in simple linear regression, you have two variables basically. Okay, one is a dependent, one is the independent variable. So you have things like what is the correlation between the two variables, etc. Okay, and then you have the multiple linear regression where you have multiple variables which you are working on at the same time. So that is the forecasting models. Okay, so when you use the regression, you get things like correlation coefficient like rho or r squared, etc. Okay, so those are the measures which they basically use. Okay, so when you look at classification models, you're going to categorize or put the items into classes, okay, all the past data. So if you have a pattern X, then your f of X is equal to H, where H is your class label. So in other words, if you, the class label is a function of your data, right? So what we are trying to find is a function f dash, which is very close to f. Okay, we'd rather get f, but you may not be able to get f. Okay, so it should be as close as possible to f. So here we have all the classification algorithms that we use, things like support vector machines, Bayes classifier, decision trees, neural networks. So a whole lot of classifiers are there, okay, so which we use. So those are the classification models that we are talking about. So here we can see a number of examples of these. So here you have a two class. The first one gives you a two class problem. Okay, and then on the right we have the digits. So 0, 1 to 9, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 9. So you have 10 classes there. And this one down here on the left side, you have 3 classes. And here you have 2 classes. So here you have the X and the Y coordinates here, which gives you 2 features. So they consist of 2 features basically. Okay, so we then come to the next one, which is the outlier models, which means that you're looking for some anomalous data or data which is not the normal data, okay, which deviates from the normal. So you're looking for some unusual data. So if you find all the data are of one type, right, you're looking for something which is different. Okay. So these anomalous data may give you some information. Okay, for example, if there is some disturbance in your ecosystem, etc., you can find that out by doing this, right? So that will help you to detect maybe things like tsunamis, etc. You should be able to detect, or if there is some storm going to come up or something like that. Okay, so any anomalous things. So things like intrusion detection, fraud detection, event detection, all these things come under this type of outlier models. So which data is an outlier to if you look at all the other data. So that is what you're basically looking at here. Okay. So here we can see some examples. So of course these are all very easy to see, and you can see that it feels nice to see that we have one anomalous outlier here. And again, you have an outlier among the eggs, etc. Right? So anything which is not according to the rest of the data is an anomalous one. So if you look at the top, the first figure, you'll see that it's been made into 3 clusters. So all the points that fall outside that, you say are other outliers, right? So that is how you find the outliers basically. Okay, so the next type of thing we consider is the time series models. So in the time series models, I wouldn't say that it's any different from other techniques, but here you're talking about the data being in the form of a time series, which we also saw in the case of the forecasting algorithms. So what you have is data which varies over time. Okay, so you have like a plot, right? So so you can see it's a question of being able to see how a data or a variable varies over time, right? So it keeps changing. So then you can use it for forecasting. You can see how similar different curves are, okay, and things of that sort. So even with time series, you can do classification, you can do clustering, you can do anything, any other things with the data. Only thing is the data is a little different because you have data which varies over time. So you have a sequence of values. So here are some examples of time series. So first one is multivariate data, where you have a number of curves of 2 features, right, or 2 variables. And if you look at the one on the right on the top, you'll see that there's a trend in the data going upwards. Okay. So they are talking something about monthly passengers or something, right? So here up to the, if you leave out the last 2 curves here, so till there, that is the data that you have, and the rest of it is the forecast, right? So they are showing you what the forecast is. Here again, we have 2 values, and here you're actually forecasting with a standard deviation. Okay, so you're saying that it's between those 2 values. Again, here we have some multivariate data. So the next method is the clustering model. So clustering very basically is that you have some underlying natural groups in the data. So you're trying to find those groups. So basically, if you divide the data and you have, say, a number of groups, then if you take 2 points in the same group, then they are more similar to each other than points which are in different groups. So that's the basic idea of clustering. Okay, so it is known as the intra-point distance and inter-point distance. So what you want is that you want the intra-point distance between 2 points in the same group to be less than the distance between a point from one group and another group. So this is actually done in an automatic fashion. And we have a number of clustering algorithms, the most popular being the k-means algorithm. We have the hierarchical clustering algorithms, density-based clustering, incremental clustering. So a number of different clustering algorithms are there. So here you can see some different clusters that have been done. So this actually is a sort of a spiral-shaped clusters. And many clustering algorithms will not be able to find these type of clusters because they can find these type of globular clusters, but they cannot find these elongated ones. So these are some density-based clustering. And this is a dendrogram which is used for hierarchical clustering basically. Here you can see clusters which are actually intersecting each other, right? So you have, you may have a point which belongs to 2 separate clusters at the same time. So this type of clustering is known as the soft clustering. Okay, so right. So then I come to what is predictive ecology.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. I could see that there's a lot of slide and we are unfortunately running short in time. Can you please make it a little faster if possible?
Sure. How long do you want me to finish it in now?
Ma'am, it will be great if you, yeah,
Should I
if you
finish?
can. No, I mean, you can go ahead for like 20 minutes because we are running short in time. I hope you understand.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you.
be finishing it up. No problem.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
So when we talk about predictive ecology, we try to predict what happens in ecology or in the environment around us, right? So it could be the study of soil or animals or plants or fish, okay, or any of these type of things. So one important thing is to study the food chain. Okay, so if you look at the food chain, you know which animal consumes which animal, etc. And that will help you to find out what is the diversity of different animals in a place, right? So you study things like organisms, population, communities, ecosystems, etc. Right? So all these things where you try to predict something in this is known as the predictive ecology. And it's a very, very important topic, and it's good that you know, AI and ML is coming into play over here to improve this, and hopefully it will help to make the world a better place by doing all these things. So okay, so some of the questions that we may ask is how does the climate variability affect the abundance of organisms or the distribution of organisms, and you know, the biodiversity, how do you find the biodiversity of a place? Okay, so if you have an ecosystem where you have a large number of animals, large number of birds, large number of plants, etc., then you say that the biodiversity is more. So that you know, that shows you know, the difference between places, and obviously a place where biodiversity is more is a much better place in many ways, right? So what are the hot spots for biodiversity? Okay, how do you maintain ecosystem diversity and ecosystem health and things of that sort, right? And then when you come to organisms, you learn about competition, predation, etc. So how do you find out about the organisms found in different places? How does climate affect vegetation? You know, all these are the things, the questions that we can ask when we're doing predictive modeling, basically. Okay. Okay, so these are some areas. I'm not going to go into all these things. So we have things like fisheries, you know, something like fish. This is the second one is a very important thing where you talk about outbreak of diseases, etc. Then you have ecotoxicology, which is toxicity in the atmosphere and in other organisms, etc. Forestry. So what are the type of trees you have in the forest? And biogeochemistry, again, the different nutrients that you have in water or some lake or some such thing. So first one is the fish, right? So I have just put down all the possible things like fish stock assessment and predicting for quantities like what is the age structure of a stock, etc., population size, etc. Okay, epidemiology is prediction of the likelihood of an outbreak of a disease. So that is a very important thing. And also things like timing, amplitude, and shape, right? How severe is it going to be? What is the timing of the epidemic, and how long is it expected to last, and stuff like that. And also interventions. Okay, so if you say we are going to give vaccinations, or we are going to do quarantining and things of that sort, what you know, effect does on
Sorry,
the
ma'am, to interrupt.
Yeah.
Would you mind to conclude soon?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
5 minutes, right? Can I take
Ma'am, it will be great if you can make it faster because we are running like 20 minutes late now.
Yeah, I know, but I need half an hour, right, to do my.
Yeah, it's just like if you
talk.
can make it. Yeah, if you can make it, then only please.
Okay. Yeah. So then, you know, there have been many.
Dr. Ma'am, Dr. Sushila Ma'am. Ma'am, I think this slot is for 30 minutes and you have another slot during the workshop day. So that's how I think we have communicated. So that's what ma'am is trying to let you know. So if you could, like in another few minutes, if you could conclude, then the rest can go in the second.
Yeah, I'll complete in the 30 minutes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So then there have been some you know, some studies on dengue, foot and mouth disease. I'm not going to these. Okay, so forestry is another one. Okay, so what I'm basically trying to do here is trying to tell you something about some. Most of them are. This will just take 2-3 minutes, and I'm done. Right. So then here we talk about the CT images which are fed into your neural networks, right? Convolution neural networks. And you're going to get output on whether it is a COVID-19 or whether it's pneumonia or non-pneumonia. Okay, so that is one work, which there are several protein structures which are associated with COVID-19. So if you're able to find those structures, then you can use it for therapeutic purposes. That's the basic idea. So yeah, so another study is that they have taken a number of genome sequences and they're trying to find the origin of the COVID-19. And so they use some clustering techniques to cluster these, right? And try to see something which is similar to the coronavirus genome sequence. And they found that it is sort of close to bats, etc. Then another thing is you can use drones, right, for a whole lot of things. So I'm not going into that. So here, what you're basically doing is you collect data from the mobile phones or the smartphones. Okay, so you can collect temperature. You can images, video, which will tell you fatigue detection, and from the audio. So you have sensors collect all this information. Okay, and then they can sort of predict the infection risk, okay, of each of the individuals, and maybe the overall infection risk too, right? So that is one more study, and here what has been done is if we take this US, so you have different regions, and each region they have collected data. So you have data like number of cases, number of deaths, demographic data, and traffic density, social media data, all these things. Certain place, something like risk index, etc. And overall, what is the number of deaths, number recovered? You can get you know, whatever information you want to decide, etc. Okay. So this will help you to take better you know, decisions, etc. So one more thing is if you look at natural language processing. Okay, so if we use natural language processing, what you are going to basically do is that suppose the government has some policies to stop the spread, right? So, for example, you may say that no going out or no using cars or whatever, right? So they will have a number of different policies. You can see how it goes down with the people, right? So you can do some sentiment analysis on the social platforms and find out what are the responses of people to these data, I mean, to these policies. And then you can use that to make better policies maybe next time, right? So another.
Ma'am, just to inform you that we have 3 minutes left.
Thing is, of course, mining of medical. I don't want 3 minutes, even 1 minute is enough, right? It's okay, thanks. Okay, so so what happens is that, okay, I'm done, I'm just at the summary, right? So we know that predictive analytics is a very useful tool, okay? And can be used very productively in the, okay? So if you could, predict even things like tsunamis, etc., it will help to save a lot of lives. And if you can predict the outbreak of some disease which is going to come, that is again going to save a lot of lives, etc. Okay, and important applications here are things like climate change and epidemiology, like I said, right? So, so if we can predict the outbreak of infectious diseases and see that the further spread doesn't take place, so we can put in a lot of preventive steps in place from before. Okay. And this will be very crucial to stop the spread of the disease. Okay, so if it can be stopped even before it has become a full-blown outbreak, then that will help a lot. So I'm sure that in the future there will be a lot more applications than there are now. And I think even the governments all over the world are trying to do their bit by, encouraging the researchers to work on topics such as these. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sushila. It was very detailed from introduction to, and we learned from basics to advanced method of geospatial techniques and modeling. There's a question in question answer session. It will be great if you can take it offline probably.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So moving ahead, we have Dr. Geeta Shrikant. She is like I have given a short introduction, but going through it shortly again. So Dr. Geeta is currently working in Amrita University as an assistant professor, and she has her PhD from Bharatiya University in Coimbatore. She has been the PI and co-PI of multiple projects and had multiple publications, more than 50 in her national and international journals, and a lot of medals in her lab. So handing over to Dr. Geeta. Dr. Geeta is going to talk about geos. Yes, so yeah, please go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, one and all present here. Today, my topic is on geospatial technology for disaster management. And now all of you know that disaster management is one of the important things to be known.
Dr. Geeta, could you be a little more louder?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Both natural and man-made disasters pose great threats for the development and social economic well-being of the people. Retards development and particularly hit hard on the poor section of the society. The frequency and the magnitude of these disasters are related to the emergencies which are constantly becoming unpredictable with grave consequences. We all know that we have met the tsunami and we know how we had gone through several hindrances during those times. There are three basic phases of disaster management. That is the pre-disaster, during disaster, and after disaster. So surveying, mapping, and GIS techniques are now used to facilitate disaster management through the production of model for visualization. It helps to visualize how we can upcome the mitigate and how can we go through the disaster and how we can deploy the rescue in those period is very, very useful by applying geospatial data. So geospatial data is plays a very big role in the disaster management because features impacted by the disaster is geographically located and it addresses all the geographic areas where it has been affected. So GIS and remote sensing are dependable tools that have been used in the evaluation of geo environment by providing a kind synoptic coverage, very broad area in a cost effective manner. This overcomes the shortcomings of the conventional ground station for recording information during the disaster. For example, if you take the geospatial will provide information about the areas which are susceptible to flood and the locations where the livestock are there and how it can be evacuated from that place and how in case of disaster it can be managed. So moreover, remote sensing tools they provide the researchers with multi-date satellite imageries which in researcher is monitoring and recording the change progress of the past flood events. So in recent advancements, you can see that remote sensing and GIS plays an integrated part in the geo-environmental disasters, greatly facilitating the advancement in the flood susceptibility and the risk assessment and erosion prevention. So in evidence, the flood-related problems could be solved through planning studies and also detailed mapping of the floodplains. You would have heard the previous speaker, Dr. Srivalsan, who spoke about this flood and planning studies, which were in very detail. The similar thing, we are also going to see that GIS systems are built to cover a wide range of applications. They are designed to integrate the vast variety of environmental data, allowing them to use for the future and accessible ways. So not only that, the application of remote sensing and GIS has become the well-developed and a successful tool in disaster management. The requirement for the hazard mitigation and monitoring are high, and the list of priorities in the development of this is mainly for the Earth observation satellite programs. Using models, GIS enables us to mix many types of data, and not only that, it is relevant for various informations at the stages of disaster management. And in disaster management, you can see GIS is used in vast for huge level of data because it can store big data and it is required for the vulnerability assessment also. So the disaster preparedness stages, if you take, it is a tool for planning, evacuation, the routes, designing centers for emergency, and for integrating the satellite data with other relevant data to design disaster warning systems. So in disaster relief phase, GIS is a combination with GPS and it's extremely useful in search and rescue operations which have been devastated. So in the past disasters which we see, we would have seen how ISRO has helped us to evacuate the people from one area to another. So this will be the actual methodology which we are using. That is, during disaster, we will have before event and after event. And during before event, we will know what is the mitigation and what is the preparedness we are going to take. Similarly, after event, you will take the relief, you will go for rehabilitation and then go for preparedness. So this will be the actual methodology which we are following. So if you see the mitigation, it is nothing but the emergency discipline which we are going to deal, and the hazard assessment. So the type of frequency, magnitude, map of the area which is likely to be affected. Vulnerability assessment, if you see, it is the assessing the degrees of loss of population, building, infrastructure, economic activities. And if you see the risk assessment, we can quantify the lives which are lost during the disaster and the cost of damage of the property and the preparedness of the maps which will indicate the risk areas. So restrictive zoning, if you see, we can see the acquisition of the hazardous areas. Not only that, we can remove the unsafe structures insurance, and really real estate information. So building codes, if you see examples are earthquakes, resistant design code, and public information. This is the main thing we have to see during the mitigation. And if you see the preparedness, you can preparation of the disaster plan, which will coordinate you for the emergency service and the damage to the main roads, hospital, etc., which are anticipating damage to be critical during the disaster, and damage inception, repair and recovery procedures, which communicates the control center. And not only that, it will have the rehearsal availability of the trained personnel. Now also you can see during COVID, this is becoming a big pandemic, but people are prepared to take the patients to the particular place in a very emergency manner, and they are prepared in such a manner that the patients are treated in a proper way. So prepare evacuation plans, informing, training population, forecast, warning, prediction, and disaster are one of the main methodologies which we see. Then we go into the response. Response is the effective plan of the public health and other personnel during disaster. So that's what I was going on saying about the COVID. So rapid damage assessment and implementation of disaster response plan, establishing a communication and infrastructure, search and rescue operation, speed of information, that is the real-time information, what is happening there. We will get all this information to the ground station, aerial photogrammetry, then damage assessment, quantification of the damage. All these things are seen by use of geospatial technology. So the large amount of data can be collected, real-time data can be collected. This is used to analyze and interpret the accurate, that is the accurate data, in what way we can help the people. So the data management is nothing but we are developing the execution and supervision of plans, policies, programs, which control and deliver. And this gives a data information asset. And not only that, it will help in the emergency operations during data management, gathering, managing, processing, and also the information of the users across systems and wherever it is needed. So it is the capability and the storage of the managed to update and provide access to all the data during disaster management. And this comes to the ground station where the computer architect and the people who are trained will look into the matter, and we are giving the emergency need for the people. So this platform, geospatial, that is GIS, and remote sensing, it is like twin. So both of them should play a major role. So GIS provides a platform for the management of geographic data and disparate documents. For example, it is the plans, photograph, etc., and necessary to meet emergency management mission. So GIS also provides capability to assess the information based on the geographic location to which it pertains, allowing user to get various type of information from the map display. And this could include emergency response plans, mitigation plans, and contact wherever the lists are. And the main GIS database, you can see, these are the main database which you can see. They are used in different satellite imageries, such as remote sensing satellites like Landsat, Spot, Iconos for GIS data creation. So preparation of base maps of different themes used in the imageries, and the thematic maps such as hydrogeomorphic and DEM generation in this, as well as the disaster planning maps. Macro and micro level maps are also identified from the threat condition. Identification of safe location and zones for rehabilitation is done. And next, if you see the roads, location maps using finding alternative routes, shelters and locations. So you can plan evacuation and operation, management of rehabilitation and post-disaster reconstruction, suitable locations identifying scientifically for the construction of houses and shelters, no construction areas identified, and rehabilitation of existing people can be done. And also hospital and medical facility identification for injured people. That is, you can find out the short route for the particular area. If you want to find out which is the short route from a particular area to the hospital, that can be identified easily by using GIS and remote sensing. So for this is a case study which they have done in Kotagiri, similar to the studies which our university is doing on landslide. So landslide hazard zonation, which helps in identifying strategical points and geographical critical areas. They use the high resolution satellite data, which plays an important role in landslide disaster mitigation and management. In the study, the methodology, they have developed and identified a landslide prone area using high resolution images, and that is 3D GIS. And region of interest comprises complexly hilly terrain region, which has a steep slopes, thus making way for a frequent landslides. And this has a great potential to destroy terrain properties and lives. So the landslide is the most of the study area occurs due to changes in the land use, land cover, and in the forest areas. So the main thing which they study, yes, 2 more minutes, ma'am. I'll finish.
Namaskar, ma'am. We have to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm completing, ma'am. So this is what they have done. And the next slide, please. Next slide. Next. So these are the some maps which will be generated after the land, that is the disaster management is studied, and using the land use, land cover, and 3D generation. These are the thematic maps which will generate. Next. And these are the landside zonal maps. And similarly, GIS and remote sensing can be used for other disaster management applications such as earthquake, and GIS can be used for monitoring historical sites. Earthquake also response and data management for recovery. It is also used for impact assessment, flood mapping and macro level and micro level, flood zone mapping, detecting potential sites, elevation mapping, preparing response map in response to managing after flood situations. So my conclusion is disaster risk reduction and management involves the participation of multi-sectors such as health, emergency, etc., and use of geospatial data in a critical to efficient disaster management at all stages of management, before and during and after, and improved coordination and cooperation among disaster management stakeholders is required, since platform and team to implement effective disaster management policies and actions. It would also allow interoperability of effective data sharing among disaster management stakeholders. So there are a lot to talk about disaster management. The time given to me is only 15 minutes, so I have made it very short. Thank you everyone for the patient listening, and I thank Manisha ma'am for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the interesting talk on different aspects of remote sensing, which we can apply on different disaster management strategies. Now I hand the chair to Dr. Dhanya. So she'll be introducing the next speakers. Dr. Dhanya.
Thank you, Dr. Alka. So we are moving ahead because we are running a little late now. So even though we have scheduled a break right now, let us move ahead. We have very interesting presentation coming up next from Mr. Vikas Brahmavar. He's a director at Trans Water System Private Limited. He's working in the water industry for the past 12 years. Prior to which, he was working in London for investment banking industry on the software side. He moved back to India in 2008 to work on water, and currently is looking to bring sustainability for cities of India. He is a core group member of World of Water, or WOW, with a mission to save 1,000 crore liters of water. Recently, he won an award at CNN as Water Warrior of India on Mission Pine. His story has been covered in various news channels like NDTV, CNN, Udaya News, etc. We warmly welcome you, sir, to our program, and let me hand over the session to you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Manisha Madam, Sham Divakar, and Mahadevan, and all others at Amrita team. It is a privilege and a pleasure to be speaking on this forum. Thank you very much, all of you. I am Vikas Brahmavar. I did my engineering at Amrita in 2002. I'm very proud of it. And after 2002, I worked in Motorola and few other IT companies here in Bangalore, and then I moved to UK. I was working in London and suddenly one day I decided to come back. For the past 12 years, I have been working on water. Why water? During lunch break, while I was in London, I had the privilege of walking towards a Tower Bridge. I used to have my lunch there. And not even one day I had smell coming out of River Thames. So, and over time, I decided why our cities of India have dirty water. And in one of the parties, I decided to move back to India in 2008. So as soon as I start talking about water, a few of my friends say, is water scarcity real? Is it just the media hype? Is the scarcity real? So I have real life data here where in 2008, when I moved to India, the average borewell depth was around 250 feet. People used to dig 250 feet, 200 to 250 and get water. Now in just Bangalore last year, 2020, the average depth is 900 feet. So one of my friend Tarun says, we are drinking water which dinosaurs have been drinking 250 million years ago. So we are extracting water at a kilometer depth below the ground and we don't know how much water is left there. So the water scarcity is real. The issue is we don't know how much water is there below the ground. In Karnataka, we spend 50,000 rupees. The government spends 50,000 rupees to understand the surface water, how much is there in our rivers, how much is there in the land surface water, but no money is spent on borewell, how much water is available in the borewell. No enough study and no actual data are really available on places, cities of our country. So the water scarcity is real. Now, what do our cities do? Our cities pump water from rivers near the cities. For example, Bangalore, we pump water from Kaveri, which is 100 kilometers away, to the city on a higher gradient using a 65 substation. So we have the first photo on the left you see is one of the substation where we keep pumping water from the river to the city. And this was done at a time where the population of cities were less than 5% of what it was. The plan was, this was done that time. Now this is no more sustainable long term because it's all subsidized cost of water which is being supplied to residents. Now, what do cities do to manage water? What is the water management model? What do we do in our country is we do our water management based on what is coming to the city. Say, for example, we have to plan water for Bangalore. We see how much rain has come, how much water is there in the dam, and then we plan our distribution based on what is available to us based on prediction of how much water will come, and then decide. How are cities like countries like Singapore, Israel are doing? They do their water management not based on what is coming to the city as rain. They do their water management based on what is going out of the city as waste, because that is more predictable. You know the population of the city, you know how much water is going out as waste. You do your water management based on what is going out of the city. Our country over time has to move towards water management based on what is going out of the city. So I will explain the current infrastructure where all the cities in India happen. I want this session to be as knowledgeable as possible. So after this session, there will be some knowledge to take so that my value and my time and your time is valued. So this is the infrastructure which is currently available in cities of our country. Say there is an apartment or an IT park, so or where you stay. All the water from wastewater sewage needs to be treated as per the government norms. It needs to be treated and reused for flushing and garden purpose. But what happens in cities is we don't have enough garden space to use the water. We can use it for flushing to a certain extent. We can use it for small portion of water for garden, but predominantly majority of the water after treatment, after partial treatment is still being drained out. We did a survey in 2012 where 200 apartments we took. Only 20 or 30% of actual STP treated, STP sewage treatment plant. Post that, only 20 or 30% of water is actually reused for flushing and garden. Remaining is actually sent out. This is the case in all the cities of our country. Wherever there is apartment, they don't have enough space to use the partially treated water. So what we did was we took this used treated STP water made a system as per direct potable reuse norms. We made a complicated 11-stage high-end system which converts this STP treated water to high quality potable water. Technically, it can be drank from our system. Psychologically, people are not adopting it. So we are supplying it to industries, cooling towers, all that. This is the only way for cities to become sustainable. So now people say this could be a smaller volume of water. I'll give a data of Bangalore. We take 140 crore liter of water from Kaveri on a daily basis. Kaveri water, imagine, just goes to core of the cities. Outside region does not get Kaveri water yet. But you know how much water on just 5,000 apartments, if we consider every day, around 200 crore liter of water goes out of the apartment after partially treatment. When I say after partially treatment, people have spent money for treating it to a certain level. Even after that, they're sending it to the drain. And per day, 200 crore liter of water is going to the drain. 200 crore liter will just look like a number. Imagine having 13 Varathur lakes. Varathur lake is one of the lakes in Bangalore. Imagine 13 Varathur lakes being created every month. That is the quantum of water which we are draining every day. So to give one more analogy, say imagine tankers. You have seen water tankers standing. Imagine tankers standing it from Bangalore to Chennai, 350 kilometers. Imagine tankers standing it. That is the quantity of water on daily basis. After partial treatment, we are sending it to the drain. Now, what do? We take this partially treated STP treated water, pass it through our equipment, which is a container based equipment, convert it to potable quality water. Now, what we do is not that important at this moment, but what impact we have created, I wanted to give two case studies. One is for a residential complex, other is an IT park. We have implemented one of the residential complex called Vakil Satellite Township in Bangalore. They had problems where they had STP, but the STP treated water was smelling. So they were not using it for garden. They were sending it out to the drain. But for fresh water, they were buying tanker water at 1,500 rupees for every 5,000 liters. They were buying tanker water. They had 6 borewells. All the 6 were dry in 2015. All the 6 borewells now, not all, 4 borewells are now yielding good quality water. 2 borewells are yielding low quantity of water. What we have done is we have taken their waste water, excess STP treated water, converted to potable water, and they have a pond mechanism where they send this water to a pond, recharge it to a shallow well, and then recharge it to the borewell. Effectively, 4 borewells are recharged because of this effort. They have saved 1.2 crore rupees, and not just that, 60 lakh liters of water is being saved every year by them. So their pond now inside the layout, they have a small pond. It is never dry. It is filled with water. You can see butterflies. You can see birds coming in. You have a very good greenery. One of my video on CNN, you can see the video of the layout. It's a wonderful. The entire layout has become really green because of this efforts. Now, what technology we have used, I'll come to that a little later after my slides. Now, this is one of the implementation we are very proud of. This layout now does not buy tanker water. They're depending on borewell water, which is now recharged. If you see the quality of borewell water is technically very high quality of water, better than their municipal water, which they can get. Now, I'll come to one more case study of an IT park. Now, here in Bangalore or all the cities, there are lots of IT parks and malls. So what happens in all these, they have for centralized AC, they have cooling towers. Okay. Now they have STP as per mandatory norms. They put their STP, sewage treatment plant is already there. But again, the same case is there. They treat the water and partially use it for, some use it for flushing, some use it for cooling tower after a softener. Some hire a tanker to take this excess water outside their building and give it to some plantation. So they spend money on taking the excess water out also. So all these problems we have solved with our equipment. They have one major problem of softener. Now, what they do is they take the partially treated water and put softener, which is salt-based softener, where they have to use huge quantity of salt. One of the malls where they were using 14 tons of salt every month to treat the water and use it for cooling tower. Now, this 14 tons of salt, when they do, there is a process called regeneration, goes as waste, as calcium chloride, which is harmful for the environment, and they have no other option to do this. When we pitched in, we have supplied an equipment which looks like this, and it converts it to potable quality. Now they don't have to depend on the salt, and they still save water. This equipment which you see is installed in one of the malls, a container based equipment which has 11-stage treatment process. Now, how do we use IoT in our equipment? Now, previously, what was happening is our equipments where people have to be put there on a 24-hour cycle, and no data is available. So now we have put all the necessary sensors. I have a slide on what sensors we have put. All the necessary sensors and take the data remotely. We are able to control all these data from our office and send people only when it is necessary. We don't have to send people based on timer. They go unnecessary operating expense. Customer has a hassle of expenditure. So all this is solved with the help of IoT. We have something called boson aggregator board, where we have incorporated advanced firmware, over the air protocols, all that. And then all these data comes to our call center in our office, and we monitor the systems. All the sites are monitored from our office. We manage systems from our office. This one advanced has been possible with my colleagues from Amrita, Mr. Gautam and Mr. Prabhu. Along with them, we have created this application for our sites. So now, coming to IoT section, the data, the sensors for quality, quantity, performance, and point of failures are set up in our equipments. And that data using RS-485 is transferred to boson aggregator board and then to the cloud. And from there, it comes to our office call center, where we have a person who sees and gets alarm on when to send people, when to schedule people. We just need one person to manage 20 systems instead of having 3 people for one system. So we have drastically reduced the economics, which is workable for the client, for the environment, and we don't have to replace cartridges cartridges or the components when it is not necessary. So we have been able to achieve this. We call it predictive analysis, where we're able to analyze when the system is going to fail and able to transmit data, and this helps all of us in the cycle, including the environment. Now, this procedure IoT is just starting now, but recovery of water has been done in many countries, where Namibia, they have been doing DPR. DPR is direct portable reuse, where sewage to portable and then reuse immediately. That's done. Direct portable reuse is done in Namibia for the past 50 years. California, Big Spring, El Paso, Israel, all of them have it. Now, over time, we have aligned our lives or our goals as a company towards the SDG sustainable goals 11 and 6, where we want to recover water. Currently, this entire water is going to the drain and no one is able to efficiently use it. So as an organization, as our team, we have set ourselves the goal to cater 5% of Bangalore's entire water requirement by 2030, aligning to the US SDG goal. We want to create more water. We don't want to be in the scarcity mindset where no water, no water. We want to create more water from the water which is currently going out as waste. Now, I want to finish it with the story. When we were young, when a kid is playing in a fountain, you have seen kids playing in fountains 10 years, 20 years ago, probably 25 years ago. When we see them, we used to feel happy. Okay, this kid is enjoying. We see and feel happy. Now, if some kid is playing in a fountain, we start worrying, where is the water coming from? Water is scarce. This mindset has gone from resourcefulness to lack or non-availability of water. We want to change this mindset. We want to create solution where people have a very broad mind in terms of creating more water, creating abundance of water. We don't lack water. We have 200 crores just in Bangalore going out every day as waste. We don't lack in technology. We just need mindset, and we want to create more water. Let's create more water and create abundance in our cities of our country and of the world. Thank you very much for your time. It has been a pleasure talking here. Nice speaking here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was definitely, your talk was definitely informative, interesting, inspiring also. Because while the current situation of water utilization is very much alarming, attempts like yours to create more water from the wastewater, it gives us hope for our future actually. I'm sure that many of the students who are listening to this, your presentation, have become motivated with your attempts. Not only students, people who are listening to your presentation. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much.
Let us move ahead to our next presentation. It's also from a very interesting aspect. We have Mr. Ganesh Shankar, who is a serial entrepreneur in sustainability or clean tech space. He is currently the founder and CEO of FluxGen Technologies and visiting faculty at the Center for Continuing Education at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has been with GE Energy, Selco Solar, and Next First Technologies before embarking on an entrepreneurial journey. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Science and has done executive education in entrepreneurship at Haas School of Business at the University of California at Berkeley. For the outdoor enthusiasts, he enjoys long distance cycling tours. He regularly does national holiday cycle rides, which include Bangalore to Goa, Bangalore to Mangalore, Calicut to Kanyakumari, Mangalore to Goa, Goa to Mumbai, etc. Very happy to welcome you, sir. And let me hand over the session to you.
Thank you. No, thank you for the kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, I'll just give me a second. I'll share my screen so that I can start my presentation. Please let me know if when my presentation is visible.
Your presentation is visible now. If you could make it in the presentation mode, it will be more clear.
Is it in presentation mode now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this prestigious event. Many of my friends are from the university, and they're some of the finest people I've met. And I'm very privileged to. I was even telling some of them that I'm speaking at the university where some of them graduated. So Amrita Vidyapeetham is truly an international institute of learning. So thank you so much. So I would like to give a talk on IoT and data science for clean tech industry. And I will try to somewhere intertwine with my own journey in this field of IoT and data science applied for clean tech in energy and water. So there's an overview of my presentation, a bit about how it all started and how it is connected to academic institute like where I graduated. And eventually I want to conclude with how it has led to building this product and this journey, if it some way inspires more aspiring entrepreneurs here or some of the students who really like to build their own career in clean tech. I feel my purpose of this talk has served. Okay, a bit about how it all started. I graduated from Indian Institute of Science in 2008, and of course I was working on ion trap mass spectrometer, nothing connected to what I'm trying to do today. Yes, and I later worked in General Electric and energy business. That's when I got some understanding of how data science or even monitoring technology in energy can be so beneficial. And I later moved to a small town called Ujire, and I worked in this company called Selco Solar, where they were electrifying villages. So single light housing system. So this gave me a kind of when I got into this, when I actually left my job in GE, I moved into this small town and worked in this amazing company. I realized what sustainability is all about in terms of deploying a solution. So this led to me leaving my job even in Selco, because I had joined that to build a company of my own with the understanding of the managing director of that company. I came back to Bangalore to work on solar energy. So first thing I did was I put up solar plant in my own home, and I put up a simple monitoring solution. Since I had some experience in building monitoring or embedded system and things like that, I wrote a thing. And I came to know that the energy generated on the rooftop of my house was less. First, I was getting less energy. I wanted to know why. And then I put the monitoring solution to know why. And using this data pattern, I could realize the shadow on the solar panel kind of reduced the overall energy. I quickly went on to show this findings to some of the professors at IISc, saying that, see, I've done this. Can I do something for you? And they asked me, why don't you set up a similar system in our rooftops where we wanted to know how much is the energy generated by solar tracking system, dual axis tracking, that would follow the sun. Of course, sun doesn't move, but I'm just saying figuratively, it would move like a sunflower. And the one which would be static. Can you tell how much more energy you get from a solar tracking system, that one which moves like a sunflower? So we were excited. We put up the solar plant, and we connected our monitoring system. Our initial system was this big. I mean, this is back in 2012, 2011 and 2012. So we connected the our energy meter. So since I come from energy meter business at GE, I didn't want to build my own meter. I just got this meters, and two of my colleagues, we wrote a software, and we were able to see the energy generated. And we could see at around 8:15, the energy, the power from the solar panel, which is connected to a tracking system, was rather double compared to the one which was static. So we also saw the energy generated is also more than double during that time. So this was one of our earliest understanding on how you can apply data science or IoT or this monitoring technology in analyzing systems like solar system or any other clean tech. So this literally helped us actually think of doing something bigger, which is there in my current slide. So this was my idea of how I would rather want to electrify villages in India. And I want to combine my knowledge in General Electric, where we were working on smart meters for urban infrastructure, and the learning that I had in Selco, where we were doing single light housing system, individual house connected to solar. So I thought we should strike a balance between having solar energy generation in a location where you would have a small grid, which would call it as a microgrid, and distribute power among these houses. And I showed this picture to a bunch of my friends and mentors and very senior people in the industry. They told me, Ganesh, this is great idea and all, but all these things kind of thing don't work in India. So I don't get disheartened, but I don't think you shouldn't be too. I think this kind of system may not work really well. So I was, of course, disheartened, and I told, okay, you might have all this credential, but it will not work on the ground. So I didn't get any kind of support to do this thing. So I thought you shouldn't give up on an idea. So let's at least build a prototype. If not in a field, I would at least build it in a lab. So what I wanted to do was set up a solar plant and distribute power among a bunch of houses, and monitor how power in individual house, so that if they exceed the stated limit, it should switch off that power in that particular house. Right, so that you don't taking away the power generated for the entire community. And we also wanted to have a monitoring solution that would ensure if there is energy generated is less, that you would appropriately distribute, and if there's any fault in solar farm, that you can detect it, and provide some kind of a diagnostic tool for a remote village where people can't be there all the time, can just learn it through the system. So something Vikas was talking about earlier on how remotely you could diagnose. So what I thought was, let's build this system on the field, and we had a table tennis, and we started putting up these houses which look like houses in village. So to make it look more appealing, we even put some color sheet, and we started wiring the small village on the table tennis board. You could see this electric wires going across, and we even lighted it up with the energy generated from the same solar plant that I showed you earlier in this thing. And we were able to exactly monitor the energy consumed by individual house. And we were able to analyze the performance of this grid by switching on, switching off all the lights, and understanding how the stability of the grid could be. And we took the off-the-shelf energy meter, and we were able to take the data from Modbus to actually monitor the energy consumed by individual. We put long wires, like simulating the real environment. And we wrote the software. We took no time to build the software, and we wrote the software, and we were able to monitor the entire energy generated by this solar plant and individual house energy consumption. After showing this, people started saying, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I kind of disheartened you by telling that it will not work. Seems like it's going to work. You have shown how it would work in the real field by actually simulating the most of the parameters as it is. So, well, this led to us kind of getting a on-the-ground project. Again, thanks to my alma mater, University of Science, Divecha Center at Climate Change at ISC, we were able to take this project to do a pilot system at the field. My request is please send me around 5 minutes before my presentation time gets over, so that I'll be aware. Please let me know at the time. So we deployed we started going to the location, and we identified the problem statement in a place where there was absolutely no electricity, and not just no electricity, they were inside a reserve forest and no medical or transportation facility. It was Bhimgad Wildlife Sanctuary in Belgaum district of North Karnataka, right? And you could see that forest would enter. We actually had to trek there to go all the way to understand what their problems were, right? And you know, it's a beautiful place, but have different conditions like what we live in cities. As I told you, it's around 5 kilometers away, non-motorable stretch of 5 kilometers. So we first understood what they were trying to do. So they were using this kerosene lamp, and some of the people were actually getting a battery from a truck, which was around 5 kilometers away, carry it all the way and use it for a week and take it back and get it charged again from the truck. And they were trying, on top of that, they were having a what do you call, the inverter with 30% efficiency though. So they were getting very small amount of power from whatever energy they had stored in that. So we spoke to everybody in the village, the ladies and the men and the children. What which melted our heart was when the children told, we want to do homework so that we can become officers, doctor, engineers. I told, oh my God, if somebody wants to do homework to do this, we should definitely set up the solar plant and give them electricity, if not for anybody else, at least for these kids. So we actually went to the Shirodi Gram Panchayat and tried to take permission. They told, sir, it's all great, but we can't give you any space in this village to put up, space in this forest to set up this solar plant. So, but they also told that you can take the you can ask for some place within the village people, though it is restricted in forest area to give land, at least they can give you some space. So they had an answer. So, and the Nature Center for Climate Change at Trinity Institute of Science was willing to fund this project. And we took permission from forest official to transport the solar plant, solar goods and all the goods inside the forest. Like that, whatever you saw on that earlier table tennis board, we are able to put that electricity on in this village, right? I mean, we initially we thought we should put underground pipe and lay cables, but then the villagers actually told us that I don't think that is real electricity. If there is electric pole, then only it is real electricity. So we understand, we have a privilege to understand what is real electricity, but these people are not as privileged as us. So we had to go with their, what do they feel about it? So we decided to put electric pole because that's when they get the fair sense of real electricity. And on top of that, we could actually put street lights because the ladies in the village could not go to urinate in the night because of no street lights. So it added to our value, what we wanted to give them. And like this, we took some small place in that village to set up the solar plant. And it's we put the same sockets and electric panels and everything that we had put in our tabletop, table tennis version of the solar plant and this grid, microgrid. So since the wires, everything were same that we put on the table tennis, we didn't have to do too much of change. There is no changes. So one thing that I want to tell all the students out here is that if you do a real life simulation as much as possible, when you put it in the field, there's a high chance that it will work in the first shot. That's what happened to us. Something like I learned from my job in GE was that if you solve a problem at design, you'll solve it at $1. If you solve the problem at lab, you'll solve it at $10. If you solve the problem at field, it is $100. And after deployment, it's reputation it costs. So we ensured most of the thing was done at design or at the laboratory level. So we were able to make this work. We took the help of local people to deploy our solution. And like this, we put up the weather station as well because there's a science project from Divya Center. So we had to get weather data as well. Like exactly at the table tennis board, we socketed all the electricity parameter. And since we did the software, everything running in the lab, we were able to deploy it in no time. It hardly took a couple of days to deploy the solution in the field. And this is a total solar plant. The solar plant, there's a weather station. This is the IoT monitoring system, the charge controller here, which would power this charge this battery and the distributed house. Like this, this girl here could see electricity or light for the first time in her life. And though the men were privileged enough to go to the nearby cities, and this one the ladies had not, and especially little girls had not gone. Now she actually is graduated from college. I am very glad, and I came to know the year this was deployed. There was a 70% increase in passing percentage in the exams, especially the 10th standard exam. So, of course, these guys studied of the exam. We don't have to take any credit, but the value of electricity, how is it connected to this one? I mean, education. So it's so important that we take it for granted. But coming to, of course, they also were able to access EduSat and of course Chitraha, Chitramanjari and other programs. In a way, they got level playing field to understand how the people in the cities are living. So yes, of course, there was a very interesting thing. Was a telephone network, but no electricity network. They were now able to use their mobile phone after getting electricity. So coming to the IoT and data science part, which is where the whole idea worked, is we were able to monitor the energy generated from this plant and appropriately switch on or switch off this various points. And
Excuse me, sir, you have around 5 minutes.
okay, thank you so much for telling me. So basically, we were able to monitor and be able to help manage this grid at this place, right? And we actually were able to, on a day when there was a lot of electricity, they did even switch off this laptop. But on the day when there was not much electricity, there was regulated, power was regulated. So this way we managed using the amount of energy generated from solar, we're able to switch on the devices and ensure that equal amount of energy is given and there's no energy wastage. And we were able to resize our solar plant, the days of autonomy, all those were actually managed using this platform. So eventually presented this paper at various conferences and events, and which also helped in coming with a microgrid policy for our country. I'm very glad that we are still working on some of this rural electrification. But what actually led to product deployment was we realized the same product is useful for multiple places, and we came up with this product called Energy and Water Manager, which would actually monitor, because that was the only missing block in this whole system to enable. And again, like my earliest diagram, we came up with this monitoring solution to manage buildings and factories, and we had deployed this kind of prototype in various events, and people were able to see this, and again the same thing happened. So people looking at this, one of the facility manager at one of the prominent this one jewelry company, that is Titan Jewelry Division, told you want the same system for managing water. And we realized that their problems in water, they were actually wasting, there was a lot of water wasting because they were not measuring everywhere. They were taking hand readings of water data and the water was getting overflowed. So, and they were taking hand readings, as I could show it to you here. And what we did was we talked to them and understood that if you don't measure, you can't manage. You put up a wireless sensor network of water flow, water level, pressure sensor, as you could see in this system. The same software that we had written for microgrid management, we codified for water management. We put up this IoT device that would be powered by solar in some places grid. And we made this software that would help them manage this water leakage, wastage, excessive usage, and schedule their tankers, and also monitor their water treatment facility, as you could see in this. This led to a very powerful use of, they were able to reduce their water consumption significantly, up to 20%. And at the same time, the anxiety way of managing water was converted into more this one, and their entire water infrastructure was digitized to help them bring predictability and identify things. So this also helped in what used to be visual inspection to find out leakage, wastage. Now, what used to take 2-3 days to fix the problem, now you were able to fix it in few minutes. So I'd also generate insightful reports using our AI algorithms to tell where there's leakage and so on. So this is my journey on how we started off electrifying a village and leading to managing water. Today, we have more than 30 plus clients, 1 billion liters of water saved. What we did at Titan, we codified to all this 35, we scaled it to 30 plus clients. And today we have been de-risking industries from water shortage. We've been supported, of course, by NASSCOM, Cisco Launchpad, and Berkeley at the Altara's Business School, Deshpande, and Microsoft for startups. Yeah, this is an end-to-end water management, and we are bringing all players together in managing water while we have a SaaS platform. So this is the story. So my message to all you guys is start somewhere where your heart is, and it will take, you'll eventually find out where it will take you. So I've been in this field of sustainability for last 10 years, and I also co-founded a few other companies in this journey. But this journey for me is so important because I learned the tricks of trade or learned sustainability, clean tech by doing this project. I don't think we have time for this video, but you can always go. This video is done by Accenture and Better India. You can type in the internet. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to me. Hope I've completed it on my time. Happy to take any question and answer if there is any time left.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation on how IoT, data science, etc., helps us in energy generation, water, etc. And it was thank you for taking us through your inspiring journey. And the way you showed how you work and how you started your entrepreneurship and how you expanded it, it's actually very close to us, our hearts at Amrita, because we also work in the same way, going to villages, staying with them, understanding their problems and working to solve those issues. So the way you work, it's like seeing a kindred spirit working towards solving similar kind of problems. So I
very
hope.
kind. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation and the inspiring words of following where your heart is. I think that's a very valid and inspiring message for all the people who are listening to the presentation. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
Any Q&A will be available to you if any audience is planning to ask
happy. I mean, happy
Q&A.
to
You can
answer.
share
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a question for you. How did you manage the finances during your initial days, as it seems to be pretty cash intensive? You can answer here live, or you can also type your answer also offline.
I don't know how to do that. I'll just quickly answer. In fact, all that money I saved in my job in General Electric, or even my Provident Fund saving, I put it onto the in starting this. Many people use Provident Fund for various things, but I use that money to start this company. And at the same time, since that money that I had to start this company was good enough till we got our first project. Afterwards, doing projects helped us get money. I should also say a lot of people have given me loan. The friends I met in my college became like help me whenever I was badly in need of money, and I could repay them whenever I could. So, but yeah, I've also been able to raise funds at a later point of time. But yes, initially it is all friends and family that would help you, and your own money that if you have. Bank loan also helps at times.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We are moving forward to our next presentation in this session by Dr. Albert Young. He's a scientist at the Institute of Bioresources and Sustainable Development, which is an autonomous institute under the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, with headquarters at Imphal, Manipur. Dr. Albert completed his PhD from the National Center for Biological Sciences, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bangalore, and was also an honorary staff associate at the University College London before joining IBSD. Presently, he is posted at the Shillong Research Node of IBSD, where he is handling core R&D projects and external aided projects that are centered on restoration ecology and also bio-entrepreneurship development programs, including the BIRAC-funded project titled Setting Up of Bionest Incubator to Develop Women Bio-Entrepreneurship Through Orchid Floriculture in Meghalaya. He is a co-investigator on this. He is also a principal investigator of a DBT-funded project on bioresources and sustainable livelihoods in NER, focusing on developing ecotourism through prunus and orchids, and in another project for setting up of rural bioresource complex at RI Boi, an aspirational district of Meghalaya. A warm welcome to you, sir. Let me hand over.
Good evening. Am I both audible and visible now?
Yes, sir.
And is my slide on show?
Yes.
Very good evening. It's been a very lovely session since the inauguration this afternoon. And very good evening to everyone who has sat through all. And the interactions have been pretty much very, very interactive in terms of ideas and suiting with the theme of reimagine, recreate, and restore as we launch the International Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. So here I'm going to share about a ground example of a partnership that brought about both sustainable tourism and ecosystem restoration in a very small state in Northeast India, Meghalaya. And here, as you can see in the first slide, this is the picture of Khasi Hills in the month of November, when you see that these wild cherry trees are in full bloom all over the Khasi Hills. So as such, in a very brief, most of you might have already heard about this festival, which is a 4-day festival since 2016. It's a 4-day long festival, and it's an initiative of our institute, IBSD, to celebrate the autumn flowering of the wild Himalayan cherry, Prunus ceresoides, held in Shillong, Meghalaya, and subsequently was launched at Manipur as well. And we have seen a huge footfall of almost over 1 lakh people in Shillong and about 30,000 in Mao, Manipur, attracting people from across the country as well as the world. And as such, the festival has also showcased the region's art, talent in photography, different cultural events, showcase different the different events and of different practices of different tribes, and also stalls featuring indigenous cuisine, handicrafts, and this has stimulated the local economy and also provided a very excellent showcase for the arts, culture, and cuisine of the region. So as such, the broader impact of this festival has to bring about an international collaboration and platform. As you can see, in 2018, we had the ambassador of Japan to India, His Excellency Mr. Kenji Hiramatsu, who also was there at the inauguration. And subsequently, after a year, we had the ambassador of Republic of Korea, which we know as South Korea, with the festival, and he could not come for the inauguration, but he was part of the bilateral summit, Mr. Shin Bongkil. And as such, the festival is an experiment to provide a unique cultural immersion experience, as most visitors and tourists want to nowadays. And also, we have done this by use of sustainable infrastructure, which are easily dismantled and easily assembled as well, without causing much harm to the environment. And as you can see in a snapshot, we have highlighted the different cuisines, we have highlighted the different cultural richness of the region. And as such, this has basically been the economic impact of the festival, where over 2 years, we have seen that on an average of between 80 to 120 stalls, which means that there would be approximately 500 to 600 people getting involved or directly employed. And of course, indirectly employed would be another few hundred. But just a direct analysis of this shows you that daily sales range between 4,000 to 18,000 over the 4-day period, with the highest during the 4th day, which is a Saturday. And unsurprisingly, that is the day when they have the maximum sales. And as such, we have also been able to calculate the footfall in only one of the venues, because this was the only venue which had a ticket collection. Other venues were for free and we did not regulate the entry there. But as you can see here, that we had up to, in the 2019 festival, over 4 days, we had more than 42,000 people visiting the venue, of which the government, the state government that is, could collect almost just over 4.22 lakhs, almost ₹500,000. And as such, in the backdrop of this and as part of the festival, during the 4th edition, which was in 2019, in the discussions between the government of Meghalaya as well as the Republic of South Korea as represented by the ambassador, some of the key discussions centered on waste management, power and energy generation, restoration and environment, particularly in areas concerning coal mining, as well as cultural relations and tourism as well. So of course, that did not take off well, but I'm led to believe that waste management is something that is being actively pursued, because this is something that the South Korean government is providing the technology and the support. And in 2018, some of the key discussions that happened between the government of Meghalaya and the government of Japan concern natural resource management, disaster management, and also people-to-people exchange. And this has actually been fructified in the IRIS program, where several students from Meghalaya have actually been able to visit Japan as part of this cultural exchange. And I understand that that's an ongoing program. So the genesis of this is that this started in 2015, where we were able to convince the state government that this is an important bioresource. As such, the cherry blossom is found all over the Himalayan region, but Shillong somehow already had very suitable climate and also already existing large number of cherry blossom saplings and very, very mature trees. However, there was no organized manner in which they were grown. So this was the launch of Avenue Plantation. And as such, this took forward the idea of also conducting a festival. And as such, this festival has then, over the 4 editions between 2017, from 2016, then 17, 18, and 19, has created quite an impact on the international tourist map. It is also, interestingly, as you may know, the only international cherry blossom festival celebrated during autumn, because all other famous festivals are held in the spring season, such as in Japan and in Washington, DC. And also in the backdrop of this, in keeping with the theme of ecosystem restoration, over 10,000 cherry blossom saplings have been planted over the last 5 years, except that this has been done in a more careful, systematic manner, focusing on roadside plantation, such that it is hoped that next year, when the state completes 50 years of attaining statehood, because Meghalaya will be completing the Silver Jubilee next year, it is hoped that this will further beautify our already beautiful state. And as such, as the focus is on sustainable development goals, we have made some action, we hope to further improve on decent work SDG 8, where we have promoted livelihoods and also given employment to all the unorganized sector, vendors and different producers, as well as performers as well. And in terms of life on land, we have been able to plant almost or more than 10,000 saplings. And when it comes to institutions, we have institutionalized the celebration of this festival through a very interesting collaboration between both state and central government agencies. And we have also promoted interstate as well as international cultural exchanges, because both Japan and Korea promoted their cuisine. They even brought their artists. And very interestingly, in 2019, the Korean embassy also brought in a very famous K-pop star. And of course, that was a big draw for the festival. And in developing partnerships for the goals, we have catalyzed partnerships, brought in partner countries such as Japan as well as South Korea. And then domestic partnerships have also been established, as explained earlier. And also that now, due to the pandemic, since last year, we could not have the festival in 2020. And it also seems very unlikely that any festival could be held this year. But of course, if there's any development on that front, we'll keep you posted on that. But interestingly, this is something that also caught the attention of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, because he remarked that all the cherry blossom pictures that went viral. So last year we did some sort of an online promotion during the first wave of the pandemic. And this eventually caught the attention of the Prime Minister. And as you see here, that this has brought about a different level of interest amongst the aficionados of cherry blossoms, which, as you can see, that this has great potential to attract tourists from all over the world, but there are 1 million people from China who visit the Japan Cherry Blossom Festival every year. And of course, there are 500,000 people who go down and fly into Washington, DC for the spring festivals. And as such, this has tremendous potential to be an excellent model of sustainable tourism and to boost the sustainable tourism and livelihoods of this region. And as such, other activities that we have been doing are also on based on eco-restoration. So here we are looking at different orchids, as the Northeast has almost 2/3 of the orchid wealth of the nation. And Meghalaya itself has almost 400 different species. So here we are looking at preserving them ex situ in an orchidarium. And this actually was catalyzed by, I'll not get into that, but I've come to the end. I'm trying to, I wouldn't be taking much time. I would acknowledge the Director, IBSD, then Department of Biotechnology for funding, Government of Meghalaya for the collaboration, Dr. Manisha, the Dean, and also Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitam at Kerala for providing me this opportunity. And even though I'm not working on Internet of Things or machine learning, I readily accepted the invitation because I understood clearly that this is the future of any biological sciences endeavor that we'll be taking. As you have seen in the previous speaker, Mr. Ganesh, that even an important resource like water, a natural resource like water, can be ably tapped, can be ably conserved, can be suitably taken care of by these interesting devices that we have now, and through the use of these machine learning technologies. I think this UN decade of ecosystem restoration would be able to meet its goals. Thank you very much. I'm quite done with my presentation, and I'm ready to take up questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, sir. We are glad that you took up our invitation, even though you are not working with machine learning or IoT. It's a wonderful presentation and very interesting subject. Actually, these kind of presentations and discussions from the various aspects of eco-restoration is what is aimed out of such programs like ours, I guess. We seem to have a question from Vishwanathan, sir. Question is, I'll read it out. Very nice to hear from you.
Yeah, okay, please read it. Please read it. Yeah.
Sure. Very nice to hear from you about the experiments in the Khasi Hills. But just contrarily, I find that the East and West Garo Hills have significantly moved into a monoculture rubber plantations, which are significantly affecting the agri biodiversity and ecosystems of the region. He says that he has personally done some research on the rubber expansion in the East and West Garo Hills. This is Dr. Vishwanathan from our Amrita School of Business, Kochi. Would you like to comment on this, sir?
Yes, this is sadly market forces that determine these monocultures, which are, of course, as already mentioned, actually done at the expense of forests, because what would happen generally is that forest cover that has taken decades to develop would be cut off and leveled to incorporate such monoculture plantations, because you would see that it's not just Garo Hills that has this expansion of rubber. It's sad to hear also that in Mizoram, you have oil palm plantation as well, wiping out acres and acres of very dense forests, which have taken centuries and decades to develop. And we don't even know what biodiversity wealth we have lost in such expansion. And then sadly, the rubber is also something which is not unique to the region. And usually what has happened, we have seen that rubber loses its value and glamour because it is tied to the fluctuations of the global markets. And now synthetic products have also come about in rubber, greatly impacting the requirement or the demand for natural rubber. And I think we would take this forward, Dr. Vishwanathan. I'll be in touch with you. We'll see what ideas you can come up with. And interestingly, what we can do is we already have a lot of the natural bioresources. Garo Hills, of course, is well known for jackfruit, and jackfruit flour as such is also been established in some studies to be hypoglycemic, so which means that it is good for health. That still remains an area that has not been carefully utilized by the different stakeholders. The government has a mission, no doubt. We can get involved in that. And I think adding value to jackfruit, I think, will then subsequently allow people's focus to shift away from rubber. And then, yes, as you have written here, that then you have all these rubber boat, coffee boat, silk boat. So I think we should discuss that, and I think take it to the policymakers, Dr. Vishwanathan, because after all, whatever we're discussing here ends up as an academic exercise unless we give solid points or clarifications or the way forward to policymakers. Thank you very much. Oh, there's another question. Should I answer this question? Hello.
Yes, Dr. Chang, please go ahead.
There's a question from Ekaterina. Can you please expand on who's doing the aftercare of the cherry trees? How did you advertise the festival, and where the funds for spreading the word came from? So this plantations were created by the Forest Department of Government of Meghalaya. They've also taken money for maintenance, such that replacement of trees that have died over the last 3-4 years have also been made. And as such, this tree is quite sturdy, so the mortality rate is hardly 30 to 40%. But even those that have been that have not survived have been replaced. And regarding the advertisement, a lot initially was done through magazines and through newspapers, but later on we realized that the best forum for advertising any such events has been Instagram, where we have an active page. Cherry Blossom Shillong is Instagram page, and also on Facebook, where if we spend hardly 30,000-40,000 rupees, we get substantial impact and response from across the country and the world. And the funds have mainly come from the state government, and also from IBSD and other sponsors. And since 2019, we have also been able to attract corporate sponsorship up to ₹500,000, around 5 lakh rupees, which was a good start considering that the festival is not very old. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chiang, for answering the questions. I hope that you will take the discussion with Dr. Vishwanathan forward.
Yes, and I look forward to working with the school that is organizing this ISIM, because I think there are lots of issues and different directions on which we can collaborate and take forward lots of ideas in both places, whether it's South India or Northeastern India. And thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. We sincerely hope that we will be able to collaborate fruitfully with you.
Yes, yes.
And we also hope and pray that the festival, Cherry Blossom Festival, will restart as early as possible.
Yes, or we'll go into hybrid mode this year. And I look forward to the deliberations over the next 4.5 days. Thank you very much. It's been lovely.
Much, sir. Thank you. With that, let me hand over the next to Dr. Alka for chairing the next session. Thanks to all the speakers of this session and all those who have interacted with the speakers also. Dr. Alka, please.
Yeah, Dr. Danya, thank you very much. So we have in line now Dr. Fark Hutterman. Fark Hutterman is a wildlife ecologist specializing in macroecology, global conservation, and international sustainability research. He has many awards and grants. He also has a research. He also was a research ambassador for the German DAD organization. His research focuses on GIS, data analysis, machine learning, algorithms, etc. for remote sensing application. His EHAL lab has many international graduate students and large variety of projects. And he is also looking for new participants in his group. So he hosts many exciting and unique research projects for publications. And currently he has some opening available for students. So maybe students can reach out to him if needed. So yeah, Professor Hutterman, the platform is over to you. Dr. Hutterman? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you see my presentation, I assume?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Cool. So I welcome everybody. I'm happy to join your event. I was really impressed and I'm very grateful that I can speak to you. I'm actually in Alaska, so I'm in a different time zone. It's early morning here. And today I would like to give an overview of our research that evolves around machine learning and artificial intelligence and open access, and how we can actually apply these methodologies to good governance or to some sort of sustainability on a wider scale, not only in Asia, but perhaps even globally. And I show you some examples, and I hope it can spark your imagination. So without further ado, I will start it here, just a second. So I will talk about machine learning as an introduction. For those of you who are not familiar with this, I will give you some examples of machine learning and AI. I think you will find that interesting. And then I will also talk about generic use categories, because that field is evolving so fast and there's so many applications out there. So I just show you the basic concepts. And then I will like to end with the concept of spreading out the knowledge about machine learning and AI. namely how to teach it and what we are currently doing in teaching it and how we can achieve more progress. As a start, I like to center most of my examples here around a book that was just published on, it's like a textbook on machine learning for sustainable natural resource management and ecology that was done with students. However, that's a book that was just generically compiled of other work by many people that are much more fluent on machine learning than me. You see on the left here a photo of some of those. I like to give full credit and acknowledge these people. These are experts in the field of machine learning. Leo Breiman on the very left there, and then Dan Steinberg in the middle, who has developed a lot of software, and Jerome Friedman and others that are also listed here, and they've been very essential and relevant. And if you ever want to read up on this, you can find literature about them. But I myself, I actually use a lot as another textbook, this book from the Dummies series, which is actually very informative, and that's called Machine Learning for Dummies. That actually is a really good, despite the title, is a really good introduction into the subject. So if you want more reading material, that would be there. But I think most of you are familiar with statistics and with linear regressions. Here is an example that's a widely used data set, and this is a linear regression with a line in the middle. And you will agree with me that this line doesn't capture what's going on in the data. At least it doesn't capture it well. So the idea of machine learning and AI can be that you can improve what's in the data. That's actually a very essential question. And the more you look at it, you will find that you can actually almost always improve certain statistical analysis. That's possible if you try hard enough, which raises some interesting questions when you want to do governance, let's say climate or water or something like that, food, and want to find good solutions. These linear regressions are usually not giving you the optimal solution in many cases. As a matter of fact, people have looked at it. If you're a statistician or mathematician, you will know that this is basically the same line in blue, but it shows also the same mathematical metrics. But in reality, it gives you 4 different options to fit the same data onto that line. That actually is a mathematical problem. It's called Anscombe's quartet. And what I'm trying to show you here is that the linear regression or any of these methods that you're used to are usually, again, suboptimal and not always unique in their solution. In other words, what people give you as a formula often might apply to different cases. So that's obviously very interesting. And just to make the case that in our current quantitative analysis, we usually can do better. I think that's the idea, to present that, our analysis just isn't always super perfect. So to give you the idea what machine learning is about, let's say you have a heap of data. Okay, this can be any data really. This can be climate data. This can be data on diseases. It can be data on poverty. This can be data on wealth, on food, on you name it. You don't necessarily need a research design. It's an interesting question. For instance, the mobile phones, they accumulate a lot of data that are out there and that are crying to be analyzed, but that people often don't make good use of. So you have this heap of data and you apply this data to a computer. This actually is the first computer, one of the first ones in the 50s or something, very clumsy machine at that time. Nowadays, you of course have better computers. And when you run the computer on these data, you sometimes get insights that humans often don't fully understand. And that's a little bit the challenge, that humans really get sidelined in this process, and I come back to that. But often the computer by now, the modern computers, even a laptop, can do better than what many experts can. And that creates a challenge, but that's a fact. And I show you some examples how we can deal with it. For those that are not super familiar what machine learning really is, or AI, there's a whole bunch of algorithms you can use. You might have heard about neural networks. There's software for that, of course. You can use it in many software platforms like Python or R or something. Then there are classification and regression trees. They are implemented in Java and so on. And then there's some more sophisticated methods called boosting and bagging, which I will not spend much time on, but most of my applications center around these type of algorithms. Then there's support vector machines. There's Maxent. Then there are models that are combining everything called ensembles. And as a matter of fact, there are many, many more of these algorithms. So the point here is that you shouldn't really fall in love with a single model. You should rather combine them and use many models. So as a matter of fact, there is a paper published here that actually states that there are over 100 algorithms you can use. So machine learning is really powerful, but also complex in that there are over 100 algorithms that you can use in many shapes and forms. So what we are promoting, as you see later, is the idea that machine learning really is a complete different way of thinking and of tackling the project and of approaching a question. And I come back to that in a minute. So when you now wonder what's the key in machine learning and AI to be successful, of course, you need a good software. You need an algorithm that can capture your data. The data are really important, of course, although data often have their limits. They are biased. And so often with a smart approach, you can overcome the shortcomings of the data. And you need a good expertise. I see a lot of expertise that actually tries to dumb down data. What I like to rather use is a more holistic approach. And I was very impressed with the previous speaker, where we had the cherry blossoms as an example. I mean, when you do this data analysis, and I show you examples in a minute, you're moving much more into holistic views. And I think in India and in Asia, you're very familiar with the idea of holistic concepts and the wider view. And machine learning is exactly allowing you with that. And I give you some examples what I mean by this. But the point is that it's not only a computer exercise, it's also a field exercise with the data. And then certainly humans are involved, they must be involved to provide the expertise, how you apply these machines. If you misuse them, then they give you bad results, of course. So I come back to that. So in other words, virtually any problem in life or that you're dealing with can be tackled with machine learning and AI. And it usually can be even greatly improved with machine learning and AI. Now, that's quite a mouthful. Many people have a problem with that phrase, but I challenge you to look closely at the problem that you're facing in your professional environment or in your financial environment or in your environmental problem set and see whether machine learning and AI can improve it. It probably can. And that's a little bit the discussion, to be open-minded enough to tackle this. So I'd like to start out with an example here. This actually was just published. It's a special issue, a Journal of Earth Science, where they asked the question, can we predict minimal resource availability and abundance and locations? This is a Canadian paper, and see it from that way. Let's say somebody would have an algorithm that can predict where the gold in the world is sitting. This would have major geostrategic, political, wealth, and military and other environmental impacts. Of course, that's obviously an interesting question if it can be done, but you certainly can improve the prediction of mineral resources, where they're sitting. You can include here oil. I mean, if somebody would know with machine learning and AI where the oil is sitting, that will be a major game changer in the way how we operate. With climate change and carbon dioxide questions, that obviously is one of the forefront questions, really. So anyway, I ask you if you're interested to read up on this journal. But the point is, these are some of the questions you can tackle. Now, I'd like to show you an example that we tackled that deals with pandemics. I think the whole topic of pandemics is obviously really big right now. We have worked here with avian influenza. In black, I don't know if you see the black dots. These are the locations where we get pretty good data on avian influenza, and these are not many, as you see. And we try to develop a global perspective on where, in red, the avian influenza is sitting. And you can read up more on this paper here with the student we did. But the point is that this prediction map is based on very few data, really, trying to globally extrapolate, or at least give the impression where avian influenza is sitting. And at that time, it was pretty surprising that it actually sits in the Arctic and in cold areas, and also in some tropical areas. But there are hotspots and cold spots. The cold spots in blue, the hotspots in red. And you can learn more about how we did it in the reading on the left. But my point is that these are real questions that can go into decision making, at least for best available science, and they can be updated and improved, and they should. And that's one of the achievements of machine learning. Here, another example, this is a more local one. It has actually looked only in the countries of the Pacific Rim, that is mostly Alaska in this case, and Russia and Japan and Vietnam and so on. Where is the reservoir for avian influenza in red? And you see it happens to be based mostly on the Chinese side and parts of Russia and parts of Japan. And this is basically the reservoir where the avian influenza, the low pathogenic avian influenza is sitting. Now, in other words, that's basically where the headquarters are of low pathogenic avian influenza, and it can spread from there all over the world. And we have many examples for that. You see the training points that were used to develop that model, but what I like to stress here is not so much the reservoir, more that actually the data come from a web portal. So rather than being in the field all the time, you actually can use web data that are in a web portal, like many avian influenza data are shared publicly, and you just model it out that way, and you can update this model in time when new data come along. And that's all done by machine learning, of course. So that's here the achievement. It's also a spatial application. If you're familiar with GIS, I understand that your conference here is funded by Esri, certainly an ArcGIS product, but you can also move into open source and other applications, open source GIS. But nevertheless, that's some of the strengths of machine learning, that they can provide such pictures that in earlier times have not been available. You can also move more into areas that are unknown or that are poorly covered. Here's a publication with many authors that deals with data on a global level again. You see in red where the global data come from. These are very difficult data to obtain and to get. They are from a research vessel usually, where people are on a boat. They do surveys on the seafloor, and then they map it out. And then on the bottom here, you see where the distribution of seafloor biomass and animals that live on the seafloor, which is very deep and usually inaccessible to humans, where it would be. This has started the whole discussion about how much biomass is on the seafloor and how important is it for carbon sequestration. And it's currently this work is improved and updated. But I'd like to show you how machine learning allowed to get to these smoothing or extrapolation of these red data into a map on the bottom. And this has never been done before. It's the first time. Nobody had the resources to do the surveys on the bottom of the seafloor because it's just too remote, of course. And machine learning can help you to move into this direction better. And that's the purpose of machine learning and AI. You can also do it on a national level. I show you two examples. Here on, you see a case of a disease. In this case, this is all the data on rabies. Rabies is a disease found in mammals for Canada. Canada is a big nation. You see all the rabies outbreaks that are reported to veterinarians, and they have a big database. It's a public information database. You get already roughly the picture, but now when you actually smooth it out and model that out with machine learning, as we've done here, and AI, you, number one, can get a map. You've seen this concept before. It's pretty good for understanding diseases better in time and space. But then also, if you see on the left side, we compare that to an earlier paper on Alaska. Alaska is on the left in the lower panel there. And it actually, this Canadian data are matching almost entirely the Alaskan data. So now we have a Canadian data set that's publicly available and compare it to an Alaskan data set. And we find that the disease seems to have the same characteristics, which is very insightful if you're working on public health and want to know how to treat these diseases. And I can speak more about how, what the conclusions are on these diseases and what the drivers are and how you should tackle it. In this case, you see a strong connection with humans and with industrial activities, for instance. So in other words, I find that rabies are usually related to some sort of human settlements, usually on the coast, or industrial or farming activities. But that's an interesting discussion to have. So you get the idea that suddenly you can characterize nations with machine learning. And rabies is only one example. You can use many other data sets. Here's, for instance, one that we used for China, all of China. And we used a tree species. This is based on an inventory of data from China with Chinese co-authors who did most of the work, of course. and I give them full credit. And we modeled the distribution of tree species for all of China, which is very important for questions of climate change and plantations and the ecological niche of these trees and where they occur and so on. You can also move into climate models with that too. So anyway, point is that the entire forest inventories and national data sets get modeled in a very powerful strategic way. I mean, there are many livelihoods depend on these trees. So here's another one where we did it for Alaska, just to show you this is a biomass of trees. And this is currently a hotly debated subject when it comes to carbon sequestration, because we have these carbon stock exchange markets and they want to invest and they want to know in Alaska, where can they invest and where is the biomass sitting. So anyway, based on very few forest inventory plots, we get to this map and we can more or less predict the biomass. Now, these applications don't end there. There are many other examples you can use. Here's, for instance, an example of polar regions. Let me see here. So this is an example of polar regions for the Arctic, where we made a connection between Arctic shipping and the shipping lanes, and then that the shipping lanes in black, which are known, are interfering or overlaying, let's put it that way, with predicted seabird distributions. And you see here some ivory gulls and so on, and that has implications for where the shipping lanes could be and where they should be and where they should not be, and how it affects with seabirds. This is a major paper based on open access and based on artificial intelligence and machine learning and other initiatives. Same has been done for the Antarctic. Here is a whole atlas that has done similar work that I just showed you just for the Antarctic. So we are now into polar regions here. It deals with penguins, it deals with whales, it deals with krill, it deals with the oceans. And this is obviously a very hot subject. So again, due to climate change and other impacts that are in the Antarctic region. What I'm trying to show you here simply is that the machine learning and AI methodologies are becoming worldwide used, and specifically in remote areas, but also for very difficult questions that otherwise could not be tackled. If you are living in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya regions, we've worked on that as well. We consider that a third pole, Arctic, Antarctic, and Himalaya because of the ice. These are the major global ice concentration areas. So here is the red panda that was modeled in that case. We got some data from Nepal and modeled that out in a wider view. But my point here is we use machine learning as a rapid assessment. So that's a rapid multinational assessment, meaning many countries are involved, and we do it fast. It's probably not super precise for the sake of we don't get data from Bhutan, we didn't get data from India, we didn't get data from China, so we got really limited in that, but we provide the first overview as a rapid assessment. And that is what machine learning and AI can provide. It's progress for conservation, in this case for a globally endangered species like the red panda. It has a conservation status. So that's interesting. People have since then looked at this and have improved that model or tried it with genetics and so on. But anyway, just to show you that there is progress on this. Now, people, of course, want to apply also machine learning and AI to climate change questions. This is a common application. So you basically show, let's say, a scenario where you have the current distribution of a species, which often is known, and then you model it out into the future. You see here we have done 20 species, or what the number is here, a little bit less, of small mammals that nobody really knew anything about them. And so we model them out and we show where there was a winner, where they're winning territories, where they're gaining territories and losing territories in climate change based on the models. And you can show by color in red, green, or otherwise where these areas are. That's obviously the first step in this assessment, but it's pretty clear that climate change is probably the topic of our time. If you want to deal with sustainability, you need to deal with climate change questions, and machine learning and AI will help to get at the best possible forecast and outlook for these methodologies. So in this case, this is based on small mammals like lemmings and mice and all these, which in the American context are really important for biodiversity and for conservation. And they're at the essence of the food chain. They're very powerful on these aspects. So anyway, that's done with open access data and with using machine learning. Now, you will ask me, hey, wait a minute, you know, your picture is too positive. Can machine learning also fail? And yes, it can. Of course, there are many examples for it, and you should try better. So we can talk more about it, but of course, it's not all super shiny all the time. You need to try very hard. So I'd like to show you 10 examples quickly for data mining. First of all, machine learning can find the signal. And I'm looking here for time, how much time I've left. Quickly check here. I think I have four more minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will quickly go through it. So number one is data mining, where you find the needle in the signal. Then you can do profiling and classifications, like image and face recognition. All those are very classic applications. You can do these predictions in current, past, future. I showed you some of that with climate change. On the left, you see always the references for that we did. In this case, it's done for Africa, for instance. You can find outliers, like the bad apples in your data. You can do synthesis of data. In this case, we used 104 GIS cases that we summarized. This is a reference there to it. You can check it out. But there's 100 data sets that get summarized into one layer. You can overcome data gaps like imputation. You can do data cloning, where you find make implications more robust. You can do applications of shaving. Here's an application for that, or swapping, where you have many predictors and swap them out or find them which work better or worse. That's an interesting new application in machine learning. It's called shaving and swapping. And the real power, I think, in conclusion, then, is that is if you take machine learning and apply it to your existing questions. So, for instance, in this case, here, this example, people wanted to know about where does the fisheries and food come from the Patagonian shelf, and where does it go? And machine learning helped us to find out where it comes from, to make a connection between the fishing industry and the seabirds, what the impact is, and then see how it relates to the fishing product. So anyway, I think that's one of the big applications there, is when you bring it all together. So last but not least, the last 3 slides here dealing with teaching. How can we spread the good news of machine learning and AI? You have heard perhaps about these massive online open courses. So that's clearly, I think, very promising, and some of you might have taken these classes that are either free or not, but they have big enrollments, like 20,000 students or 5,000 students, even 100 students, but still big enrollment in these online classes, which are a little bit in contrast to your traditional technique and lessons, what you've learned in machine learning in statistics, because statistics usually has centered around frequency distribution and so on, as you see here, and people have drawn inference from p-values and significance levels, which are in machine learning probably pretty much challenged. And so in your public school, you still learn this, but what I promote is that we learn instead machine learning. Last but not least, if you want to learn more, don't be afraid of these intelligent machines, work with them. That's a statement from a chess player who has lost against machines. That might be interesting for you to consider. And with that, I hope I haven't overrun the session. I'm thankful for the organizers and for my good colleagues, and I open it up for questions, and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Huttman. It was very interesting presentation. You have nicely discussed so many examples of machine learning and AI applied in our discipline. I have a quick question. So, like you were saying, you were talking about influenza hotspots. So the map was showing the area of like Siberia and European, like that section. I was wondering if that is because that region is anyways very sparsely populated. So how do we really believe that that is like, I mean, the statistics takes care of the population?
Yeah, human density is a predictor in this model, But what actually was a surprising thing, I mean, it's avian influenza. In that case, the assumption is it has to do with certain duck species that are moving between Asia and the New World, and they are spreading it in the breeding period where they breed in the non-human populated area specifically. And the idea is that the transmission is from the mature bird that is nesting to the chick, because the chick is naive in terms of receiving these diseases. So basically that would be breeding hotspots or breeding hotspots for birds, but also for diseases in the same way. That's one of the hypotheses that people are testing right now. And it's not only in the high Arctic, but also in some mountain areas. When you look at the Himalaya, for instance, has very similar issues. So the polar regions seem to be an interesting place for diseases, yes.
Which means a cold region is kind of a breeding ground. In other words?
Yes, and then the disease spreads from there. Because the migratory birds, so they come down south and they bring it basically from there. But the easy transmission is with the chicks, and that was not known before. So this model has shown us something that we haven't even expected ourselves. We were testing that model several times, saying that is that true? And then we found out that that's probably one of the reasons. But that's what people test more. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, definitely, like you said, we can use AI and ML in so many different ways, and in so many different questions, we can get different insight to it. So yeah, we have to still learn a lot in this and apply these in many different new fields. Thank you so much, Dr. Hoodman.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next presentation. I welcome Dr. Anupam Joshi. Anupam Joshi is a trained ecologist having wide experience in the field of ecosystem analysis, biodiversity conservation, protected area management, habitat restoration, impact assessments, and evaluations. He received his PhD from University of Delhi in 1997. And since then, he has worked with Government of India, Planning Commission, civil society, World Bank, etc. Presently, as a senior environmental specialist in the World Bank, Dr. Anupam is a team leader for managing two complex multi-state projects on biodiversity conservation, natural resource management, and livelihood improvement, spanning a total of 9 Indian states. Over to Dr. Anupam Joshi.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
And my apologies that I couldn't send you a more recent picture of mine because during lockdown and having gone through COVID, my look is slightly changed now from what the picture showed.
I hope you are feeling good now.
Yeah, I'm much better now. Recovered quite well. So very happy to be here, and the World Environment Day has been a very important occasion for me, who has, as you described, I've studied ecology. I delved into different aspects of conservation biology. So World Environment Day actually holds a very important place in my thoughts. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'd like to share a presentation. I hope my presentation is visible in full screen mode now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm going to talk about the thematic topic itself. And I'm going to talk about a perspective of an international lending organization like the World Bank, which is a development partner for many developing countries. Our support, financial and technical support, ranges from health sector to transport sector to agriculture and rural development to environment and climate change itself. In fact, my previous speaker, Professor Falk, was talking about pandemic. So I'm very happy to share that World Bank is currently investing billions of dollars in ensuring that vaccine is made available to several developing countries, more specifically in Africa, as well as have financed several COVID-19 related emergency operations, including one in India, where I'm based currently. We have financed last year, during the first wave of the COVID, a $1 billion project for pandemic prevention. And right now we are also discussing with the government a potential operation for One Health. A One Health approach which considers the human health, the environmental health, and the animal health, which seems to be very promising, and let's see how it goes. So coming back to today's topic, impact of climate change on ecosystems and multi-hazards, the way we are looking at how the world is moving, and this particular slide I have adapted from the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, which had a much detailed account of this, but to simplify it for the purpose of our clients and for a better understanding for ourselves, we feel that this climate change is putting a lot of ecosystem services at risk. And I mean, it's very well known that there are 4 major blocks of ecosystem services: the supporting services, the provisioning services, the regulating services, and the cultural services. But these diminishing services will threaten the well-being, not just for humans, but also are putting, several species, pushing them towards extinction, pushing them towards vulnerable population sizes. So it's very critical that as we move forward, as we come out of COVID and start building our economic sector again, it is very important that we don't lose the focus on what we are talking about in terms of climate change impacts. Any investments that go now in rebuilding our economy must also look at sustainability, must also look at restoring ecosystem services, must also look at creating well-beings for, especially for those people who are less fortunate than we are. We know that ecosystem, this natural capital or biodiversity, as many people refer to it, has a lot of value and a lot of contribution in lowering the intensity, lowering the severity, and limiting the damage caused by several natural hazards. The climate change is likely to impact both biodiversity and natural capital, as well as lead to higher intensity and more frequency of natural hazards, cyclones, for example. In this particular case, I am showing the intensity of flood events across different continents. And within the last 20 years, that is the 2 decades, you will notice in Asia itself, the incidences of flooding has really gone up, the number of episodes of flooding. And we have seen in India itself, the Chennai floods, the Mumbai floods, the extent of damage, economic damage caused by these floods is very high. So climate change is here giving us a sort of a double whammy impact. It is increasing the number of natural hazards, as well as it is impacting the natural capital in a way which actually buffers us from severe damages from climate change, from the natural hazards. So very important to consider these issues. We know that observed impacts of climate change on ecosystems and multi-hazards. So let me just frame the narrative, what we already know. We know that there are going to be changes in species distributions, and it was very interesting to hear from Meghalaya, the Cherry Blossom Festival, and I think I commented and congratulated the government of Meghalaya for that. However, we do not know the impact of increasing temperatures on the flowering and phenology of such species. Apples, for example, in colder climates might also get impacted within India as well. We know that there's going to be changes in population sizes, with increased climate favoring some species and being less favorable to some other species. There is going to be changes in the phenology or the reproductive cycles of several species, including changes in migration of some species. All these will have medium to long-term impact on managing wildlife, which is becoming more and more critical as my previous speaker talked about the pandemic. And I have also listed it as one of the, emerging impact that climate change might actually exacerbate, which is highlighted here. Increase in the frequency of pest and disease outbreaks. Another, climate change linked issue, which is not yet talked about frequently, is the case of forest fires. In India, we have recently seen massive forest fires in the state of Uttarakhand as well as in Odisha. And increasing temperatures, especially in areas of Uttarakhand where we have large tracts of pine trees, and the resin, coming out of the pine trees is very prone to catch fires. And we have a lot of ground fires, which are, aided by a very hot climate. Although forest fires, I must here, clarify from an ecological point of view, are natural events and are also very important, especially for some conifers. Without the serotonin impact of forest fires, many cones of conifers do not open. And it is very important for seed dispersal and establishment of new trees. But more recently, in the last 3 decades, what the kind of fires we are seeing are much more than what used to be a baseline of, natural fire incidences. So some of these other impacts, like, increasing landslides, which happen because of several infrastructure development activities, as well as lack of vegetation, glacial lake outbursts. Very recently, we saw in Uttarakhand, in Chamoli district, a massive and very damaging glacial lake outburst kind of event. So these incidences are going to, of multi-hazard as well as, on ecosystems, are going to increase year on year. And it is very important for an institution like the World Bank to understand them more deeply, because the kind of financing we bring to as partners, as development partners to our client countries, must keep all these aspects in mind. Otherwise, the sustainability of our investments would be at a very high risk. This is a map which we did a couple of years ago about the various kind of challenges that South Asia is facing, ranging from Afghanistan, which is represented as AF, then Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. I'm not going into the details, but if you look at the fourth column for India here, you will see that several aspects of ecosystems, like the coral reefs, the wetlands, the forests, and then mountains, glaciers, deserts, are going to face, are all in the reds, which means that they're going to face much more impact than certain other aspects. Let me also share some hazard maps that India produced with some partnership with the World Bank. On the left, you're seeing the landslide hazard zonation map of India. Notice that most of the landslide, the red areas, are concentrated in the states of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, J&K. And similarly, we have a lot of landslides which are concentrated in the northeastern part of the country, again, eastern Himalayan mountainous area. Wind and cyclone hazard map. And of course, all the coastal states, the 13 coastal states of India, are at huge risk. And very recent, we have seen cyclones, ravishing both the eastern and western coast of India, again, leading to a lot of economic damages. Fortunately, with post-tsunami that hit in the later part of the first decade of the century, with the World Bank assistance, the country had built a lot of early warning systems and a lot of hazard, shelters. So we are now as a country, we are now in a very good shape whereby we are able to evacuate huge amount of population from coastal areas. So the threat to life has reduced considerably, but the threat to economic livelihoods still remains. Not just World Bank or people who are facing this issue, but also the international business community is gradually beginning to recognize the impact of climate change on businesses. The World Economic Forum, it brings out the global risk reports, and for the first time, the 2020 Global Risk Report, the top 5 risks identified to international businesses were not economic risks. All of them were related to climate change and environment. and I have, sort of encircled the environmental risk. Of these top five risks relating to environment, the top one is biodiversity loss, which we know is going to be more severe with the impacts of climate change. Then climate action failure is also identified as a major risk. And again, if the world has to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, it's going to be a huge, huge effort. The world has to undergo certain important transitions from, following a carbon intensive growth path to a low carbon growth, economic growth trajectory. Extreme weather, human-made environmental disasters, and natural disasters are the other three environmental-related risks that are identified by the World Economic Forum. And not just the likelihood of these impacts on the left image, but also the impact of environmental risks, which is shown as in the green, are quite significant. So in sum, the governments, the public, the lending institutions, global institutions, research organizations, universities, as well as international businesses are taking a serious note of the threats that climate change poses through both ecosystem collapses as well as multi-hazards. Just picking on the pandemic issue, which was raised by Professor Huntman. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. This is another map showing the hotspots of disease emergence. And you can see here again that Asia, particularly India and China, are shown as the most likely hotspots for future disease emergence. EIDs or emerging infectious diseases, and we know today that 60% of these diseases are of wildlife origin, and about 75% of all EIDs comes from animals. The bird flu was talking about ducks and chicks, which my previous speaker referred to. And the current pandemic, COVID-19, is also believed to have originated from wildlife. The current practices of several wet markets where wildlife is traded, as well as illegal wildlife trade, is a major challenge that one has to deal with going forward if we have to sort of manage the emerging diseases. Also, because we know that climate change is posing a serious threat to biodiversity, it is very, very pertinent for to follow an approach that manages biodiversity in a much more prudent and better way. Protected area management, establishing newer protected areas, biodiversity reservoirs are going to play a critical role in containing and limiting the spread of further zoonotic diseases that we are already dealing with.
Dr. Joshi, can you please continue quickly?
Yes, I'm on my second last slide. So people, I just wanted to showcase from the bank's perspective that the best time to actually go for ecosystem restoration is now. We have the urgency, we have the scale, and we know the impact. So some very quick figures that, more than 100 countries have forests in their indices. The world has committed to restore 350 million hectares of land. So again, there's going to be scale. And we know that, forests are providing incomes to more than about 1 billion people globally, with incomes ranging from 22 to 30% coming from forests. So there's going to be a positive impact. Very quickly on climate change, the World Bank Group has taken several steps. We are now, calculating in the economic analysis of our investments, the shadow price of carbon. We have committed to, make sure that 35% of our investments globally have climate co-benefits. We are looking at climate and disaster risk screening for all investments that we are making. We are going for GHG accounting, and we are using climate change indicators. So this was from the World Bank's perspective, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi. You nicely discussed the natural hazards and climate change interactions. Though we don't have that much time, and just there is probably one question. So there's a question in the Q&A. Does geodiversity, which is the bedrock that provides habitat and landscape for biodiversity figure in any of reconnectings of experts, and what is the way forward? So
geodiversity, yes, the way we are, tackling this issue is by moving away from a very species-centric approach to a more holistic landscape-based approach. Over the last 3 decades, we have seen that the last 5 decades actually, we have seen that the first species crisis or biodiversity crisis led to a huge focus on a species-centric conservation approach. Tigers, for example, in India. But then we moved on to a more protected area-centric approach. But then we started seeing that even protected area-centric approach has limited benefits. So one needs to move away or go beyond the boundaries of protected area, because biodiversity does not recognize these administrative boundaries. Mammalian species, for example, migratory species, for example, they move freely across the landscape. So the different aspects of geodiversity are being considered as part of following a landscape-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. There is one more question from Vishwanathan. Would you mind to answer him offline if possible?
Yeah, sure, I can.
Yeah, because we are running late. Yeah, because we are running late in time right now.
Okay, I'll respond to it.
Dr. Alka, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, ma'am, please.
Yeah, Dr. Anupam, it's a very interesting talk, and what I was thinking was like, what are the ways in which the universities can work with the World Bank activities so that we can bring in ecosystem restoration in communities where we work? Because there are a lot of communities our students, faculty work. Your talk was so thought-provoking, and we are thinking of how can we work together, or what are the possibilities in which your technologies, your approaches can be utilized.
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Meenakshi. There are two potential ways. One, that universities through some maybe Ministry of Education can approach the World Bank through the Ministry of Finance for a project. Like currently we are implementing a National Agriculture Higher Education project through Ministry of Agriculture and Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, in which we are supporting about 68 state agriculture universities. So the second potential approach could be that we have a large portfolio of working in the rural development sector, with communities. So wherever we have these projects currently, for example, the National Rural Livelihoods Mission and the National Rural Economic Transformation Projects, we work very closely with communities. So in select states, we can explore collaboration models with the universities. I would request you to, get in touch with me offline, and we can explore how best to integrate some of the universities in the areas, in states and districts where our rural, development projects working with communities are already in operation. So that could be another opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. So moving to the next presentation, I welcome Dr. Ali Reza Farman. Dr. Ali Reza has graduated from University of California in 2016. So then he worked for NASA, JPL as a postdoc, and now currently he's working in JPL itself as a science data engineer. He's also a part-time lecturer at California State University, Los Angeles. His research interest is in remote sensing observation and statistical approaches and GIS technique for developing more reliable models of hydrologic systems given the climatic changes and anthropogenic activities. So a warm welcome to Dr. Ali Reza.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
First, thank you very much I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity here, and also especially I would like to thank you, my colleague and friend, Dr. Singh. Okay, let me share my screen. I'm going to talk about frameworks for improving monitoring and prediction of hydroclimate extremes. I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors and collaborators from NASA JPL, different universities, and also different US government agencies, including US Forest Service and National Interagency Fire Center. So we know that droughts and wildfires are two of the most devastating natural hazards. They cause billions of dollars of losses every year to our economies, and also they result in catastrophic activities on our ecosystem. And we also know that droughts and wildfires are closely related to each other. So this talk, I would like to focus on how we can better monitor and forecast these two natural hazards and climate extremes. And especially given the climate changes and anthropogenic activities, we see that we see more intensification of these two natural hazards over the last couple of decades. Okay, so the first part of this talk, I'm going to focus on wildfire danger forecast using satellite observations. And then, as I mentioned, in the second half, I'll talk about drought cascade in the hydrologic cycle using different remote sensing observations. This work was mainly focused on the United States. So we know that in the US, fires occur synchronously across the entire nation. However, there are very limited fire management resources. There is mainly one agency called National Interagency Fire Center, or NIFC, which determines the allocations of resources not only nationally, but also internationally with Canada and the Mexico borders. And the way that they communicate the allocation of resources is to use so-called preparedness levels, or PLs. And you see the list of these PLs all the way from 1 to 5, meaning the 1 means that only local resources with little or no national support needed. And for example, number 3 means that all national resources has been deployed and priority areas established. And number 5 is basically an emergency situation, which is not only all resources are deployed, but also there are trades between geographic areas in the nation, and there is an emergency situation. How does NIFC forecast fire danger? So they use a combination of expert knowledge and meteorological forecasts to draw these perimeters you see here on these maps for a 1 month, 2 month, and also 3 and a 4 month fire danger forecast. So they come up with such a map, which is called Significant Wildland Fire Potential Outlook. This is, for example, in December 2017. All the white areas you see here is the forecast of normal fire activity. The green zones are below normal fire forecast, and then the red areas here in Southern California, where I live, it's going to be the above normal fire activity. So as talking to, after we talked to the NIFC fire managers, we realized that there are a lot of subjectivity involved in determining these perimeters. And also there is a very much vague definition of normal conditions according to the NIFC managers. So we thought that how about we come up with a more objective approach to forecast fire danger And then the idea was to leverage, obviously, the NASA satellite data for this matter. So let me talk about the data sets that we used here. What kind of data sets we used? We used a suite of different NASA satellite data. We used the MODIS Enhanced Vegetation Index, or EVI, which is a measure of vegetation greenness. You see a snapshot here. We use a GRACE simulated surface soil moisture product, which is here. You see the snapshot at the top right. We use the vapor pressure deficit from the ERS mission, which is a climate variable. So these were the three main satellite inputs to the model. And then we use the historical burned area observations from the FPA FOD database, which has come from a historical database from the US Forest Service, which is not satellite based. And finally, we use a land cover mask from the US Geological Survey in order to build a model for each of different land cover maps. And you see here, we are identifying the different kind of forests, evergreen forest, deciduous forest, and also herbaceous lands, shrubland, and wetlands. So these were the inputs to the model. So going forward, I'd like to show you this map, which is interesting. This map shows how the spatial distribution of wildfire activity looks like in the US. So the first takeaway from all these photo figures is that starting from January all the way to December, we see sort of year-round fire activity in the southeast of the US, which is a temperate climate conditions. And we see here in the winter time all the way to, again, the summer month, we see the wildfire activity going on here. However, as we enter the springtime and especially the summertime, you see here in the June, July, and August, we see the peak of fire activity. And this is going to be in the western US. So you see June, July, and August are basically those main fire season in the US. Now, actually, we are entering the fire season, and everybody is so concerned because of the drought, continuous drought conditions the past couple of years in the US. And we are actually entering a very much concerning time for wildfire area in the US. And so the other takeaway from these figures is that although we see year-round fire activity in the southeast, the majority of big or mega fires happen in the western US. And those are mainly the fires that we care about. You see here that the color zoning, you see that majority of big fires activity occurs in the western US, and that's our main concern is. So look at the methodology, I don't want to go into a lot of details, but so the first step was that we converted all the raw variables, including EVI, vapor pressure deficit, and soil moisture to some of the drought indicators in order to be consistently compare the variables to each other. And we use the empirical approach. And at the end, you come up with a drought index, or a DI, which meaning that it's 0, which means at the normal condition, and at above 0 drought index indicates a wet condition. On the other hand, a below normal drought index indicates a dry condition. And this comes from an empirical approach, very simple to use here. And how did we derive the burn area forecast? So first of all, this model was built based on a 1/4 degree spatial resolution, and the temporal resolution of the forecast is monthly. So we came up with the monthly wildfire danger forecast maps. The training period we used was 2003 to 2013, and this is kind of old, but the reason why was that we were kind of limited by the data. and we want to use a non-satellite based data for training. However, and these data are now a little bit more updated up to 2015 or 16, I believe, but still it's not very much updated until recently. But the main idea to use this training record was to use a historical wildfire burn data catalog from the US Forest Service. And the way that the model was built was to find the best variable for each land cover type based on a relationship between prior month hydrology and wildfire burn area. So we built one model for each land cover type, and for each model, we built the model according to the variable which has the highest correlation with the wildfire burn area. So an example here is that for the herbaceous land, we realized that the variable which has the highest correlation is vapor pressure deficit. And you see here that this is the histogram of VPD, the burn area according to the VPD here. And we came up with the number of samples in each of these the histogram bins, and then the burn area forecast was derived from the division of basically this first column, which is the burn area, over the number of samples. And remember that we built one model for each land cover type. So we had 5 land cover types, and we built one model for each of those land cover types. And so going further, here is a couple of snapshots of the model output. And we call this model Fire Danger from Earth Observations, or FDO. So what do we see here? We see the left column is going to be the probabilistic observation and prediction anomalies for burned area in August of 2013. And you see here the consistency between the observations and prediction maps here. And on the right column, we see the categorical forecast of wildfire activity compared with the observational categorical observations. So here, again, you see the consistency here. The difference between these two columns is that the left columns are all the probabilistic forecasts here, but on the right column, we see the categorical forecast. And we came up with this categorical legends to be consistent with NIFC math, which I showed you in the first slide. Remember, we had a forecast of normal fire activity, an above normal fire activity, and a below normal. So we came up with this to be consistent. And you see here that how consistent the observation are compared to the predictions. And so what are the next steps here? So we are now collaborating with the US Forest Service and NIFC to test first and then transition hopefully to operations for our model. So US Forest Service and NIFC, both of them are now interested in this model that we have developed here. And we are looking forward to work with them to test the model and then hopefully eventually to transition to operations with their engagement. And the next step is that we're looking for to improve the model using not only a one variable model, but also a multivariable fire prediction using a machine learning approach. And I know that this symposium is all about machine learning. So this work hopefully was a basis for this future model, and we are already started the work to improve the model using the machine learning approach and use a multivariable. And we hope that this is going to improve the model performance to a great extent. So the second part of this talk was about the drought cascade in the hydrologic cycle using the remote sensing observations. So again, let's talk about the motivation of this model, this study. So this figure you see here is comes from a very old paper from 1987, the year I was born actually, from Changnan. So this is so you see here that this is going to show how the drought initiates and persists and eventually terminates from the perspective of different hydrologic variables. So you see here the precipitation all the way to runoff, to soil moisture, stream flow, and eventually to groundwater. So these are some observations from in the state of Illinois using in situ observations. And the takeaway from this one here is that the drought signals are transferred with some delay from precipitation to soil moisture and groundwater. So first of all, we see this lag as you go from precip to soil moisture and groundwater. And the other major takeaway here was that as we move from precip to soil moisture and groundwater, we see a smoother and more persistent signal as we go with depth in soil column. You see the groundwater signals are already very much smooth compared to precipitation, which is pretty noisy. So the idea here was that now with this lots of remote sensing data we have available and different missions, how can we look at this cascade in a large scale? So here we use the remote sensing observations to look at the large spatial scales and also across multiple major historical droughts in the US. These events we identified were those of the major historical droughts in the US, which resulted in a lot of damages to the long-term and persistent damages to the ecosystem and millions of dollars of losses to the economy. So we had the major 2012 Midwest drought. We had the 2006-2008 Southeastern drought. We had a 2011 Texas drought. And we had the most recent 2012-2016 California drought. So these are the case studies that we selected for the purpose of this study. Remember that these were the historical major droughts in the US. What are the data inputs for this study? We used, again, multiple 4 different satellite data mainly. So first of all, we use the monthly Earth VPD, which we also use for the fire study that I showed earlier. So VPD derives from temperature and relative humidity, which is mainly a climate variable. We use a monthly precipitation data from the CHIRPS program, which is basically made on the remote sensing data of TRIM and other remote sensing platforms. We use the monthly GRACE terrestrial water storage data, which we know that the GRACE TWS is dominated by mainly soil moisture and groundwater. And eventually, we use a non-satellite based soil moisture. And the reason why is that there are some satellite global soil moisture data available, like from the ESA CCI product. However, after investigating this data, we realized that this data only captures the top 5 centimeters of soil, and actually it's not only 5, it's up to 5, usually 1 to 2 centimeters of soil, which is not enough for look at the cascade of drought events from precipitation to soil moisture and TWS. Therefore, we had no choice to use a reanalysis as soil moisture data. Basically, the technology doesn't yet exist to measure the soil moisture in the entire depth of the soil. The spatial resolution of model was 0.5 degree, and then the data length was from 2003 to 2017. Again, the methodology was that, first of all, we converted all our raw variables, VPD, precipitation, soil moisture, and TWS to drought indicators. And again, you come up with a value, which is either wet or a dry condition. These are statistically standardized indices, which you can easily statistically and easily compare the variables to each other. Okay, so this is the the cascade. That's a figure that shows the cascade of the drought according to different variables. So here we see the VPD, which is a blue time series. Here we see the precipitation, which is red. We see the soil moisture, which is yellow, and then the TWS, which is purple. So again, the main idea was to see, do we see any similarities with the Changnan 1987 paper, which was using a very small in situ observations, or not? Now we are looking at the major historical droughts. And the answer was that, yes, we see a lot of similarities here. Mainly the same cascade that we see from precipitation to soil moisture and TWS or groundwater. You see here that we see all in all different events, you see this nice delay that go from precipitation to soil moisture and groundwater, which is evident in all different case studies. And also we see actually a smoother signal as you go from precipitation to soil moisture. We see that the smoother signal always is evident from precipitation to soil moisture. However, the TWS, it's going to reports the entire column, which is not only soil moisture and groundwater, but looking at the TWS, we see that the TWS drought signals are always more persistent than all other variables, and also more intense, showing the greater impacts on the groundwater anomalies. I'm going to show some of the summary key data from the summary of all the events here. So first of all, looking at the VPD on average, it's going to show the onset and timing of minimum on average 1.7 months earlier than precipitation. And this is evident from other studies that previously also show that the VPD actually can potentially detect the drought onset earlier than other variables. And moving on is that we see that the onset, termination, and timing of minimum are transferred with delay from precip to soil moisture and TWS. And you see all the evidence here is here. So from onset, we see that on average, the soil moisture onset is 2 and 5 months after precipitation, and the onset of TWS, terrestrial water storage, is 8 months after precipitation. And the termination signal is also the same. You see a lag as soil moisture is a delay after precip, and TWS delay after soil moisture, and also in timing of minimum, you see the delay from precip to soil moisture and TWS, which show this cascade in all these three variables. The other takeaways here was that the soil moisture signals, as I mentioned, are smoother and more persistent than precipitation. So you see here, the maximum intensity of soil moisture is lower than precipitation, which is a more smoother signal. But on the other hand, we see that the drought is more persistent according to soil moisture, a little bit 2 months, almost more persistent than precipitation. But in general, interesting is that the severity of both variables are the same. So this means that the almost severity of drought, which combines the information from intensity and duration together, so both of these columns together include the severity of droughts. So both of these, the severity of precip and soil moisture signals are almost identical. And let's talk about lastly about terrestrial water storage, which is the terrestrial water storage intensity is much larger than soil moisture, indicating a greater groundwater anomaly, which is also expected here. And finally, the TWS signals are more persistent than all other variables. And also the severity is also larger than all other variables, which shows that the major impacts of droughts are going to be on the entire terrestrial water storage column. Okay, and as a summary, so this, I talk about two different studies here. So first of all, we built a gridded monthly fire danger prediction model based on satellite soil moisture, VPD, and EVI inputs. And the results of the model are promising. They show that they can predict the fire danger with relatively high accuracy, especially in the spring and summer month, which is our fire season in the US. There are, so the work is underway to improve the model, as I mentioned, using the machine learning approaches. And the second part, we looked at the development of 4 major historical US droughts using VPD, precipitation, soil moisture, and terrestrial water storage. And the major takeaway here was that we find characteristic lag times in the cascade of propagation of drought, onset, termination of timing of minimum from precip to soil moisture and terrestrial water storage. And with that, I just want to thank you again for staying this late and listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Reza, for a very interesting presentation and linking fire and drought. And I was happy to see advancement in your research. I had a question. Did you ever observe any lag or any kind of signal between drought and fire? Like, for example, if there is a region affected by a drought, is it more prone to get fire, or some uniform signal, like working on different study area?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. So we looked at different land cover types, as I mentioned here. So when looking at the different land cover types, there are some of the land covers which are more the impacts of the drought relationship and the wildfire activity is more evident, and they include usually grasslands or herbaceous lands. So usually when you get droughts in the last couple of months, you're going to see more drought coming up. However, there are some other case studies and land cover types which is the opposite, and that usually the impact of fires are more evident when you have a big rainy season. For example, that's evident for shrublands. So when you see a big rainy season, a couple of months prior to wildfire season, we're going to see growth in vegetation, and eventually you're going to see more wildfire activity. But usually,
like we have in California.
Yes, exactly. So in California, when you see a big rainy season, and then when it's combined with a very dry and hot summer and spring month, that's going to be the favorable condition for wildfire activity.
Interesting. Yeah. There is a question in the Q&A session. So there's a Gopal who asked that in your fire part of research, there is no discussion about human activity. So he couldn't see any data which you put as an input for human activity. So he's saying that that structures like electric lines or other intrusions into forest area can can be a reason for fire, can trigger wildfire, and therefore are determinants too. So how do you take this aspect in your model?
That's absolutely true. So the majority of fires, as I show you in the Western US, they are kind of human-based fires. So usually they happen based on the human activities. So this work, the work was intended to use only satellite-based observations to forecast wildfire activity. And it was, so therefore we did not use any of those human-based data, like as you mentioned, like electric lines or other human activities. But actually, that's a very good type of input for improving the model. As I mentioned, the majority of fires are human-based, and that's going to certainly improve the model. Again, this work was only intended to use satellite-based products. Therefore, we did not use any of those data inputs.
We need to combine both eventually at some point, because it's
exactly. We need to eventually combine both, and that's a very important thing to do. And in order to improve the model forecast, along with machine learning approaches, I think that's going to be the two steps together, using not only the climate inputs but only the human inputs.
Yeah, I think that will take care of the triggers more intuitively if we have machine learning for that.
Exactly. Yeah, we're very excited for that with next work, and yeah,
it's very nice to hear your work, and I think we were, when I was there, you worked on fire and a little bit of drought, but you have moved way ahead now.
yeah. So
okay, yeah. So thank you so much to join us in this symposium.
Thank you for inviting me. I was delighted to be invited, especially to be here, and I hope to maybe one day come to India and see all of you.
Yeah, sure. And we hope that we will collaborate and work together further.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. Okay, with this, I would like to end today's session. And I thank you all the keynote speakers and all the participants who continued with us and had very interesting presentation and so wide and detailed talks. It was a very interesting day and lot to learn. We hope that all of you join us tomorrow as well. So we will be continuing tomorrow from 10 a.m. IST, wherein the first 2 hours, I think, is on PhD colloquium and the poster presentations. And keynote speaker will join us from 12 o'clock. So after the break. Yeah, so that is from 2 p.m. of Indian time. No, not even that. 12:30 p.m. Yeah. So from 12:30 p.m. We'll be having rest of the keynote speakers on, and we really hope to see you all tomorrow as well.
Thank you everybody for joining this program. So we have a detailed program for tomorrow, which starts, as she said, which starts at 10 a.m., which includes the PhD symposium poster and the keynote sessions along with the panel 1. So there are a lot of interesting sessions, and we hope to meet each one of you, and we hope that we will be able to run the program up to your expectations. Thank you, everybody.